Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Forest Edge Kart Club for round 9 of the 2025 Club Championship. You join us on a sunny day, but unfortunately at the moment a damp circuit. I would have thought most of the drivers will be full wet at the moment, but with the sun coming through the cloud, I think quite quickly we will be moving over to slick. We've got a jam-packed day full of heats and finals. We've got 20 heats followed by 8 finals. The heats coming up, the next one will be 177, 7 minutes plus a lap for all of the heats today, and then slightly longer finals this afternoon. They've all been out for their 3-lap practice this morning, and now the 177s head out onto the track for their first heat. Just looking down at the dummy grid, we've got I think everybody has now left the grid, so they start their formation. Oh, there we go, straight away a spinner, seeing the difficult conditions out there already. So they get half a lap at pace, get some heat into their tyres, see where the damp patches are before they go racing, and then they'll start to form up about halfway through the lap, ready to go racing, hopefully first time. We've got a lot to get through today, and obviously with the clocks changing last week, not an awful lot of time to get through it all. So hopefully we have a nice clean day and to put some great racing on this first version of this live stream at the Club Championship. The club obviously have tried a few bits before with the CCTV cameras, but this is the first proper live stream for this club. So fingers crossed for an exciting day of racing. Oh, we've just been called a false start, so the drivers will get another chance to go round once again. As you can see, the drivers signalling to the rest of them there'll be a false start, and the false start flag's out, so they get another half a lap just to get a feel for the circuit. Weave a bit more, try and get any temperature they can into those tyres, and hopefully as well pick up some of the standing water. Like I said, the sun's coming through. It is actually quite warm outside. It's quite nice sat in the commentary box with the windows, so hopefully before long the circuit will be dry, but for now there'll be a bit of spray, and I think being on pole position is exactly what everybody would want first thing this morning. Nice clear run and no water splashing up in your face. So then here we go, the drivers forming up. They just come round into the bus stop. Of course, like I said, half a lap for a formation lap, so they cut through the bus stop here, and then they will be underway. Here we go, we're going to go racing. Lights out, off they go. Oh, it's all a bit skiddy through turn 1 as they head down into 2. The SC plate taking a nice early lead in the 96 there, quite close behind. As a few drivers going to try and get through at the grandstand corners. They now head down to Winger's Dip. This is normally a prime overtaking opportunity on lap 1. We can see someone moving in. There we go for 4th. And then into the bus stop for the first time. Bit of curb, obviously, with the wet conditions, help you get around the corner. But I think the SC plate there has charged off into the lead as we look down really at the battle for second at this stage. We've got a spinner midway down the straight just after the top corner at Midgets, but there we go. There's our leader with a nice healthy lead after just one lap. Fantastic start to the race for Dan Hammett, who currently leads by 1.6 seconds, so a fantastic first lap. He's then followed by Rob Smith, Colin Davis, your podium positions at the moment. But here we go, an awesome battle here, as I think that's Luke Oliver trying to get past Brian Hewitt. We go down the inside with Luke Oliver. Is he going to make it move? Now, the problem is with this corner is you've got a long run up now uphill towards the bus stop corner. There's the 71 you can see of Colin Davis as they head into the bus stop corner. And now on the run up towards Midgets, all off on the exit curb there and bumbling down the grass. But you can see there the 97, I believe that is, of Matt Jones is snuck up into 4th place with Luke Oliver just behind. Drivers taking the wide line around Climate during these wet conditions, and then back across the start line to start another lap. We have got 5 minutes left on the clock of this first race of the day, and the leader still looking nice and happy out there. He is being caught by the 24 of Rob Smith, but at the moment still a lead of 1.6 seconds. Colin Davis just behind in 3rd, Matt Jones 4th, Luke Oliver 5th, and Neil Hemming in 6th. We've also got a novice out there, Rhys Talbot. He's currently in 10th and is getting it round nicely. We've got a yellow flag just after climate I can see on the circuit. A driver just pulled over there, but that shouldn't affect the racing too much. So at the moment, quite spread out. We've got, there we go, you can see there Colin Davis and Luke Oliver. He's closing in. Luke Oliver, last lap round, 52.4, but I would imagine this lap quite a lot quicker. As you can see there are our leaders, 1-2. Leader Dan Hammett, 51.2 last time round, and Rob Smith at 50.7. So he is a bit faster. He's closed the gap down now to 0.7 of a second, and with 4 minutes to go, I would imagine in a couple of laps' time he will be in a position to go for the race lead. You can see now on the run up towards the bus stop corner, over the curbs and up the run up to the top corner at Midgets, which is a prime overtaking slot. And will he? No, look at that though, he is now right on the back, and definitely will be thinking about going for a move quite soon. There's definitely an opportunity coming within the next 3 minutes 40 as we come down now into the final corner at Tolly's. There we go, slight different in line there, which is interesting as we look at the times as they come across the line. 50.9 for the leader, 50.7 for Rob Simpson in second. So 0.4 of a second now separate these two. Oh, there we go, look at that, straight over the curb for Rob, as he's going to, quite a difference in lines there, which is fascinating to see. Of course, he's got the benefit of following just behind, so he can see where the lead car is all over the place and struggling for grip, and he can try something else and to brake a little bit later, etc, etc. So he's in the best seats in the house right now as he watches the leader and tries to hunt him down. And will we go for a move at the inside of Midgets? So side by side, beautiful, and got that done nice and happily. All as they rub it, all coming out of the corner, coming down into this tricky downhill corner, and then into the last corner, which is particularly challenging as well. Again, a difference in line, but the other way around this time. And now we have a change of lead as Rob Simpson hits the lead and crosses the line with a 51.2, Dan Hammett 51.9, but they need to watch out for Matt Jones in third, 50.3. He is quick and is now only 1.6 seconds behind. There's 2 minutes 27 left on the clock as the lead is ever tight. Now, can Dan Hammett get back to the race lead now that he's got the probably added advantage of seeing the leader moving around on the different lines? But like I said, they can't fight too hard. They have to remember Matt Jones just behind and is fast and is closing in quickly. The rest of the pack is reasonably spread out at the moment, so this is the best battle to focus on. Of course, Rob Smith a 177, Dan Hammett is a 177 master, so they are technically in different races, but still would like the pride of crossing the line first. As they cross the line this time round, 50.6 for Rob and 50.9 for Dan. So he has stretched that lead out to now 6 but Matt Jones is the fastest man on the circuit. Another fastest lap, 50.22, and a purple sector 2. So Dan will be watching over his shoulder at Matt coming in close behind. Of course, Matt knows this circuit. He's been around racing here for many, many years, normally in senior Rotax, but has now made the jump up to 177. As he flies through, there you go, over the curbs and the chicane. And Dan loses a little bit on the exit, looks over his shoulder to see where Matt Jones is. Is he going to keep this second place? There's 1 minute 15 to go. The leader's checked out now, he's gone, providing he doesn't have any issues. He's done with that. Now you can see Matt Jones out down the inside, tries to keep it on the outside of the climate, and then into Tolly's nicely up the inside and completes the move. And I would think with his pace that would be the end of that. So now you've got Rob Simpson take in the lead by a second, Matt Jones second, and Dan Hammett third. Matt Jones still the fastest lap of the race. And just checking around the circuit, everything else seems to be good. It's nice and spread out at the moment. So we'll focus on these two and see if Dan Hammett can get back on track. He of course got Colin Davis, who is a master. He is racing Colin Davis just behind him. Colin Davis last time round done a 51.1, as did Dan, so setting each other's pace nicely there at the moment. We've got blue flags being waved to the back marker as the leaders all come through with no problems. And here we go as they round the final corner, just 11 seconds on the clock, so they are going to get another 2 laps in. Matt Jones is looking super fast as well. He is a tenth and a half faster than Rob Simpson at this pace, and at the moment the gap is 8 tenths, so he will need a mighty final 2 laps if he's going to take the lead of this Heat 1, but I think he'll be quite happy. Obviously mixed grids here at Forest Edge, so not qualifying. Everyone gets a front, middle and back grid, and hopefully throughout the day they will move up forward before the results of these races set the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Rob Simpson has just also set a purple sector 2. He was a tenth faster actually than Matt Jones that time, so if anything he's extending his advantage on this penultimate lap as they round the final corner and start the final lap of the race. Rob Simpson continues to lead, and a fastest lap, 50.1, but Matt Jones 50.14, so there's 200ths between these two on that last lap. They're quite evenly matched, and are giving it everything out there. There is a lack of spray, I would say, so how much longer the wet tyre will be required, I don't know. I can see a little bit of spray as they head down towards Whingers at the bottom corner down the hill. But the circuit, I would say, is a lot better than it was just 15 minutes ago during the free lap practices. So we are getting towards that dry condition. But here we go then, with the leader, Rob Simpson, as he heads up to the top corner. He's just set the fastest lap. He has a comfortable lead in this first race of the day. Comes down to the penultimate corner, nice and controlled. Into the final corner. No dramas there. And across the line to take the win of your first race of the day. Rob Simpson wins Senior 177 Rotax Heat 1. Matt Jones is second. Dan Hammock comes in third, but of course that's a win for the Masters. Colin Davis is fourth. Neil Hemming fifth. Luke Oliver's just about to cross the line. There he goes in sixth. Alfie Pennington in seventh. Bruno Van Dijk in eighth. Brian Sly Hewitt in ninth. And Rhys Talbot, our top novice, in 10th. And Scott Collins didn't finish, sadly, but he is in 11th. So they now head into scrutineering, have nose checks, see if they've got any nose cone penalties. If you're new to karting, we have black blocks fitted to the nose cone, and if they are hit at a certain force, they drop backwards, and that's an automatic 5-second penalty. Nothing you can do about it. Unfortunately, whether it's your fault or not, you have to take that penalty. So everybody gets that checked every single race, which can spice up the results quite a lot and the points. And normally the top 3 and a couple at random will also be scrutinised, have their weight checked, and a random component on the kart to see, make sure everybody is legal. As we now look to get ready for the next race. The next race will be Junior Rotax. That's another 7-minute heat, and again mixed grid. So despite how fast or experienced you are, everybody gets a front, middle, and back, which normally provides some quite good racing, and also is invaluable for these drivers to learn racecraft. You see it so often these days where qualifying is more and more popular at certain venues and championships, and we have some fantastically fast drivers, but some of them do lack the racing ability. So these mixed grids at circuits like Forest Edge are fantastic, because it really does mean that if you've got a particularly good driver starting last, they've got 7 minutes to get through as many people as possible, and that really is an art that is, I feel, being slightly lost in karting. So circuits like Forest Edge are keeping that alive, which is ideal. We have just got a recovery going on circuit. 2 of the drivers in the 177 race didn't finish. I can actually just see one of them looks like a snapped axle picking up his rear wheel at the last corner, which isn't ideal. So they'll get on the back of the recovery track. Very efficient Marshall team here at Forest Edge will tidy up the circuit, make sure it's safe to go racing again before we get underway for the Junior Rotax in just a couple of moments' time.
It's the white and the orange helmet. They look like having a snuggle. They look like having a snuggle, like leaning into each other in a nice time. Oh, maybe.
Of course, as I mentioned at the start of the show, this is the final round of the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship for 2025, and the championship points up and down all the classes are pretty tight. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day, because that will be exciting to see who takes home the top spots in the championship. There's a lot of points up for grabs as well at Forest Edge. You get just checking now, 100 points, yes, for a win, and 40 points for a final win. Of course, 3 heats throughout the day. So plenty of points available. So even though at some championships you would see a gap of 40-odd points and think that was quite a big gap, at Forest Edge it's not. Like I say, 40 points for a win, 37 points for a second, and 35 for a third. So there really are plenty of opportunities to gain a good heap of points. Like I say, that 100 points in the final, if you win and your competitor doesn't finish or has any kind of issue, that could be a big points haul. So we'll keep an eye on the championship best we can throughout the day. And I believe the circuit has been cleared. I can see lots of green flags. And I think we are nearly ready for Junior Rotax Heat 1. So Theo Jones, the number 70, you can just see there, lining up on pole position for the first race. He's alongside the number 82, Lucas Nibbs, and Leo Steed is in third. I believe we are ready to go. I'm just hearing here in the background. So, like I say, once again, they do the 2 half laps here at Forest Edge. They don't do the top of the circuit on the formation lap. They cut through the bus stop. So they get to go round, try and warm up the tyres. Like I see, once again, try and see how the circuit's drying. Considering these drivers have been sat on the grid for the last 10 minutes or so, they will. The circuit could have changed quite a lot. Like I say, it's a warm day, it is dry, and we've just had 11 karts going around all over the place trying out different lines, so the circuit would be different from even if they checked it out 10-15 minutes ago. So they now get a lap at full pelt to try and see where the damp patches are, where they can get any heat into their tyre before they go racing. So they've done their first, as you can see, come across the start line now. They've done half a lap. They'll do another sort of half of the half a lap at full pace, and then they'll start to form up in grid order. As you can just see there in the background, one of the karts unfortunately doesn't look like it's got going. I can see 2 mechanics working on it, but I believe everybody else is safely out there and going around. 29 karts out there. Just looking down at the grid. No, I don't think the kart does want to go, but here we go then. We will crack on with the race anyway. So Theo Jones, number 70, lines up on pole position and goes into the unknown of a damp turn 1 here at Forest Edge. You can see the drivers weaving around, trying to get the last bit of heat into the tyre. Oh, the driver on the grid has now got going, so that's good news. But we race anyway. The timer starts. Everyone straight to the outside line. It's nice and slippy, but going around. Who's at the number 82? Fantastic start for Lucas Nibbs as he now leads, and Jones in second place. As they bump and slide all around Parsons Corner and down into Whingers. Like I say, there we go there. There's a fantastic move on I can see a tone. Oh, the leader span. Oh, dear. That's not great. The leader span round, and then I think third and fourth caught up with that. So I think the second place, who is that now leading, has had a joyous start as he watched everybody else go, but a nice dive bomb there. Look to the inside. Fantastic move there. Up down the inside for the 29, and who is 29? I can't see 29 on my list. Let's check that. I'll check that and get back to you who that is now leading, because that was a fantastic move at Midget's Corner as they now plummet down into turn 2, lap 2. Plenty of moves going on up and down the grid. He has also got a healthy little lead. The leader, that's Warwick Mullum. So he now leads with the fastest lap clearly of the race, and a fantastic start, up 15 places on lap 1. So he really did make the most of the chaotic first one we had there, and has a fantastic lead of 4 tenths already, and according to the timing here is already extending his advantage. So fantastic for him. Leo Steed in second and Leo Basterfield in third. So a couple of Leos second and third, as I see great moves up and down the field. But let's focus with this pack. This is Basterfield on Steed. He's trying to take second place, and at the minute Basterfield up 9 places on the opening lap, Leo up 3 places. So let's check out the times. Leo a 10th, sorry, I can't say Leo because there's 2 of them out there. The Basterfield in third, a 10th quicker that lap, and now he's all over the back of him. Look at this. Will there be a potential move into Whingers? Maybe not. The gap a little bit bigger there. Is Leo? Oh, is that? There could be a yellow flag down there. You know, I think I might have seen a glimpse of a yellow flag from the marshal down there. So the drivers have to be well aware of what's going on the circuit as they close out plenty of curb through the bus stop, back on the gas up the hill, and here we go. This could be oh no, another yellow flag. So but Basterfield has a little look up the inside, thinks better of it because there's a yellow flag out there. He can't overtake as he now heads down here, and the green flag is about here. So now the circuit's safe to go again. We can overtake. Leo Steed holding on to second, doing everything he can now, trying to get the traction down, get the kart moving in the best position to keep Basterfield at bay. They also have to remember, of course, Jaden Shearing in fourth. He'll be closing in. The leader is super fast though. He's just set purple times and is continuing to extend his lead. If anything, I would say at the moment, Leo Steed maybe has pulled a little bit on Basterfield there. But let's see, because Basterfield did look mighty fast through the bus stop last time. But I can see out the commentary box window, unfortunately, a yellow flag still at the top corner. So one of the more preferred overtaking opportunities on this circuit is currently not allowed. But Basterfield just needs to do everything he can to stay on his rear bumper, and as soon as it goes green, he will have the opportunity on the Nib Sport branded kart. Coming down Climate, look at this, how close is this? This is fantastic. This is what karting is all about. Nice and close racing as the leader crosses the line again for lap 4, 49.6. He is fantastically fast right now, starting all those places back, up 15 places from the start, which is fantastic, as I unfortunately can see our pole man, by the looks of it, pulls over coming out of the grandstand corner at Parsons. What a shame. That's the end of his race. Yellow flag out now at that corner. That is a great shame for him to have his best grid of the heats ending so soon, and with a poor point score as he heads into the final later this afternoon. As we head back now to this fight, fantastic little fight going on here. Jack Price leads that in 5th place. That's the number 71 you can see on your screen as we have a little look at the inside. Here we go then. Are we going to see a move between Jack Price and Jensen Hookie? He has a little look but doesn't quite complete it. He's now unfortunately on the outside for a almost hairpin corner, and the 23 has a little look at, the 23, Ethan Hunt has a little look at the inside. But at the minute it's still Jack Price who leads this battle in 5th place. Hookie just behind, oh my... Here we go, over the curb, and now will Hookie hold on to this, or will this be Ethan Hunt? Of course, they have to remember that Barnaby Grubb, the number 15, there he is, look, sticking his nose in, he might get both of them. But he heads up 1 place, and now he's got a clear sight to the number 33 of Jensen Hookie. Jack Price at this point is absolutely loving life at this stage with those lot fighting behind. He can get a little bit further away from them. They've still got yellow flags at the top corner, which is awful for these drivers because, like I say, it is such a favoured overtaking corner on this circuit. It is very close now towards the front. As you can see there, how close all the drivers are. Just a few tenths separate all of them. We have got continually fast laps from our leader, 49.6 again in his own air, doing his own thing. He is just continuing to extend the advantage out. 3 seconds in the lead now, fantastic. Leo Steed still 2nd, Basterfield 3rd, Jaden Shearing in 4th, but is closing 2 tenths quicker than Basterfield on that lap. Jack Price as well, very fast lap from Jack Price, just 2 tenths off the leader who's in a world of his own, so that's certainly no bad thing. Really, the fight from 2nd down to, I would say, about 10th is really, really strong. As we look here at, who's this, the number 71, Jack Price and Hookie. Will Hookie complete the move? He's tried that once, it didn't work. Can he get, no, the yellow flags again down there. Oh, we've got a spinner, look on the start line, you can see that there. Didn't quite see who that was. That is the 93 of Cody Longdon. So unfortunately that's his race over, but all this circuit now, this is all green, and then they head back into another yellow flag section. So we've got, unfortunately, quite a few yellow flags, which will, unfortunately, stop our racing for a bit, because they're not allowed to overtake on a yellow flag. They must slow down, prepare to stop if needed, and do not overtake on a yellow flag section. The top corner, I think, is now green, so I think they can now go racing again at the top corner, which is very good news. As we look now at this awesome battle, is that Hookie again at the trying to? He's quick round there, but can't quite make it stick on the exit. As they cross the line once again onto lap 8, just 10 seconds of the race to go. Of course, it's plus a lap, so once the timer gets to 0, the leader then crosses the line, and that becomes the last lap. So Warwick Mullum continues to lead, 49.37. He was a 49.47, so he's not losing any pace towards the end of this race. He's just a tenth off this lap compared to his best overall. Leo Steeds managed to hold on to 2nd despite an early challenge from Basterfield. I think the yellow flags kind of stopped him from doing any good. As there you go, you can see Hookie up the inside of Jaden Shearing. Fantastic there to get himself up into 4th. And there we go, another move now that we've got green flags at the top corner. That's number 15 of Barnaby Grubb, I believe, on Jack Price as they come back down the hill to start the final lap. The leader's crossed the line. He's got a hell of a lead now. As we see, is there going to be a challenge from Basterfield on this last lap? That might be worth watching there, the battle for 2nd. 2nd and 3rd, nice and close. And Basterfield on that last lap, half a tenth quicker then our second place. So as they now head round the grandstand corner and down towards Whingers. Oh, yellow flag out, so there's no need to defend down there. Just all about getting the run on the way up to the bus stop corner. I can see green flags at the bus stop corner, so Basterfield needs to ace this bus stop if he's going to have any chance of overtaking, I would imagine, at the preferred corner of Midgets, which is the top corner, the next one that you will see. Will he be able to do anything? No, Leo Steed to the inside. Basterfield can't do anything about it as they come down climate. I highly doubt there'll be anything now, but there we go. Warwick Mullen does actually take the race lead while this battle's going on. Basterfield ever so close and is going to cross the line. Oh, just 1/10 behind Leo Steed. A race-long battle, but didn't quite manage to get through. Hookie came 4th, Shearing 5th, Barnaby Grubb 6th, Jack Price 7th, Ethan Hunt 8th. So a fantastic battle up and down the grid, and lots of positions won and lost. Fastest lap went to our race leader, Warwick Mullen, at 49.37, but fastest sector 1, also him, and sector 3, but he didn't quite get the full house. Number 83, who I'm just looking down, is Riley Thatcher, finished 13th. He got the fastest sector 2, all on lap 7. So what does that tell you? We have got 10 laps, a few battles towards the end. The circuit is getting drier. As the senior Rotax are on the grid ready for their next race. You can just see there Cody Longdon on the side of the circuit. Unfortunately had an incident halfway through that span him out, but the car is okay. Look, he'll drive himself back to the pits, go through the data and get ready for Heat 2 later on this afternoon. Because we have so many junior Rotaxes here at Forest Edge, there are actually multiple heats. I'm just getting it up on my sheet. There are actually 5 heats. So the drivers will only compete in 3. So just because you've watched the junior Rotax there with that grid, if you think someone's missing, they're probably not. They're probably just not in the heat. You only compete in 3. So there will be 2 heats today that all the junior Rotaxes don't do. Like I said, 5 heats in total, only compete in 3. There is a limit, of course, of how many drivers we can have on the circuit at one time. Race under Motorsport UK regulations. So that's 34 drivers you're allowed on the circuit as an absolute maximum. But what will happen, of course, to the drivers who are not in the top 34 by the end of the day when the final grids are done, is there'll be a B final, a rep charge, their last chance, and the top, I believe, 4 of that class will go through. I will get clarification on how many progress into the final, but they get their own little race, and the top people progress into the main final at the end of the day. I believe we've got a recovery on circuit. There's a few abandoned carts, as we mentioned, a few yellow flags during that race, so a few drivers need picking up, and the circuit will be cleared before they move on to the senior Rotax race coming up shortly.
Yeah, Heat 1, Heat 2, oh no, it's 4 in total. What? Junior Rotax, Heat 4. Yep. Got it. Yeah, it was alright actually. Long. Yeah. Long. Yeah, well, yeah, it's like 3.5 hours in it for us. Yeah. It's alright, I think I'm... Yeah, we got there in good time. Still sore? He's having stitches out next week. I think there was 4 or 5. Oh yeah, let's see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10 o'clock here on Sunday the 2nd of November, and you join us for the final round of the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship for this season. And like I mentioned earlier, all to play for in the championship standings. William Ray currently leads this senior Rotax, which will be your next race on the circuit. Charles Green second, and George Hume, the SC plate, in third. It's super close towards the front, and I think anything can be done today, but finally we get a green flag after the track's been cleared. The marshals have tidied away the what was left behind from the junior Rotax race, and now we look for the seniors. So seniors head out onto the circuit. I'm just trying to find the grid for this race. So we've got Jensen Watson starting pole, and Archie Elliott, I believe, starting second. George Hume, one of the championship contenders, third place. Easy SC plate, so keep an eye out for him. You can see there the slippery surface flags out at turn 2. The circuit is still damp, but there are dry patches now coming in, so of course got to be a little bit careful that you don't ruin a set of wets in case we need them later on in the day. As far as I know, we are forecast dry conditions, but you never know. This is England and we are in October. So the drivers start to form up coming out of Winger's Dip. They'll cut through the bus stop, and then hopefully nice clean start into turn 1 and 2. Of course, turn 1 super fast around Forest Edge. It comes at you almost immediately, and turn 2 is where most of the action will happen. So the drivers forming up. It all looks quite controlled and nice out the commentary box window as they come round the final formation lap corner. Of course, middle point of the circuit during the races, and the leader, there we go, gets his foot down, the number 64 straight away. That's James Watson, and takes a nice early lead straight into the lead. Archie Elliott in second, and everybody seems to get through turn 1 and 2 quite nicely as your leader continues. Archie Elliott, normally a 177 driver, has moved to senior Rotax for this weekend and has a little look going down the hill, but it's too early and the gap's just a little bit too big. There you go, you can see the SC plate there of George Hume up the inside of his teammates. But we look now at the battle for the lead as James Watson and Archie Elliott battle this one out. Will Archie Elliott almost immediately try and get through? Green flags, obviously. Lap 1, down the inside, bit of curb, and nice, that's that move done. And now he just needs to... Oh, as he actually comes straight back on in, there was a little bit of contact, but straight down the inside, holds it nicely, and retakes his lead as they're going to cross the line for lap 1. And that will be... James Watson will keep the lead, Archie Elliott second, as Archie Elliott straight back up the inside. This could be a good race, I think. Will Watson try and get him back almost immediately? We've got a contact warning for Archie Elliott for something that happened on lap 1 there, but that will be okay. You're allowed a warning, just don't want it to go any further than that. James Watson then will hunt down Archie Elliott now. He needs to try and stay with him and not let him get away. It's still a long race to go, 5 minutes 40 on the clock. So a long way to go yet. We have a yellow flag, I can see. One of the drivers has gone off around the grandstand corner. There's a move there for third, you can see in the back of shot. I think that might be... we'll find out actually exactly who that is before I say the wrong person. So there we go, Archie Elliott leads for the first time officially in this race with a 48.4 lap time. But Jack West, the number 9 plate there, in third place. He's fast. He's 47.95. That is a lot faster than the leaders. Will he close, or how quickly can he close in? I think it's a matter of when, not if, as he looks down second place. Can he now get the run? Of course, tricky corner and uphill this, so you need to get a good run out of Wingers towards the bus stop, and a super tricky corner to overtake. Plenty of curb. All the exit curb there as Jack West now looks down the inside and takes second place away from our pole man James Watson. And now he has very much got Archie Elliott in his sights as he leads by about half a second. But West has got 4.5 minutes to try and do something about that. So West leads. Archie Elliott leads. Jack West in second. It's now 1.11 seconds behind the lead. As they go through Parsons Corner, James Watson needs to stay with him. Jack West is fast. He needs to do everything he can. See where he's going, and I assume just to follow what he's doing, because whatever he's doing is quick. Archie Elliott needs to keep his head down, keep focused on the race ahead, not worry about Jack at the minute, do his own thing, and see can he continue with this race lead for as long as possible. Comes down the back straight into Climate Corner. And you can see there the darker parts of the circuit. It's not as shiny as it was. It is drying out. Will the drivers start going offline looking for wet patches to try and look after these tyres? It's still just under 4 minutes left of this race as Archie Elliott looks to lose the rear a little bit around 2. He comes past the grid and over into Parsons Corner. Jack West now is getting pretty close, and Jack West will go for a move as soon as possible. There we go, down the inside. Can Archie keep it around the outside? No, he can't. He's going to try and get a bit of a cutback. Look at this. As they make contact going on the way up into the bus stop corner. Elliott regains the race lead, but I think West is going to immediately go straight back on the inside, down the inside of him, gets the move down, and I would think that could be race done, but no, Archie Elliott, as they make contact, look at that, pulled the nose on Archie Elliott, and there we go, Jack West now on the inside. Archie Elliott actually goes around the outside, so I don't know if maybe, no, West still seems to be going okay, so there doesn't seem to be an issue, but Archie Elliott now takes the lead. He has a contact warning, and Jack West now very much in second place and re-hunting. He is now the hunter once again, as he's going to go straight back in, down at Winger's Corner. He needs to try and get this stopped, but is Elliott going to cut him back straight away? No, he's not. He's not going to make the same mistake he did last lap, West. And now West over the curbs, through the... Whoa, big airtime through there. Massively lost it in the middle of the corner. That might give Elliott half a chance. No, it doesn't. Can he get a good run out of Midget's Corner? No, but it is all over the back of him, as he does have a little look at the inside, but not really an overtake, more just moving out the way. As we've got some driver off there in the background, can't quite see who that is at the moment, but there we go then. West leads, I would say the most comfortable his lead has been all race, despite several attempts at leading. And now Archie Elliott in second place, James Watson in third. He's still there, he's our pole man, and he's got good pace. Of course, while these two have been fighting, it's allowed him to catch back up to the lead. But can now Watson use that to get past Archie Elliott? That's now the next fight we should be looking at. Jack West started 10th, 9 places up now to take the lead. Archie Elliott started second, still second. And of course James Watson, as I mentioned, our pole man, now in third. Let's keep an eye on the sector times and the lap times as they go around to see whether we think Watson can mount any kind of attack on Archie Elliott. They are still nice and close, and one little mistake from Elliott as we look at that. Jack West just getting past a back marker, that's number 20. And now, there we go, down the inside. Watson is going to go for it. Archie Elliott up the inside of the back marker. Couldn't quite... I did wonder there if Watson would try and make the most of some of the traffic, but wasn't able to use him that much. He is all over the back of him now. Can he get a good run out of Wingers as he heads up towards the bus stop corner? Tricky corner to overtake into bus stop. You have to be plenty along the inside to give that a go, but like I say, this next corner, Midgets, is a favoured overtaking opportunity, but Watson is just too far back at this stage in the race. Only 45 seconds left of this race, so only a couple more laps to go. So you would think at this stage the finishing order would be roughly in this position, but like I say, the track is changing all the time. If Elliott makes a slight mistake, Watson will be there to pick up the pieces as they cross the line at 30 seconds to go. Archie Elliott goes a bit wide, and Watson up the inside doesn't quite manage to keep it. They are super close here as they come through Parsons and back down towards Wingers. Another favoured overtaking opportunity as you go down the dip. Oh, look how close they are, bumper to bumper. And now the long run up to the bus stop corner. The Wingers is such an important corner. It's a favoured overtaking opportunity, like I mentioned, but you have such a long straight afterwards that if you make a mess of it, you really are extremely vulnerable. As I think actually Watson has fallen back a little bit there, so that probably is the end of that challenge with 2 laps to go. And Jack West rounds the final corner. He's still setting purple times and sectors. Another one cut as he starts the last lap, a 47.3. Fantastic lap in these damp conditions. And Archie Elliott 48.0, James Watson 48.1. But on that last lap, 48.5 actually for Watson, so he did lose half a second in that bus stop. I don't know if he maybe hit a curb wrong or something, but unfortunately that was the end of that. As we now follow our race leader, Jack West, up 9 places from 10th in these mixed grids, comfortably in the lead. Had a little fight with Archie Elliott in the mid-race, but other than that, it's really been his heat, and he's controlled this quite happily, you would have to say. He's coming down, back down the hill now. On the penultimate corner, you can see how the circuit's changing. Look at the colour difference in the tarmac. It really is drying out. As he comes around the last corner, takes the checkered flag, and a Heat 1 win for Jack West. Archie Elliott comes home in second, with Watson half a second behind in third. George Hume, the SC plate, in fourth. Kieran Gifford is there in fifth, up 23 places, started 28th on the grid, Gifford there. So fantastic performance from him. Ben Blue in sixth. Zach Burke, seventh. Alexander, I'll probably pronounce his name wrong, I do apologise, Alexander Colancho in 8th, and just looking up and down the order at some of the biggest movers there. So like I say, Kieran Gifford 23 places, Jack West himself the race leader 9th. Then we can look down 15 places there for Ethan Lomax, as the rest of the carts just finish off the race and cross the line. I think we've got everybody taking the checkered flag there, which is fantastic. So hopefully no recovery this time. We can get straight into the next race, which is the Cadets, the Rotax and the Hondas going out together, as they now head into scrutineering. So it'll be fascinating to see the time difference throughout the day. Obviously, as the circuit starts to dry out, there's a couple of puddles offline, but the line itself is getting there now. And like I say, the sun is still beating down. It is a nice day here at Forest Edge Kart Club. The next race, the Honda Cadet 200 and the Rotax Cadet, they are ran as two separate races just on the same circuit. So we'll try and keep an eye on both grids. I believe the Rotax Cadets will be going out first and will effectively have the race lead. And the Honda Cadets will be ran in a separate race just behind them. But we'll keep an eye on that best we can throughout the race. So a bit of extra work for the grid marshals, and then in this race, of course, two races being ran in one, so they just need to make sure everybody's starting right. It's not as easy as a qualifying session where the fastest person takes the lead. It is mixed grid. You need to make sure everybody has got a fair opportunity. It's computer generated to make sure everybody has a fair chance. Like I say, a rough front, middle and back for everybody. And yeah, two groups in this. So the grid marshal's just making sure everybody is in the correct place and there's nothing untoward. Before we get racing in just a few moments' time. I believe the track is clear. I can see plenty of green flags all around from the commentary box, which is quite nice. And I believe we are not a million miles away from going racing for the first time. Here we go then. So the Rotax Cadet and Honda Cadet Heat 1 coming up in just a few seconds' time. So the number 11, Junior Wright, heads out into the circuit on pole position with Oscar Taylor in second place. He's the number 21, and then back at with the Honda Cadets, you can see just on the grid, they get held just behind so they don't get tangled up in the Rotax Cadet race. Pole position there, Alex Roach, 36, and Kobe Wood, 21. So we'll keep an eye on that, but we're going to follow around these drivers as they start, the Rotax Cadet drivers, as they get ready to start their race. They've done their first half a lap formation lap. Keep an eye on the circuit. They were out almost an hour ago for their practice, so things are different now. There we go then, forming up nice and slowly as they come round Parsons Corner. I can see number 11 and the 16, just behind there the 21 and the 23. 21 is Oscar Taylor, 23 Wilfred Tomlinson. As they all start to form up down the bottom, and the Honda Cadets just being slowed down in the back of shot so they don't get in the way of the Rotax race. They don't want two different classes falling over each other. The Rotax Cadets nice and slow through Winges as they form up. I don't see any reason why this race wouldn't get going straight away if they continue at this pace. It's nice and controlled there from the number 11 of Junior Wright on the Nib Sport Kart, and the BKC driver number 21 Oscar Taylor in second place. Max Thompson, number 16 in third, and Wilfred Thompson fourth, number 23. Keep an eye on those drivers, who will take the lead after these first couple of corners. Number 11 looks across, he gets his foot down nice and early. The race has started and will hold a lead nice and early. That's Junior Wright now leading round the first corner. Nice comfortable lead. The pack's a bit closer behind. That's both Nibsport 1-2. And the Honda Cadet race also gets going without drama. As we focus on the Rotax Cadet race as they go down the hill. Number 16 there of Max Tomset, looking very strong at this race. Started third, now second already after just a few corners, and hunts down his teammate as they go through the bus stop corner for the first time. Good exit there from Junior Wright by the looks of things, and we look back now, we can see the fight for third, fourth, fifth and sixth. It looks like a fight for fourth and sixth, might be overtaking the two in front of them. As we look now at the lead, as Junior Wright comes down for the first time around the penultimate corner, rounds the final corner with his teammate just behind him. Let's see what times they've done on this opening lap. A 45.7 and a 45.8, so nice and close, just 4 tenths between the two teammates at the lead. As you look back there at the rest of the pack, there's the number 23 and 21, that's Oscar Taylor and Wilfred Tomlinson. We've got a yellow flag through the... There we go, just a driver off there. Who is that? That looked like it could have been one of the Nibsport drivers. So keep an eye on that to see who that is. It's gone missing. Oh, look at this. Look at the number 19 down the inside. Wow, what a run. Fantastic move there. Number 19, that's Arthur Kaiser. Fantastic little run there for him as he now sets his sights on the... Look at that, and he's going for another one up towards midgets. No, can't quite complete it this time on the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson. Fantastic fight then for 5th place, I believe. As Arthur and Wilfred fight out, but of course they can't worry too much about each other. There's plenty of other drivers out there ready to take the opportunity. There's a novice there, number 22, fantastic. Warren Atkins had a fantastic start there. The number 19 goes up the inside. Can he get back to the... He's of course on the outside for this corner, but he gets to the inside. Nicely done. As Arthur now heads up into 4th. Junior Wright continues to lead, and it's Johnny Butterfield, the number 25, in 2nd place now, with Oscar Taylor 3rd, and now as we've just seen, the number 19, the number 21, continuing to scrap it out, Arthur and Oscar Taylor, as is he gonna go for it up at midgets? No, can't quite do it this time round. The circuit is green, but just hasn't got enough of the kart along the inside to make that move stick. As he now comes back down the hill, looks to the inside. It is still a bit damp, you can see there on the inside. This is a bit drier through the final corner. As we start another lap, the leader's got fantastic pace at this stage, so then purple laps. But as we focus on this battle here for 3rd place, here we go then, one of the best overtaking opportunities down at Winger's corner. Will he do it this time? No, he dives back in, not quite ready for it yet. That's Oscar Taylor, Arthur, but of course he's got just behind him Munro Wilcox right there, ready to pick up the pieces if this was to have any problems for the two drivers. As they go through the bus stop and get ready for the run up the hill. Here we go, into the midgets corner. No, not quite this time round either. But there's definitely a move coming up either, I would say, Winger's or midgets corner. It's not a million miles away, but the number 28, look at that, ready to do it. And number 19 down the inside, I get it totally wrong, and he goes through at Climate. Fantastic move up the inside, and pulls away nicely from the number 21 of Oscar Taylor to take 3rd place. Number 24 here, look at this, down the inside, picking up pieces. Who is the number 24? That's Oliver Daniels. Fantastic little move there. And the number 28 gets straight back. That's Monroe Wilcox, straight back down the inside. But this fight isn't over yet. Look at this, 24. No, can't quite do it. So slots in behind as he goes on the run up the hill. He's still got just shy of 3 minutes after this race. There's still plenty of time to get the moves done. As it starts to spread out, the two leaders have completely checked out. 2nd place is half a tenth quicker than the leader, but the gap is 2 seconds, and then a big old 5.7 seconds back to 3rd for this battle that we're watching here. The 21 leads the 28. Will we see any more action down at Climate in these changing conditions? It has been a great corner so far as the 24 now. Down the inside, fantastic. Runs the Hunter Motorsport livery car slightly wide there on the exit curve, no problems at all. And so you've now got the 21 in 4th, Oliver Daniels 24th, is number 24 in 5th. and the 28 of Monroe Wilcox in 6th. Fastest lap's actually just come through from our novice, Felix Sheldon Hayward, number 33. That's a 53.1. That's a fantastic time. He's down in 12th at the moment, but a fantastic lap time for Felix there. So awesome stuff. The 21 and the 28 continue to fight with the 24 just behind. You can see the fight behind as well. 28 down the inside. Will he get it on the brake? Nicely done. Keeps it all nice and controlled as he goes past and completes the move. We now look at the... Oh, here we go. Is there going to be a fight into the last corner? Oh, there is, but it's coming from a long way back. Who is that? That's one of the Honda cadets making a move there. So the Hondas have managed to get in the Rotax race, despite starting quite a long way behind. They have managed to get up the inside in these damp conditions. As you see there, a Rotax engine car fighting with a Honda engine car. Engines on the opposite side of the car as they go wheel to wheel. They're not in each other's race, but they're still fighting out like they are. Yellow flags down the bottom, so they need to be a little bit careful through here. As you see the drivers back out of a potential move. And you've got then the 21 there of Oscar Taylor and Alex Roach, the Honda cadet. The lead Honda cadet is under pressure from one of the Rotax cars, 24, Oliver Daniels. A fantastic fight in different races. Here's the 22, looks up the inside, brilliant, got that done and can now focus on getting up the road. The race leader retakes the fastest lap, 53.0. And just behind 53.2 for Johnny Butterfield in 2nd. He's up 6 places from his grid, so Johnny's having a good race. And as we look there at the race leader, he really is in a world of his own at the minute. Just shy of 2.3 seconds to the lead. There you can see 2nd place, and then we'll see 3rd place just behind. There's a really spread out here as there's 15 seconds on the clock, so we'll follow our lead around for these last couple of laps. And all he's got to do now is just look after the tyre, look after the car, don't take any risk, bring it home and take these 40 championship points and a race win, which is all good for the final grid later on this afternoon. This is all that really matters in this. Make as many places as you can, gain as many points as you can, ready for the final grid this afternoon. He crosses the line, another fastest lap, 52.9. We're down into the 52s. Johnny Butterfield, 53.0. And Arthur Kaiser in 3rd, 53.2 behind. So they are sort of evenly spaced as you would think, but then another fastest lap, fantastic. Warren Atkins, number 5th, he's a novice, 22, 52.7. That's 2/10 quicker than our race leader, who's got 2.5 seconds on the track all to himself. So fantastic race for the novice. Of course, novice drivers are the people that are still new to our sport, haven't got maybe as much experience, and have to start these mixed grid races at the back while they learn, but this certainly isn't stopping Warren Atkins. Fantastic stuff in the Rotax Cadet. We're on the last lap now as we follow our race leader around Climate Corner on the shiny parts, keeping those wet tyres from being chewed up. Comes around the last corner and crosses the line to take the checkered flag. He wins with another fast lap, 52.4. Fantastically fast time that. Started first, finished first. Nice and simple race for Johnny Butterfield in 2nd place. And Arthur Kaiser up 3 places in 3rd. Monroe Wilcox is 4th. Alex Roach, Honda Cadet, started towards the back because of the split grid, but still didn't stop him coming through. He actually came 5th overall, but of course wins the Honda Cadet Heat 1. And Oakley Poulter is 2nd for the Honda Cadets in 6th. He started 16th overall, still managed to come 6th. Then Oliver Daniels back in the Rotax Cadet, and our top novice in that race, Felix Sheldon Hayward, finished 8th, number 33, with the fastest sector 3, and of course at one point did set the fastest lap overall. So fantastic start for Felix's day. We just watched the final driver round the last corner. That's the number 92 of Simpson, and he crosses the line in 17th place. Next up, we've got the Rotax Inters for their first heat of the day, as the circuit is prepared for them. So Rotax Inter next up. Let's get the grid for that as we see Archie Cannon, the number 74, starts on pole position. Tyler Banks, 39, 2nd. Max Smith is 3rd, and Jack Wilkes is 4th. Can't see any carts abandoned on the circuit, so I think we'll get racing pretty quickly in this jam-packed schedule we've got today. Like I say, everybody will do 3 heats and a final, so there's plenty of racing to get through. This is We're going on now to race 5. And we'll run all the way till race 14 before lunch, a 30-minute lunch break, and then from race 15 we go down to race 20, and that'll be the end of the heat, and then we've got 8 finals, including the Junior Rotax B final, to come this afternoon. So here we go then, the Inters head out onto the circuit for the first official time of the day. Archie Cannon starts from pole position with Tyler Banks alongside. Keep an eye on those two as they go through turn 1 and 2, as I mentioned before. Oh, where we go straight off. Who is that? Number 74. I think it might be Archie Cannon. That might be our pole sitter. Has gone off down at the bottom corner. He has still got a lap and a half of formation lap to try and catch back up into his position. But not the most ideal start, and proving that the circuit is still pretty slippy out there. Slippery surface flags are out, and rightly so. It is still difficult, of course, in these conditions where parts of the circuit look dry. It is a bit misleading, and you go out there and find out there's a little bit less grip than you first thought there was. So the 39 is obviously in the lead on track. We have to try and see if our pole sitter manages to come back through. Awful for him if not. Of course, being the mixed grids, this will be his best grid of the day. There you can see, though, trying to get back down the inside, or trying to go 3 wide, and there we go. Gets back into pole position. So a little bit of a panic for him, but no drama in the end. Gets back to pole position, and we'll be ready to start this race from the race lead. So Archie Cannon, Tyler Banks, 1-2. Let's see who takes the lead coming out of the second corner, the all-important second corner here at Forest Edge. As they come around the final corner, get ready, build the revs, and it is lights out, and off we go down into turn 1. Cannon still leads. I think, unfortunately, Banks... Oh no, Banks is going to go right around the outside. Is he going to be able to keep it down the inside for the grandstand corner? Yes, he is. Fantastic move there. And the number 24 gets into third. The 24's had a fantastic start. Oliver Dan started 8th. That is an awesome start. As they go through 3-4 wide into the bottom corner. But still, Banks comes out in the lead. The number 99 of... I can't see the 99 on my grid. But he's doing awfully well, as they now head up for the first time towards midgets. Of course, don't get to do these corners on the formation lap, so it is the first time these drivers have seen these few corners. As we see a fight there for third. But now, the leader, Banks, checks out into the lead and does everything he can to pull away from Kart behind. As they cross the line for the first time in this race, it's Tyler Banks and Elijah West. That's the number 99. Elijah West moves up into second place. 9 places up on the start, 52.3, and sets the fastest lap on lap 1. So fantastic start for him. As we see the number 61 of Max Smith in third, but a fight now for the lead. And look at that, West straight down into the lead. Gets through a little bump from Banks as we go through. That's all fine. We head up towards the bus stop corner. He points him and said, let's go, let's work together, let's not get caught from Max Smith behind in third. And Elijah West is gone. Nice equal spacing between 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment, as you can see. I think there's some great pace from some of the drivers third, fourth and beyond. So Banks, despite taking an early lead, needs to keep an eye on those behind, because they are quick and they have got the potential to catch. As long as they don't fight amongst themselves, they have got the potential to catch up to him. As Elijah West leads now very comfortably. 8 tenths already after just 1 lap. Well, not even a lap in the lead, but 8 tenths in the lead. As we look now at the battle for third, the 61 of Max Smith, Alfie Phillipson in fourth, and Matthew Lilly in fifth. Oh, there we go, a bit of bumping into the bottom corner. Runs a bit wide there, the number 20 of Matthew Lilly, and looks down to his Coles teammate as he goes up the hill towards the bus stop. Can he mount an attack in the top corner? He's super close. There is an opportunity here. Nope, but doesn't want to take it at this stage in the race. Still 4.5 minutes to go of this heat, and doesn't need to rush anything just yet if he feels he's got the pace. Coming down now into the final corner. Oh, a bit more bumping, but that's okay at this stage. We round the final corner. You can see a few fights going on further back. And there we go then. Is the number 12 down the inside of 61. That's Alfie on Max Smith, and takes that place nicely. Now can his teammate follow through on the 61 as well? Matthew Lilly trying to get through and follow his teammate up towards the podium position. But the 61, oh, a bit too late, a bit too heavy. Footed on the brake there, locked up, and quite unfortunately for him, quite a painful slow spin into the bottom corner. That takes him out of the equation for the podium fight in this heat, and puts a big gap now between the two Coles teammates. Of course, Matthew Lilly just behind had to react to the kart spinning out in front of him, so a big gap behind. He's now got to be more worried about the kart behind, who I believe is our poleman, Archie Cannon. You can see there. There's the 74 of Archie Cannon, followed by the 46 of James Duvek, and 78 just behind as well. The leader is still Elijah West, continues to lead, a very healthy lead. And here we go then. Are we going to see a bit of a fight down into Winger's corner? But there's yellow flag still from the, I would imagine, the spin we seen last time. He looks at a move, can't complete it, clearly because of the yellow flag. Of the 46 and the 78 charge up towards bus stop. This will likely, the green flags are back out there, so there is a potential move. And it's green flag all the way up the, a lot of curb as they head up towards the top corner. Can he? No, not quite yet. But they are also still closing on the is that the BKC machine, the 78. 78. There's our leaders then. The fight for the lead is closing down. He is a little bit faster, the driver in second, Tyler Banks. He is closing in. The gap currently half a second, 2.5 minutes to go in this race. And he is closing in. Yellow flags down at the bottom corner, as we mentioned earlier. Can he chip away? The times were pretty close last time, 49.71 against a 49.69. So they are quite close, these two leaders. And Banks really does need to find a little bit more if he wants to take the Heat 1 Rotax Inter win. But Elijah West looking very comfortable at this stage. A lot of experience around this circuit, raced on here for a long time. Now in the Rotax Inter categories, he comes around the final corner, sets a purple sector 2 on his way, and crosses the line with a fastest lap as well. Well, actually Tyler Banks sets the fastest sector 3, despite West's fastest lap. So he has pulled out the lead by a good margin, but it does show that Banks has still got good pace, especially through sector 3. So he'll be keeping an eye on that throughout the last minute and a half of this race. So Elijah West continues to lead, Tyler Banks in third, Marley Fisher in third, started 12th, up 9 places, so fantastic start for these two as we pick up the number 12 kart there. That's this is the battle for third and fourth as they close in. So that's Marley Fisher against Alfie Flippitson. 49. Sorry, the Marley done last lap a 50.1 and Alfie done a 51.3. So there is a little bit between these two. As we look at the two Coles drivers, they cross the line with a couple of laps to go. Here we go then, the two Coles drivers, as we've seen, they were nose to tail earlier on. And continue now to try and catch back up, having been close earlier on in the race. I think Alfie's going to try to close as much as he can down on his teammate. Great data, of course, for the team to have these two going around with each other. They can try various things throughout the day in preparation for the final this afternoon. As Marley Fisher continues to maintain a strong third place. Elijah West still leads as he comes around the final corner with 20 seconds on the clock, so 2 laps to go for him, and sets another fastest lap at 49.14 on lap 8. Tyler Banks continues in second and is closing in, just at a personal best of 49.3, and third place Marley Fisher 49.5, just behind him 49.6. So they are in pace order at the moment. You see the two Coles drivers come in through sector 1 into sector 2, down into Winger's dip, nice and controlled. As they head up towards the bus stop corner for the penultimate time. It does look like his teammate there of Alfie Flippitson is closing in a bit there. He's looking nice and strong through those corners. He's actually quite a bit faster through the second sector as the race leader once again. Another purple. Fantastic time for him, a 48.5. As Fisher and Flippitson cross the line. There's the race leader. Fantastic race he's having from 11th on the grid up 10 places. What a start he had. His first lap was sensational. And managed to take the lead and hasn't looked back from there. He's very comfortably led this race, multiple purple sectors and lap times throughout it. On this last lap, he goes through the bus stop. It's just a case of getting to the finish now. Looks behind, can't see the driver behind. 2.5 seconds. The driver behind is Tyler Banks, who started second, still second. and Marley Fisher even further back, 8 seconds behind. So nice and comfortable heat win as he comes around the final corner, keeps it nice and controlled, and crosses the line to take the win with Tyler Banks in third. Sets his personal best on the last lap, Banks, 49 flat. And Marley Fisher... No, just lose it. That's just lose it just in that last sector, actually. Alfie Fluidson gets third, so hell of a last lap for those two. Marley Fisher fourth, Jack Wykes in fifth. Let's have a look at some of the biggest movers. Of course, Elijah West started 11th, up 10 places to take the win. Alfie in third, up 3 places from 6th. And Marley started 12th, up 8. So some great overtaking during that race, especially at the start. I think it was a really, really key time to get through, and they're all bunched up together, and of course Elijah West making the most of that. So the next race is the Junior Rotax again. Like I mentioned, we've got a lot of juniors here today, so they are running 5 heats when they will compete in 3 of them, which is why they come round a little bit sooner than some of the other ones. There's a cart, you can see the recovery truck goes off to go and pick up an abandoned cart down the bottom of the end of the circuit. So the Junior Rotax will line up for their second heat. So some of these people could be their second heat, some of them could be their first. I would have thought everybody is still on a more of an Inter, a worn wet tyre at the moment, but we'll have a look at the grid and see if anybody has taken the slick. It is drying in places. I can't see the whole circuit from where I am, but there are dry patches, so it could be that we're starting to move more to a slick tyre. We'll have to keep an eye on things. So yeah, 48 juniors we've got here this weekend. So really fantastic, really strong grid for the juniors, as it often is here at Forest Edge. Still very, very strong grids for the club championship. And of course the final race of the season, everybody's wanted to come out for this one. Being the final race, like I mentioned earlier, championship is going to be decided today. And those drivers in the championship and are a member of Forest Edge will score the points that we mentioned earlier. If you're not a member and you've just chose to turn up for a race at Forest Edge, as some people like to do at the end of their season, come back and race at some of the circuits they haven't raced at throughout the year, they do not score the championship points, so they don't get in the way of the championship fight, which is a nice feature. And they can still take a win, of course, but they won't score the maximum points. So that will go to the highest placed member of the circuit. So these junior Rotax race 2 coming up. Noah Clare, the 56, starts pole, with Alfred Matthews starting 2nd and Harrison Stacey starting 3rd. Spencer Trayon's 4th, Nathan Rond 5th, Ethan Hunt and Dylan Morton 6th and 7th. Alexander Stefnov is 8th, Karthik Kometa is 9th, and James Finley starts 10th. But like I said, mixed grid. It doesn't mean anything about their pace. They could be the fastest, they could be the slowest. That's the grid they've been given, and they have to make the best of it in the 7 minutes of racing they are given. Of course, because this is the championship decider, each championship will be decided tonight, and what that means is the top 3, at least in all the classes, sometimes more, will head over to the Championship Awards evening, which is going to be hosted on the final weekend in January. I believe it's the 31st. It's always a fantastic evening, the Forest Edge Championship Awards evening, and is going to be hosted this year at the McDonald Botley Park Hotel in Winchester, which is down Winchester Road, in Southampton, and that is on the 31st of January 2026. Tickets are available online if you would like to attend, but it's always a great evening with plenty of entertainment and trophies as we crown the champions, which of course will be decided today. So, circuit's been cleared, the grid are ready to go racing, and just in a few seconds time we're going to see the Junior Rotax Heat 2 come out onto the grid. Noah Clare comes out in the lead of this race on pole position with Alfred Matthews alongside and Harrison Stacey in 3rd place. Spencer Trayon 4th. Unfortunately, Spencer didn't finish the first race, so he's got a lot of work to do to make sure he's safe in the final this afternoon as they start the formation lap. So it doesn't look like our winner from the first heat is in this race, but I can tell you that Leo Steed, who comes second, is 12th, and Basterfield is 23rd. So they've got a little bit of work to do, not starting as high up as they were last time. So we'll keep an eye on those two as well throughout the race, because they were fast in the first race. And it does look like, actually, the drivers are on the slick tyre, as we thought they could be. So, yeah, it could be a bit slippy, but we'll see what happens. Of course, if you're starting on the wrong side of the grid, you've got the wet patch. We have got a false start already. So it could be wet on, especially the outside of some of these corners that haven't been used in the races, so a little bit scary for some of the drivers as they head out onto a colder, slick tyre. They're going to be doing everything they can on this extra formation lap to get as much heat into the tyre as possible, to ensure they've got maximum grip for the start of the race. See them there just hunting around for different parts, weaving around, trying to build some tyre temperature. It's not easy in these conditions. You hit a wet patch and you lose all that hard work straight away. So build the temperature as we come up the hill towards the bus stop corner, cut through the bus stop. You can see the 56 there of Noah Clare on pole position. Will he maintain the start into the first couple of corners? Let's see as we come round the final corner. Drivers nice and close, the revs rise and lights out, and away we go into the first corner. Claire continues to lead. I believe that's Matthewson still in second place, and I believe Spencer Trayon moved up into third place as they come round Parsons and down into Winger's Dip. Will there be any changes down here? Trayon quite close behind, and Harrison Stacey, I believe that is, in the 51 plate in fourth place now as they charge up towards the bus stop. The 22 of Alfred Matthews in second. And there we go, they catch the leader, the 56 of Noah Clare, into the top corner. Green flags, of course, on lap one. Trayon down the inside, can't quite make the move there as they come back down the hill towards Climate. And that does give first and second a little bit of breathing room on this opening lap. So Clare leads from Matthews, super close behind with Spencer Trayon in third place. As you can see, look at that down the inside. That's Harrison Stacey up down the inside of Trayon through the second corner. As we look at now at this fight for the lead, Noah Clare leads. Alfred Matthews in second. Can he do anything about it? The gap as they cross the line was 3/10. They're awfully close now as they head up towards Midget's corner. Is there going to be a potential move here? Yes, there is. Down the inside and completes the move. Started second, now first. But he comes straight back on him. Will he? No, he can't complete the move down. He got a nice little run, but couldn't unfortunately do anything with it. So, Alfred Matthews now leads this race. Noah Clare's second. Harrison Stacey moves up to third. Spencer Trayon in fifth place. And we've got a fastest lap of the race so far from Jesse Whitmore in 45.6. And the leaders at 46.0. So, half a second quicker. Of course, these leaders are still fighting, which obviously loses a little bit of time, but we'll see what the true pace of the leaders are this lap. I would have think I wouldn't have thought there'll be any moves over this lap for the top two, so we'll see what real pace they've got on these slick tyres as they charge up towards the top corner. No problems through Midgets and come back down the hill. Look at this is the race leader as he comes round the final corner, navigates the dry patches. His circuit is actually a lot drier than I realised now looking at these pictures. And goes into Haynes Loop, past the grid, into Johnny's corner, and then down towards Winger's Dip and Anson's. That's the fastest lap of the race, Matthews, on that last lap round of 45.1. As he gets his head down, wants to get every single tenth of a second he can out of this first race for him. Up the hill. No problems at all for him at this stage. He leads by 1.2 seconds from Noah Clare, who's also setting... he's about a second off the pace of him that round, so he needs to keep an eye on Harrison Stacey just behind in third. He could close in with these final handful of laps. There's just shy of 4 minutes to go in this race. But they are all, of course, setting green sectors, which is a personal best on the live timing. Of course, the live timing and results throughout the day available at Alpha Timing. It's the 65 here on the back of the 16. That's Joan and Barnaby Grubb, as we see there, going through. The 65 can't quite get through there. The number 41, Trehorn, holds off the 15 of Barnaby Grubb. Oh, bit of bumping, there we go, as we come back down the hill towards Climate. Trehorn looking all over the place, 15 down the inside, and also is that 119? No, 19 maybe a Dylan Morton, but Trehorn straight back down the inside, doesn't quite complete the move, unfortunately. As they head now into turn 2, all to play for, and give Trehorn a little bit of breathing room, I think, and he unfortunately catches the 16 almost straight away, so can't do anything with the nice run he had out of the corner as they go down into Whingers and charge back up towards the bus stop corner. I think that Trehorn is on the wet tyre here, which might be why he's struggling. Let's see if we can get a shot of that, but that to me looks more like a golden rim, which is more traditionally used in the wet, which might explain the pace difference between them, because on the last lap the lead had done a 44.8 and Trehorn had done a 47.9, so that could explain that as they come into the final corner. And down the inside, yeah, he looks quite slow out the last corner, so that could explain what's going on there. Leader now leads by just shy of 5 seconds, so really has checked out as Alfred Matthews, 44.69, his fastest lap, as we see two go side by side there. That's the 16 of Travis Rose. And we see more fighting going on here on the battle for 8th and 9th, I believe this is. 53 and 41 of 53 is Jamie Rowe. So he's trying to get past Trehorn. Can't quite do it at the top corner. Can he do it on the exit? He gets a nice run out and down the inside, nice and easy, and comes to cross the line. Yes, I've just looked out the commentary box window and Trehorn is on the wet, which might explain why he's struggling at this stage. I think probably the wrong call at this stage of the day. Circuit has just dried just that little bit too much. So that's why he's struggling, which is a shame because of the DNF in the first heat. He might struggle. He's going to struggle to get decent points in this as well, as the 21 gets past him now. The leader continues to pull out. Fantastic lead, 5.8 seconds in the lead now as he crosses the line again with a 44.6 and the fastest lap of the race. 6.5 seconds, the second place now crosses the line. He set his personal best, Noah Clare in second, and not forget about him. He's just done a 45.4, but the fastest lap actually has just gone to Dylan Morton in 5th place, 44.61. Fantastic. As we have a look back at the rest of the circuit, little fight here. Who's this going on? So this is still with Trehorn. The black and white Origin livery cart you can see behind him, the JP Racing livery cart of the orange and blue stickers just behind number 16. That's Travis Rose in 11th place, so he's going to try and get past Trehorn for the top 10. He started 22nd, so he's already up 11 places. Can he make that 12? There's just 10 seconds left of this race, but of course the additional lap, so there is time to get to move up into the top 10. There's our leader, Alfred Matthews. He really has checked out. He is now 7 seconds in the lead of this race. Nice and simple race for him. Not had to go offline. He's on the right tyre, making the most of the conditions. Just has to keep it on the road, keep it nice and controlled. 7 seconds in the lead is fantastic in just 9 laps. From Noah Clare in second, who's continuing to set his personal best times, as is most of the grid actually. Noah McNicholas in 14th has just set a fastest lap overall, down in 14th. But pretty much every driver going green, which means that's their personal best of the race. As we start the final lap of the race, Alfred Matthews crossed the line once again, sets his now personal best, 44.46. As we wait for Noah Clare to cross the line in second. Oh no, sorry, Jesse Whitmore moved up into second place. And Noah Clare down into third. Whitmore up 12 places, started 14th, now second, so he's having a good run. And Alfred Matthews continues to lead. All he's got now is half a lap to go as he completes this race. Halfway through will be 11 laps this race as it's played out with the 7 minutes plus a lap. Comes back down the hill after completing midgets through Climate and Tollies, and comes to cross the line, celebrates across the line for his Heat 2 win. Alfred Matthews wins by a very comfortable margin as we wait for second place to cross the line. Jesse Whitmore crosses the line, 7.6 seconds behind the race lead. Wow, that is a strong statement for the first heat. And the fastest lap on the last lap for Dylan Morton just shows that the circuit really is getting drier and drier and drier. Everybody sets personal best all the time. They're finding more grip. They're playing with the circuit, seeing what they can do, how far they can push it. As the circuit continues to dry. So, Alfred Matthews starts second, now then wins. Jesse Whitmore starts 14th, up 12 to second. Noah Clare started first, down to third. Who else have we got there who done particularly well? Barnaby Grubb up 15 places from 21st. We've also got Jamie Rowe up 11 places, started 18th. So some real strong moving. Leo Steed, who comes second in the first heat, comes 20th. Didn't quite see that. Could have maybe been a tyre gamble that didn't quite work out for him. So good race there for the junior Rotaxes. Next up are the Supercarts. Now the Marshals just need a moment because the Supercarts don't actually do the bus stop chicane in the middle of the circuit that we've mentioned a few times so far today. So those barriers get removed and they fly through and don't do those corners. They fly up the back straight, and it really is fantastic. If you're at the circuit, you can take a moment to watch them fly up the back straight, because it really is fantastic to watch those carts absolutely fly up that straight. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with the Supercart Heat 1. Here we go then, the Supercarts head out for the first time today. As you see them fly through, they do the full lap for their formation lap, so they fly through the bus stop. You'll notice they didn't do the chicane in the middle of the track, and they round the top corner and come down the hill. As they'll see their drying circuit, I've just had confirmation that there was a lot of mixed tyre choices during that junior Rotax race, so that explains some of the strong movers and some of the winners and losers in that race, all because of tyre choice. It is at that time of the day where it's a difficult decision to make, and clearly Slick was the right decision for that heat. As we now go around with the gearbox Supercarts, head round the circuit, they see their sighting lap. So then they'll cut through the bus stop to form up on the grid, because these drivers do a standing start. So they'll do a little practice start there. You see the 41 there doing his practice start. I don't know if we've got an issue for one of the drivers towards the back of the grid. Looks like we might have, so we might get a delayed start. Don't know, he is starting to move a little bit now, but see the number 41 there, Chris Morris on pole position. 55 of Fraser Everett on second, 42 of Daniel Buckland in third, 13 of Joel Hersey in fourth, and there we go. That's lights out, and off we go down into the first corner. Big lock up for the 55. Still manages to maintain the lead. That's Fraser Everett with the 41 just behind of Chris Morris as they head down into Wingers for the first time. Oh, look at this big off the line where it's still a little bit damp. I can't quite see what number that kart was, but the 55 man continues to lead this race as he ploughs up the hill. Look at the speed there from third place. Oh, another big lock up from the 55. That's twice. Oh, and goes straight on at the top corner from first to last in just a few seconds. But the 41 now, Chris Morris, comes down the hill with his new race lead, and the 11 plate of Nathan Caddick in second place. A fantastic start for him. Chris Morris leads, but Caddick is quick, and of course now the 55 does actually get re-going and joins us at the back of the grid in fifth place, 6 seconds off the lead. But it is Chris Morris who leads, Caddick in second, Daniel Buckland third, Joel Hersey fourth, and Fraser Everett in fifth as they go up towards, cut through the bus stop, as you'll see it flash through your screen. There it is, and they continue up towards the top corner. Battle for second and third looks quite strong at the moment. Let's keep an eye on that. Nathan Caddick and Daniel Buckland. They come down on this now drying circuit. Yellow flags through the first sector. That was the 55 having a few more issues again, so he's obviously clearly got some sort of issue with the car. But he's now pulled into the pits and the circuit continues to race. So obviously a lot quicker, these karts, because they're not doing the bus stop and because they are extremely fast with their gears. So 41 there, you can see leading. He's just done a 42.8 was his last lap and continues to lead by half a second from second place Nathan. Let's see if Joel Hersey can do anything in third. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, so let's see if he can do anything to take second place, and with just shy of 3 minutes to go. Slightly shorter heats for the supercarts and a slightly shorter final than everybody else. But this is what they decided at the start of the year they wanted, and just means they've got a lot more work to do in less time. So the 13 closing in, only actually 100th of a second quicker than the number 2 of Nathan Caddick that time round, so he needs to find a little bit more than that if he wants to close in the 3/10 that he is currently behind by. It's the leader Chris Morris who sets purple, 41.92 seconds. He's leading by well over a second now, so he's comfortably in the lead. Just needs to try and get through these last 2 minutes without any dramas. Of course, easier said than done with these gearbox cars. There's an awful lot to think about as you're going around this tricky circuit. But here we look at the battle for second place, Nathan Caddick and Joel Hersey. Actually, that time round, Caddick a few tenths quicker, so looks like at the moment he will maintain his second place and won't come under threat, but we'll keep a close eye on that battle. As the race continues on, he's now 2 seconds behind the lead, and Hersey is 7 tenths behind second place, so needs quite a lot in these last couple of laps to first of all close and then overtake is another matter with these karts. See them come round the penultimate corner and into the final corner. It comes up quite quickly. They are looking a little bit closer, I'd say, this time round. What was that? Yeah, there are 3 tenths between the two now. A really good lap there from Hersey, so if he does another one of those, he'll be looking quite strong as we head into the last couple of laps of this race. It's 1 minute 10 on the clock. So we should get another, I would have thought, 3 laps in. As they round the bottom Wingers corner, up towards the fly through the bus stop, and up towards Midget's corner as he closes in on the brake. Morris continues to set purple sectors of 40.99 now, getting quicker and quicker and quicker as he realises the track is quite dry. These two closest they've been, I would say. And the gap last time round was 0.32 seconds. Let's see what it is as they cross the line. 2.1 seconds now, so another tenth as he looks down the inside. Whoa, gets on the wet. A little bit out of control on the wet there. Now he's got to try and do all that hard work again because he's definitely lost quite a lot of time doing that. Squeeze to the white line. It is still wet where the drivers aren't driving, so you've got to be super careful when overtaking while the circuit is in these conditions, because things like that can happen, and that could have very easily been raced over. He's done extremely well there to hold third place and to not spin off. No such dramas for our leader though, as he crosses the line with 5 seconds left on the clock, 2 laps to go. He sets another purple sector, sector 2, and we look at him now as he comes round past the grandstand and down towards the bottom corner. On lap 8 of this first heat for them of the day. He's set fastest in every single sector. As he goes towards the top corner, no dramas at all for him. He's leading by 8.7 seconds when he last crossed the line. I expect that would have gone up again by the time he crossed the line in just a couple of corners time. So here we go then, across the line for the final lap of the race, and another purple lap, 46.96, no dramas at all. Comes round sector 1, past the grandstand, the mechanics watching, heads down the hill, and now leads by 10.9 seconds, a fantastic margin for him in this first heat. Heads up the hill, spots his braking zone, doesn't need to take any risks at this stage, and come back down the hill now, through Climate corner, into Tolly's corner, and rounds the final corner. and will take the first race win for the Supercarts of the day. He wins, hand in the air to say he's coming in the pits, and wins by a strong margin. Let's just see how much that margin will be. They're going to try and cut back across the line. Oh, super close finish. But actually, a spin after the line. But I didn't quite see on camera. I can see it out my commentary box window. The two went side by side across the line, super close. And the number 11 actually span round, but they were actually separated. Second and third were only separated by 0.05 of a second across the line. But that was 13.5 seconds behind the lead. So really strong race there for Chris Morris to take race 1 lead. We will just wait a minute while the number 11 who comes second is picked up from the circuit after that little instant after the line. Like I said, really short run down here to the first corner. So if you do go side by side across the line, and it is super close, then that does allow for things like that to happen. The two drivers trying to get as close to each other as possible as they cross the line. Like I say, 0.05 of a second is pretty close. So stuff like that can occasionally happen. So the next race is back to the 177 Masters and the 177 Rotax. This is their second heat, of course, today. They are the ones that kicked off our racing at the start of the day, and we'll be back with those in just a couple of moments' time.
It has to, otherwise you can't see it. The shot's too big. I actually think I'm too tall. I'm fragile. Oopsies. So
Welcome back to Forest Edge Kart Club for round 9 of the club championship. We are on track now for the formation lap with the 177 Max and Masters as they head round for their second lap. A couple of slippery surface flags out. Like I say, it's still quite damp on the inside where the circuit's not being used, but the rest of the circuit is dry and all the drivers are now on the slick tyre. Luke Oliver will start this second heat on pole position with Brian Sly Hewitt on second, Matt Jones in third, Colin Davis fourth, Rob Simpson fifth, Alfie Pennington in 6th, Daniel Hammett in 7th, Neil Hemming 8th, Scott Collins 9th, Rhys Talbot 10th, and Bruno van Dijk in 11th. So as they come around the final corner, and are we going to go racing at the first time? We are, so lights out, off we go, into the first corner. Luke Oliver, little lock up as he heads into the first corner. And Rob Simpson keeps everything under control in second. I think that's Colin Davis moved up into third straight away, so good start for him. He's one of the masters, so he's leading his class out there. Two classes race together. As as Luke Oliver got a nice healthy lead straight away, and we look now at the battle for second. It looks a little bit slippy down at the bottom corner down at Whingers as Davis flies up the inside. Simpson got a little bit out of control, I assume, due to the damp conditions down there. Will he go straight back in? He will at the top corner, and he goes down the inside to retake second place in this race. You can see just behind Dan Hammett, number 86, he's coming in fourth. He is one of the Masters as well, as is Colin Davis. So you can see second place on your screen, and also second and first and second in the Masters race. As Luke Oliver leads already by nearly 2.5 seconds, so extremely strong first lap for Oliver. And we head back down the hill, and we keep an eye on the battle for second. And of course, the pink suit you can see there, he goes a little bit wide there. Colin Davis is the lead master. Dan Hammett in fourth, and Matt Jones, you can see he's just one of the normal 177 Rotaxes, just behind Dan Hammett. He'll be hoping to do something about that as quickly as he can. As we focus on the driver in second, Rob Simpson, who is looking, can he close that lead? A strong lead. The race leader Luke Oliver has already pulled out. As he crosses the line, he is a little bit off the pace of him at the moment. He's still 3 seconds behind, so it's going to be hard to close that in the next 5 minutes of racing. But let's see as we look at the focus now on Matt Jones. Is Matt Jones going to go down? No, he's not. He's not going to try anything down at Whingers. On Colin Davis, he's got Dan Hammett just behind he needs to keep an eye on as he now goes up the hill, opens the flap, the radiator up to temperature. He'll have a little note on his dash to say that he's up to temperature, opens the flap up to let some cool air into the radiator, and looks to go down the inside of Midget's corner on Colin Davis, and takes third place in this race and in the 177 race. Of course, Colin Davis still leading the Masters race in fourth overall. Dan Hammett second in the Masters race just behind. He is followed by Neil Hemming in sixth. Although that is about to change just behind. I think we've seen a move there from Neil. We'll see as the green helmet comes out in front. So Neil's done it and got up into second race for the Masters race. And we still see very close between Colin Davis and Matt Jones. As Rob Simpson actually sets the fastest lap of the race, but only a hundredth of a second quicker than Luke Oliver that time round. So he's closing, but only by a hundredth of a second. You can still see, you can't even see the leader in that picture. Look out, there he is down the road. You just see him flash past your screen as we focus on third. There it is, Luke Oliver, third place. Normally a senior Rotax, but has moved up recently to 177. Wants to have a race in this. He sets the fastest lap of the race as we talk about him. 42.65. There he is on your screen. Fastest in Sector 2 and Sector 3. And Sector 1 actually, he completed, that was why he set the fastest lap. Fastest in every sector, purple. As he starts lap 5 of this race with 3.5 minutes to go. Luke Oliver's got it comfortably under control for the 177 Rotax race with Rob Simpson and Matt Jones second and third. Colin Davis still continues to lead the Masters race and is fourth overall with Neil Hemming in fifth, Dan Hammett in sixth, and Alfie Pennington in seventh overall, but he is one of the 177 drivers, not a Master. Oliver leads and still looks strong as they all round the final corner. You see Colin Davis, the leader of the Masters race. Experienced hand around here, has been racing here for many years, and multiple race wins around this circuit and championships. So he is doing his thing out there in fourth overall, first for the Masters. As we look now at Matt Jones closing in on Rob Simpson, and he is certainly closing in. Last lap round, Simpson 42.7, Matt Jones 42.2. So he is closing in, and with 2 minutes 45 left on the clock, there's plenty of time to catch him and take second place in this race. Luke Oliver crosses the line, does a 42.4. Simpson crosses at 42.6 and Matt Jones at 42.3. So just 6 tenths between second and third. Now that's the fight we need to keep an eye on, because this is going to continue to get closer and closer over the next lap or two. As they go into the bottom corner, Matt Jones gets a nice exit up towards the hill, towards the bus stop. Of course, put back in for these carts, only the supercarts that fly through it. You can see the blue barriers that the marshals move out the way in between the race. And we head up towards Midget's corner. And a difficult double apex corner that as you come back down the hill and through climate. Matt Jones is super close, and I think a move is now imminent as we've got 1 minute 50 left on the clock, so there's still plenty of time for Matt, but I feel that he won't waste too much time to get through. He's considerably faster at this stage of the race. And as we move into the first overtaking zone, here we go then, down the inside. Will he do it? No, he's going to try and hold around the outside. Simpson wants to hold on to that second just a little bit longer. But no bother, because behind is a nice gap. 2.5 seconds behind is Colin Davis. So there's plenty of time and plenty of room to make a move. Yeah, doesn't need to rush this. It's nice and close as they go through midgets, but no need to rush. There's 1 minute 20 on the clock. That's still a few laps to go. Comes down the hill into the final corner and starts thinking about the next attack as Luke Oliver crosses the line. These two now bumper to bumper as Jones just behind Simpson. Look at Simpson holding on around there. Awesome control by these drivers. Will Jones try at the same corner? No, he thinks better of it this time. Maybe he's considering a move at the top of the hill instead. He's already tried the bottom corner once. As they both head up towards the bus stop corner, navigate that, and now go up towards the top corner of midgets. Gap when they cross the line, just 0.2 of a second. We have 30 seconds left on the clock, so we've still got a couple of laps. Plenty of time for Jones to pull something out the bag. He's in the slipstream now of Simpson. Let's see if he can do anything with that as they cross the line. Simpson goes on the defensive line. You can still see that damp patch at the inside. It makes overtaking extremely tricky through there. Much better to try and wait if you can for maybe a corner like this next one, Whingers. This is an opportunity. Jones has tried it once, wasn't able to get through last time, thinks better of it again this time. Maybe he'll try the top corner at midgets as he gets a nice run through Whingers, up towards bus stop. Just keep it nice and tidy through bus stop, get as close to the back of him as you can to leave yourself in a good position as you head now into the top corner. Are we going to see a move down the inside? Jones completes the pass into second. Are we going to see a fight back? Doesn't look like it. I think Jones has got that done. As we start the final lap, they go around the final corner. There's our race leader. We haven't seen much of him. He's been so far in the lead, doing his own thing. He now leads by just shy of 5 seconds and has the fastest lap. Fastest sector 1 and 2. Unfortunately, we've lost Alfie Pennington. He had a mechanical flag a couple of moments ago, so that's a shame to end his race early, but we keep an eye now on Luke Oliver, our race leader, as he leads. We've got a yellow flag at the top of the circuit. I think that's one of the JPR cars that have pulled over, unfortunately. See him there on the screen. Luke Oliver, no problems though for Luke Oliver. He comes around the second to last corner, into the last corner, and the checker flag waits for him as he crosses the line to take Heat 2 win. And Matt Jones takes second place, followed by Rob Simpson in third. Neil Hemming, actually, we missed that, got past Colin Davis to take the win for the Masters race. He finishes 4th overall, but wins the Master race, Heat 2, and Colin Davis in 5th. Can tell you that Luke Oliver started first, finished first, fastest lap, and fastest sector 3. Biggest mover in that race, Bruno van Dijk, started at the back, moved up 5 places to come 6th. So good race for Bruno. The next race is the Senior Rotax Heat 2. You can see there them lining up on the grid. So just while we wait for, I believe, Dan Hammett to be recovered off the circuit. He's just pushing his cart back after not finishing that one. We'll just wait a couple of moments and then we'll get underway with the Senior Rotax Heat 2. Join us in just a couple of moments' time. Here we go then, Heat 2 for the Senior Rotax. Head out onto the circuit. Kieran Ives starts on pole position and heads down on the slick tyres for the first time down the hill for this formation lap. As we look down at the grid, of course, Jack West won the first heat, Archie Elliott in second, and James Watson came home in third. We'll keep an eye on those drivers in this race. Jack West starting 22nd, so he'll have a lot of work to do to win this race, but not impossible. Jack's a strong driver, races at extremely high level across the UK and in Europe, so we'll keep an eye on his progress throughout the race as the drivers come down the bottom corner, and Kieran Ives starts to get some heat into his tyres and form the rest of the grid up as he leads from pole position. Nice slow start. Of course, you have to watch those nose cones in this as the drivers go nice and slow. You've got to keep an eye on that one driver in front of you isn't going slower than you expect. It would be a shame to get a penalty before the race even starts, but I think we're all good as we get to go racing, and lights out, off we go. Ives continues to... Oh no, we're not racing actually, the false start flags are now out. So it looked like a clean start, but obviously the race director not happy with that start and has asked us all to go round again. So the grid forms up once again, nice and slow as we go down to the bottom corner. And everyone refines their positions. Last chance to get any heat into your tyres before you hit turn 1. Of course, it's given everybody a little mock trial at the first couple of corners to see what it's like before they've seen the false start flag out at the first marshal post. Here we go then, come around the last corner, get ready, lights, no, another false start. So the race director's still not happy with the start here. The lights stay on, and drivers back out of it immediately and drop the pace. So I said they had a final chance to heat up their tyres. That was not true, they have another chance. And they just need to think about how they're going to control this start, slow it down. The race director wants to see a nice controlled start. There is an acceleration line that they're not supposed to start accelerating full throttle. It's about 25 metres before the start of the race, so they need to keep it nice and controlled to avoid any accidents into the first corner, and it is at the starter's discretion, the race director, to make the call whether we go racing or not, and obviously he's decided twice now that we're not, so hopefully third time lucky for the Senior Rotaxes. Here we go then, lights on, come down the start line, and we go racing now as Ives looks to have maintained the lead into the first corner. Oh, there is a bit of a spin in the mid-pack. We'll try and find out who that is, and a couple up the bank on the outside of the corner, but Ives leads. It's the number 62. Look at that, navigating into second. That's Cian Dower as they head down the hill for the first time. So Ives leads Downer as they go up the hill, and is that going to be a challenge for second? It looks like it could be, and trying to sneak through as well there is one of the Kieran Gifford carts there. Look down the inside, but here we go, no problems for Kieran Ives on this opening lap. He will lead this first lap of the race with Bertie Wesley in second. Yellow flags all through this first corner, so great start for Bertie, and Ben Blue up into third. He made up 5 places on this opening lap, so good start for Blue, as it's all yellow flags, so nothing's going to be changing here for the moment as they head up the hill and hope to see a green flag. Do we? We do. So we can go racing at the top of the circuit. Is Blue going to try a move? No, he's not. He's not going to be quite close enough this time round at least, but there are still 6 minutes of this race to go. There's plenty of time. Blue down the inside of Bertie there, and takes second place, and now Blue's got Ives in his sight. Just behind there you've still got Dowler. He's down 2 unfortunately. Started second, now 4th. You've got Cheesy Green at 6 places up. Fantastic start for Cheesy, and 10 places up for Gifford just behind him in 6th place as we focus on the battle for the lead. Unfortunately still yellow flags at the bottom corner. Ives continues to lead. Ben Blue, been round here many times, raced at the circuit for a long time now. Blue in the Kieran Gifford machine heads up the hill, and through Midget's corner, looks to try and close the gap. Bertie still holding on there in third, with Downer in third and Green in fifth, although I do believe Green has gone past into fourth. So another place ticked off for that, for Green, and Jack West has had an awesome start, 15 places up into 7th, so he might challenge towards the end of this race. Let's keep an eye on this fight though for the lead. Kieran Ives leads with Ben Blue in second. Let's keep an eye on whether that could change any time soon as they go down the bottom corner. Ives still controls it, but Blue is looking strong. He says to him, think about what you're about to do. Let's push away with each other as they go through the bus stop, up the hill. And Blue, is he going to try? He does try down the inside of Midget's corner. Ives gets out of it and now needs to stay with him, needs to keep an eye on Bertie behind. So there we go then. Blue leads this race officially for the first time as he crosses the line. He has 4 tenths back to Ives, Bertie Wesley in third, Charles Green in fourth, Downer and Jack West is coming as well. Well, Heat 1 winner, he is on the way. You can see there Cheesy Green has caught onto the back of Bertie, so we'll try and get past to move up into the podium positions. Can't quite do it into the bus stop. Extremely tricky to do a move like that in the bus stop. Much more likely to go for it here at Midgets, and he does down the inside and takes third place. So the Kieran Gifford driver of Ben Blue takes the lead, and the 2 Guy Cunnington Racing drivers of Kieran Ives and Charles Green second and third now as they cross the line for the 5th time in this race. Jack West sets fastest lap in 5th. He's a 40.6. The race leader at the minute, 40.9. So West is coming, and he's got Bertie Wesley in his sights as we've still got yellow flags down the bottom of the circuit. Unfortunately, Cheesy Green looking strong as well. Can he take second place away from his teammate, Kieran Ives, as they go up towards the bus stop? Cheesy, one of the championship contenders for this year's championship. He's currently second in the overall standings, but he would love to add a few more points to his championship total by getting second in this race and potentially the race lead. Of course, we are still got 3 minutes of this race to go, plenty of time if he can do it as we head down into the loop, and we come through bumper to nose through Johnny's and down the hill into Wingers. Ives still holds on to second, but Cheesy's so close. Look at that down the inside as they now go back up towards the bus stop corner, get themselves back in line, and maybe Charles will have another look later on. The gap now from first to second, 6 tenths. Jack West continues to set fastest laps of the race and is now behind Cheesy. In fourth, you can just see him flash through your screen. There he is in the DHR livery car. We go through Haynes Loop and into Johnny's, past the grandstand with all the friends, family and mechanics watching on. You can see Ben Blue is just there, he's not pulling away. They are setting exactly the same pace actually. Ives and Blue set exactly the same to the 100th lap time that time round, and Cheesy just a little bit behind there in third, but he goes for a move down the inside of Midget's corner, takes second place and takes those valuable few championship points for himself as well. And now the hunt, with 1.5 minutes to go, is on to close the 6/10th gap to Ben Blue in the lead. Jack West sets another fastest lap. He's only 1.3 seconds behind the lead, but to get there he has got these two in the way, so he needs to focus on Ives and see what he can do. But a great race this for Jack West after starting further back on the grid, 22nd. Of course, Ben Blue started 8th, so he's a big mover. Charles Green started 11th, up 9. And of course Jack West started 22nd, up 18. As we head into the final couple of laps of this race. Charles Green there, as you can see, in second. Kieran Ives third. Jack West fourth. Are they making any impression? They're slightly on the race lead, but I doubt it will be enough with 40 seconds left on the race clock. Whether we can do anything, I think the fight to watch is West Ives in these last couple of laps. Cheesy heads up towards the bus stop, with Ives just behind, 3 tenths behind, and West 3 tenths behind him, so the close gap. But will West try anything at Midgets? He puts his nose up the inside, gets through and takes the final podium position for this second heat. We focus on Charles Green there in second place. We see West and Ives come through the picture just a little bit further back. Harry Maynard in 5th. He's having a good race. He started 13th, is now up to 5th. We focus back on the fight for 3rd and 4th, and now, there we go, the leader into the bottom corner with 2 laps to go. He needs to keep it nice and clean. 6/10 back to Charles Green in 2nd. Can't afford any mistakes because Green will be there waiting. Comes round Midgets at the top corner, down the hill, uses a bit of runoff curb to the inside, navigates that nicely, comes around the final corner and starts the last lap of the race. So blue leads from Charles Green, who is closing on him. He's still 6/10 behind, but he did close in on that last lap. And West as well, closing slightly quicker again, is now a 2nd behind the lead and is 5/10 behind Green. So the fight continues as they come through the bus stop for the final time in this race, up towards Midget's corner. And Ben Blue rounds the final corner, takes the checkered flag and wins Heat 2 of the Senior Rotax race. Charles Green 2nd, Jack West 3rd, Kieran Ives 4th and Harry Maynard in 5th. Top novice in that race, Finn Williams, number 12, came home in 24th, up 8 places, so good result for Williams. The drivers head back into the pits, into scrutineering, before a chance to make any changes before their 3rd heat in a while's time. Next race we have got is another Junior Rotax race, Heat 3. They'll be up shortly. We're just going to check the circuit outside the commentary box window to see if there are any carts that need recovering. There are a couple, so we'll wait for the marshals to clear the circuit, and we'll be back with the Junior Rotax race in just a couple of minutes' time.
Because I have to move so fast. You need it on the system. The platform's stable. It's just the arm when it comes past. It's like if you can see the angle that I'm on at the start, like my arm is like essentially on the other side of the tripod. And then I have to swing around all the way to the other side.
They sure are. Just only one to go, though. Oh no. Yeah, I've just turned around and there's like 2 others being loaded behind me.
Do this one.
Yeah, Jack, who you want?
I am Adam. No, I'm sorry. Me. Sorry.
Jack, I'm back on camera too. And Alice is on camera. The sun is going in and out.
Here we go then, welcome back. We are nearly ready to go racing. The track's been cleared from what was left over in the senior Rotax race, and the junior Rotax drivers line up on the grid, ready for the third heat of the day. Of course, it could, in theory, be for some of these drivers their first race of the day. We have 5 heats, they only compete in 3, so they could be doing 3, 4 and 5. So there will be a tyre offset for some of these drivers. Of course, some of them use slick tyres in the second heat. Some people could be on new tyre because they didn't compete in the second heat. So be interesting to keep an eye on that. There could be a change in pace for some of these drivers throughout this race. But the drivers head out now onto the circuit, as you can see, and navigate the formation lap. So Travis Rose and Stanley Stafford are on the front row. Harry Pittman and Elijah Dutch 3rd and 4th. Noah McNicholas and Jacob Fulton 5th and 6th. As the drivers come past me on the start line and complete the first formation lap. You can see 7 degrees here at the circuit today. It is warm in the commentary box, behind a window. It's like a greenhouse, and the circuit obviously feeling that as well, because we went from being, if you missed us this morning, wet with quite a lot of spray, but the sun's come out, dried the circuit, the karts have gone round and dried the circuit off, and now everything is nice, and I think even all the puddles that were offline are even drying out as well now, so we'll hopefully allow for some more racing in a few different corners as well, as the karts form up down the back end of the grid, ready for their heat. So Travis Rose controls the grid from Stanley Stafford in 2nd. And we now watch the lights on the grid to see whether we can get racing first time. As they round the final corner, Travis Rose starts this race, lights out, off we go. He continues in the lead. Oh, it's a bit... someone spins towards the front of the grid, unfortunately. That is... I'm not sure, that could have been Harry Pittman there, but... number 18 moves up into 2nd. He's had a good start. That's Noah McNicholas from 5th up into 2nd straight away. But Travis Rose continues to lead early on. Towards the bus stop, as we look now at 2nd and 3rd and 4th, joins the picture. That's Jacob Fulton there in 4th. He's had a good start from a bit further back. We've got a couple off towards the back of the grid, but here we go then. The fight now for 3rd place, as the number 61, Jacob Fulton, moves up again. So Travis Rose leads from Noah McNicholas, Jacob Fulton 3rd, Ethan Cousins 4th, Jack Price is 5th. has had a good start. We've had a couple of really heavy movers in the first one. Kartik Kometa has moved up a long way into, let's see where he is, 8th, up 13 places. Dylan Morton behind him, 13, so they're clearly following each other through off the start of this race. As Travis Rose has a healthy lead of 1.2 seconds on this opening lap. We watch now the fight down the hill in the battle for second place. We see a Noah McNicholas there, with Jacob Felton sets a purple lap, 2/10 quicker than McNicholas, so he needs to keep an eye on him behind and do everything he can to hold on to the second place. His fourth place is quite close behind as well. Fourth place, Ethan Cousins. Has had a good start. All of those drivers, second, third and fourth, all moved up 3 places from their grid so far, so they're all having a strong result. You can see the head down there for McNicholas as he goes up the hill, and again as he goes up the hill into Midget's corner, but Felton is close behind, and I think is starting to think about his attack. And Ethan Cousins obviously not far behind. Of course, if the move isn't as clean as one would like and is a little bit more complicated, of course, then you've got Cousins just behind, ready to make the jump, and not far behind them as well. Actually, is Jack Price, so he will be waiting to pick up any potential pieces. To go around the bottom corner at Whingers and up the hill towards bus stop corner. Yeah, everything looks nice and controlled at this stage. It looks like that McNicholas has found some pace actually, and has managed to fend off Felton at this stage in the race at least. And if anything, you'd say that Cousins was closer to Felton at this stage, and might be trying to snatch the final podium spot for this Junior Rotax Heat 3. The leader, meanwhile, he's doing his thing out front. He's setting good times and is just over a second in the lead. This is the battle for second, third and fourth you can see on your screen here as they come down the hill, and you can see fifth place starting to close in a bit as well. Fastest lap of the race so far, Dylan Morton at 42.4. Compare that to our leader at 42.6. He's got a couple of tenths on the leader. Of course, the leader doesn't need to push too hard at this stage with a gap of 1.2 seconds. He's nice and comfortable, but this fight for second is still as strong as it was at the start of the race. No change just yet, but anything could happen at any moment, because one mistake and you feel that McNicholas could potentially lose 2 with one little mistake. So he needs to keep everything nice and tidy, keep putting in the lap times, and that's all he can do at this stage. As we go back down the hill now, McNicholas, Felton, Cousins still super close. Price not far behind as well, and is definitely closing in. Dylan Morton still setting some great lap times as well, a bit further back, but will be trying to come through to catch up with these guys as they go up the hill now towards Midgets, and then back down the hill once again into Climate, and then into the final tricky little hairpinny corner. Across the line then with 2 minutes 40 on the clock. It has now closed in quite a lot more in this last lap or so. You can see Price there on the back of fourth place now, and this battle for second, the three-way battle for second, has now become four-way, as there we go, a change for second place as Felton snatches that from McNicholas, but has to set some quick times quickly now, because it won't be long now before the rest of that pack want to get through, as it does actually change quite a lot. That has not gone well for McNicholas as he loses another place there across the line. So he'll keep pushing and try and make up a couple more of those spaces. Felton now second. He's 2.6 seconds behind our leader Travis Rose with JP Racing, with Ethan Cousins third and Jack Price in fourth. Fastest lap Ethan Griffiths at the moment, set on the last lap of 41.3. He's currently in ninth, but that isn't a million miles away. As we look there, I think that's a blue flag, yep, as they charge back down the hill once again. Rose crosses the line for lap 8 and sets a 41.6 on his last lap. Second place 41.9, so he's still got the legs on the drivers behind, as we see the number 17 Ethan Cousins up the inside of Felton, and the 71 getting through there of Jack Price as well, moving up into the podium positions. down to Winger's dip, and I do wonder now if the 71 of Jack Price can mount his attack on the 17 of Ethan Cousins as they go up the hill with just 55 seconds left of the race there. Oh, down we go. That's a back marker just moving out the way there under blue flags as they come back down the hill through Climate Corner for second place. He's Cousins holding on to it nicely at the moment, but Price is there, and so is Felton's. We look, there's a little look down the inside. That's not going to work on this occasion. And past the grandstand, there's our race leader with a couple of laps to go. He has, we haven't seen much of him because he has had quite a dominant race. He looks behind to say, where are you all? 3.2 seconds further back they are. With some great lap times, still setting personal best. He's still pushing harder, 41.4 that last lap compared to the drivers behind it at 41.6. So he's still got 2 tenths in hand on the driver in second, who of course is Ethan Cousins, who we mentioned throughout the race. Comes round the final corner and crosses the line with just 2 seconds on the clock, so he's actually got to put up with leading for an extra lap due to his sheer pace. Had he been a couple of seconds slower throughout the race, this would have been the last lap, but no problem for him. He's got the pace and he's happy enough leading by the looks of things. He continues to lead by 3.2 seconds. Ethan Cousins and Jack Price completing the podium positions. They charge up the hill now towards the bus stop. Bit of curb, bit of exit curb, nicely done. Up towards the top corner, midgets, no need to panic. Nice and relaxed through this stage with these couple of laps to go. He comes down the hill, rounds the final corner, and we'll see the last lap board waiting for him. As we look back at the battle still for second, still rages on, nothing much has changed so far. Ethan Cousins still second with Jack Price third and Jacob Felton fourth, Warwick Mullum in fifth. That continues as it was previously. We go down the hill for the final time in this race, and Travis Rose with his comfortable lead of now 3 seconds back from this pack. This is the battle for second you're watching on your screen, this four-way fight which is kind of splitting up a little bit more on this last lap, as Ethan Cousins looks like he will be comfortable in taking second place, Jack Price in third, as Travis Rose now crosses the line to take the Junior Rotax Heat 3 win with a fastest lap of a 41.2. Ethan Cousins 41.4. All of the top three actually, his best lap was a 41.4 in that race. That's Travis Rose, your race winner. Ethan Cousins up 5 places to finish second, and Jack Price also up 5 places to take third. Dylan Morton and Ethan Griffiths moved up 16 places each. Griffiths in the meantime set the fastest lap of the race, a 41.3, so a tenth quicker than our race leader. Also some big movers. Karthik Kometa 12 places up in that race, started 21st. And a good race for them as well. So the track's cleared without incident, and we are ready to go racing for the next race, which is the Rotax Cadet and Honda Cadet. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, split race. Honda Cadets will go out just behind the Rotax Cadets to try and not get in each other's way, but of course the Honda Cadet, the sheer pace of them in that last race, managed to catch the back of the Rotax Cadets and ended up racing with them. But we'll see if that is the case this time. Circuit is ready then for this Rotax Cadet and Honda Cadet Heat 2, as the drivers come out now onto the grid. Arthur Kaiser is on pole position, the number 19. Johnny Butterfield, the 25, starting second. Kieran Ranger is third, and Max Thompson in fourth. Oakley Poulter is starting 13th overall, but starts on pole for the Honda Cadet race, which will be starting slightly behind. We'll keep an eye on that with Logan Hart starting second. So we'll keep an eye on those as well as we focus in on the Rotax Cadets. There is a slippery surface flag down at turn 2. I don't know if that is where it hasn't quite dried under the trees or whether there is actually something else going on, but I can just see that from the commentary box window. So we'll keep an eye on that as the drivers go in there for the first time into turn 1. Never a nice sign as you head into the first corner with a slippery surface flag looking back at you. But that's what they've got to contend with as the Rotax Cadets form up nice and early, down towards the Winger's dip, and hopefully get away at the first time of asking. Arthur Kaiser just backing up the grid, making sure everybody is in line as we get ready to start their second heat of the day. Nice and controlled formation lap as they head into the bus stop. They'll cut straight through the middle part of the bus stop onto the start and finish line. We look to the start lights, it's lights out and away we go for the Rotax Cadets. And Kaiser holds the lead through the first corner, but is immediately under pressure. Who is that behind? That could well be Johnny Butterfield, the 25, I think. No, it's not. It's the 82 of Kieran Ranger from third, so he's got up into second off the line and is looking strong. Got his head down up the straight towards the bus stop on this first lap. We head up to the first corner for the first time and a battle for second. There we go, down the inside, nice move, and got that completed off the list straight away as the two Birrell carts come down the hill, come into the final corner for the first time in this race. So it's Arthur Kaiser who leads with the fastest lap, Johnny Butterfield second, and Kieran Ranger in third. The lead Honda at the minute continues to be the pole man, Oakley Poulter. He's 12th overall, but first in the Honda Cadet. As we now watch this battle for first, second, third and fourth continue with 5.5 minutes left of this race. Plenty of time left as number 82 looks strong on the 25 as they go up towards the bus stop corner. That's one of the Kieran Gifford carts. Needs to focus on his exit up through here to give him half a chance, but he's not close enough on this occasion. Leader looking strong once again. Currently 3/10 in the lead with his teammate just behind. As they cross the line once again, a fastest lap for the race leader, a 49.35. Johnny Butterfield just half a tenth off of his pace that time round. Kieran Ranger in third, and then Max Thompson in fourth, also looking strong as he looks to go down the inside into Winger's dip. Doesn't quite do it this time, thinks better of it on the Kieran Gifford kart, and the Nibsport kart will have another go next time round, I'm sure. As the battle for third rages on, we keep an eye on the Honda Cadets as Oliver Spence has now taken the lead of that particular race. As we now look at the leader in the Rotax Cadet race, that's Arthur Kaiser, currently the fastest lap of the race overall and the race lead. Started pole and keeping it there, all nicely under control for him right now. Starts the third lap of the race with 4.5 minutes to go. We look now at the battle for third place as Kieran Ranger is still keeping Max Thompson at bay, doing everything he can to keep him behind. He has a little look behind as we go towards the bus stop. The two are very close, and we go into the bus stop corner. Can the Nibsport kart get a run out in towards midgets? He looks at it, he's close, but not quite this time around for the Rotax Cadets. But they have to remember that, look at that, they're behind. The orange kart of the TT Motorsport kart is not far behind at all now. As they come around the final corner and into Parsons, turn 1, into the Haynes loop of turn 2. This battle for third really is holding up with 3.5 minutes to go. We've got Max Thompson at third, Kieran Ranger fourth, and Oliver Daniels, that is, in fifth, who is really closing in quite quickly now on these two. He's got good pace. The first and second are still continuing to set their personal best laps of the race and continuing to pull away from this battle we're watching in third place, as the number 16 continues to hold third overall. The battle for fourth, I would say, if anything, third place is starting to pull away a little bit now, as fourth and fifth is probably the battle we should be watching more, which is Kieran Ranger and Oliver Daniels, the Kieran Gifford kart versus the TT Motorsport kart. That time round, just over a tenth of a lap quicker, the Oliver Daniels in the 24. So with a tenth of a lap quicker, he is 0.15 tenths behind. So we should be getting close to a move quite soon if he continues with that pace. As they head up the hill, it's all about getting the run out of these corners to go down the straight and to put yourself in the best position possible into the next corner. Through the bus stop, back up the hill. Great overtaking opportunity. Will he look for something here? He's close as he's been. Not on this occasion. He's still got just over 2 minutes left of this race, plus the additional lap at the end. They come through Climate, back down into Tolly's. The 82 still holding on. They're in 4th place. Oliver Daniels not far behind. Let's have a look at their pace on the last lap. Just a 200 separate them as Oliver Spencer once again in the Honda Cadet moving up through the field. He's the lead Honda. He's 6th overall. He's overtaken a few of the Rotax Cadets and has actually just set the fastest lap of the race. So really going well for Spencer in the Honda Cadet class as we continue here, as actually 24 gets through into 4th place. Down the bottom of the circuit, up into 4th place. And now he's his eyes set on 3rd place, Max Tomset. Come back down the hill, he checks over his shoulder to see where his rival from the last few laps is. He's safe. Over the line again to complete 7 laps of this race. Spencer is coming quite quickly. He's got fantastic pace because he's not in that race because he's a Honda Cadet, but he is coming at this pack that we're watching quite quickly. It's a very strong showing here from Oliver Spencer. As our fight here for 4th continues between the 24 and the 82. The 82 gets his head down up the straight. Can he close back in and regain that position he just lost? As they go through the bus stop and towards the top corner once again. Their pace has been quite close throughout the race. Let's see if they can continue that for the last 30 seconds of this race as the leader crosses the line now. No problems for him whatsoever. He's just set another great time, 48.4. Driver behind as well, 48.4, and then Max Thompson behind, 48.7. So they really have got the pace. These 2 Birrell carts on the pack behind, and they now lead. The 1 and 2 now lead from 3rd place, 3.2 seconds. So a strong lead over 3rd place, Max Thompson at this stage. As we start the final. The penultimate lap of this race. There is your race leader, number 19, Arthur Kaiser. No issues for him. He's got great pace and a great lead of 1.6 seconds as he comes round the penultimate corner, round the final corner to start the last lap of this race. He crosses the line, the other Brill just behind him. Chassis working nicely during this heat. Great time actually from Johnny Butterfield in 2nd, 48.2, just 1.5 tenths quicker than the race leader on that time. He is 1.4 seconds behind the lead, so we're not expecting anything to change unless something crazy happens on this last lap, but still showing he's got good pace even towards the end of the race here. Still pushing on then is our race leader. You can see he's still trying just as hard as he was at the start of the race. Looks behind to see the same sticker kit as him. Comes round the final corner now and takes the win for Heat 2 of the Rotax Cadet race. Johnny Butterfield 2nd and Max Tomset 3rd, with Oliver Daniels in 4th, Kieran Ranger 5th, and then the Honda Cadets Cup to come through. Oliver Spence is 6th and Alex Roach 7th. Felix Sheldon Haywood again. I think I remember saying earlier that he set fastest lap. Another fastest lap, 47.9 in that race, and finished 8th overall in the Honda Cadet 200. So great showing from Felix. As they head into the pits, and we get ready for the Rotax Inter Heat 2 coming up in just a couple of moments.
Better? Yeah, I'm keeping my hand on the iris just so I've got control over it. Yeah, it needs to come back a little bit further so you're not so reached. Here we go.
Here we go then, Rotax Inter head out onto the track. For their Heat 2, another 7-minute race, and then we've got the Supercarts following up shortly after then. They'll be forming up on the grid now, but for now the Inters head round the circuit on the 950 chassis, across the line for the first time, and then they'll start to form up in a few seconds' time. Let's check out the grid for this one then. So Matthew Lilly, the number 20, on the front row. Experienced round here is Lilly. And starts to form up the grid nice and early, coming past the grandstand and down the straight into the Winger's Dip. There's a grid of 14 drivers now come up towards the bus stop where they'll cut through to start this race. Matthew Lilly and Hockridge start in second, Harry Reid third and Fisher fourth. Come round the final corner, wait to see the light, and false start. Called quite nice and early there. The race director not happy with the start. So we'll go round one more time, get a bit more heat into the tyre, and we'll have another go. So everyone forms back up into their position. Of course, Elijah West this morning, particularly quick, starts this race down in 9th, so we'll keep an eye on their progress. Archie Cannon, of course, started at the front of the grid last time as well, number 74. He started 8th just in front, so we'll keep an eye on Cannon's pace. But for now, Lilly just needs to control this on the Coles liveried car. Control this into the last corner with the 73 of Harry Reid alongside. They come down and lights out, off they go, racing for the second heat of the Inter Rotax race. Lilly continues to hold the lead. They come round past the grid and the grandstand for the first time in this race and head down towards Winger's Dip. Elijah West, look at that, number 99 with the red suit you can see there, trying to make a move nice and early. There's the number 20 and the number 78 of Hockridge and Lilly lead this pack side by side through the bus stop for the number 12 and 13. Whoa, a little bit squirrely on the exit there as the... Oh, who's that sneaking through for the Coles into third? One of the Coles carts looking strong there off the start. Can't quite see what number they are, but nice move there into third place as Lilly leads this first lap across the line. Hogged in second, Flipson in third, and Jack Wykes in fourth. So Lilly leads by 0.3 of a second, and it's 0.3 back to Flipson. And Wykes 0.3 behind then. So we've got equally spaced 0.3 at the moment. But Lilly gets his head down and starts to pull away nice and early on just the second lap of this 7-minute race. Head up towards the top corner. And we focus on the battle now for second between Hockridge and Flipson. They come down the hill. And of course, followed quite closely by Jack Wykes behind. So, and I think that Elijah West has already caught up to the back of these drivers. He has, and the fastest lap as well, 44.45, which is 0.2 quicker than the two in front. So it won't be long before West tries something here. Let's see. There's a driver with the red suit you can see, your race winner from earlier. Let's see where they can get through. Fantastic. Out of the bottom corner as we go into the bus stop corner now, over the curbs, up towards midgets. The leader's also in sight, not that far away. No changes there just yet. still Hockridge holding on to that second place and catches his teammate Lily. Thought Lily had got away a bit, but clearly not. As we see West go down the inside into third place and holds that nicely there, and is now got their eyes firmly set on that as we just see a change for the lead. Flipson takes the lead off of his teammate and now has to get pedal to the metal as West is looking fast in third, and it could only be a matter of time before he's into second and trying to go for the lead himself. So here we go into the bus stop corner. Can we get a good run out of here, and maybe there'll be a change into Midget's corner, the top corner of the circuit? No change this time round. Lily holds second. Oh, but West on the exit, fantastic. West on the exit into second, and that promotes him up. Oh, so that's 7 places in this race from 9th on the grid, so good opening first half of the race for West, and now he's very much got his eyes set on this race win, as Flipson currently leads, but West 2/10 quicker with the fastest lap of the race, a 44.06. Comes back down the hill and got his eyes set on the Coles liveried car in front. Head down towards the bus stop, through the bus stop, no issues there as we go up towards Midget's corner. Back down the hill towards Climate corner, and West sets a fastest sector 2, which was 0.04 of a second quicker than Flipson in front. As they cross the line, West goes wider as Flipson looks on the more defensive line. Can he get a better run through the Haynes loop? He's now right on him. Will there be an opportunity down into Winger's corner? Let's see. Not on this occasion as they go through the corner. Super close now. The gap as they cross the line, 2/10, but I think a lot closer now, as you can see, almost touching each other into the bus stop corner, through the bus stop, and back on the gas up towards the hill into Midgets. He looks behind. There's a healthy gap of 1 second behind him, so no need to worry about Lily in third at this stage. Through the hill, down the hill, sorry, through Climate, through Tollies, and we start lap 6 with 2.5 minutes of this race to go. And another fastest lap from West, a 43.9, which is 0.07 of a second faster than Flipson in front. Lily holds on to third just behind, but let's focus on this battle for the lead in this Rotax Inter Heat 2. West a little bit further behind this lap. Of course, he was right on the back of him last time, so let's see if he can close up, but a bit more, probably a bit too much curb there for the race leader through the middle part of the bus stop, and that allows West to catch back up a little bit more with the last 2 minutes of this race. Down the hill and into the final corner to complete lap 6 on to 7. West close as he's been through the Haynes loop as we look back on their battle here for third. Lily still holds on with Fisher and Hockridge just behind as Lily goes down into the bottom corner, and let's see if there'll be a change. Hockridge and Fisher looking quite close as there we go, blast past Lily, and unfortunately for Lily, that's 2 places lost in just 1 corner as Fisher takes over that particular place, and Lily is now left a bit vulnerable to Oliver Dan behind in 6th place. They cross the line with 1 minute to go. Fisher 3rd, Hockridge 4th, Lily 5th, and Oliver Dan still in 6th, but closing in on Lily, our early race leader. So we go back down the hill and watch the number 81 and 78 battle it out for the final podium spot. This is for 3rd and 4th. They come up the hill towards the bus stop. At the minute, Fisher looks comfortable, but he can't afford any issues as Hockridge is ready to pounce. And Lily also closing back in a little bit more as he runs a little bit wide on the exit of that corner. They come through Climate and into the last corner with 20 seconds left on the clock. The fight for the lead is as was. Still Flipson leading with West in second, but West is still setting fastest laps. Was at 0.5 quicker that lap. 1.8 behind at the line, so with 2 laps to go, can he do anything to take a race, a heat win or will Flipson hold on for the last 60 or so seconds of this race? Navigates the top corner with no dramas. Don't think West is quite going to be close enough on this last lap unless he has some sort of mighty few corners here. The last lap board is out for Flipson as he now sets the fastest lap of the race. I think the first time I've noticed him do that, 43.6, so great pace even towards the end of the race, and leaves West behind. The gap's now probably the biggest it's been, I would say, during this race, at nearly half a second, so unlikely that West will be able to come back from that. With half a lap to go as they go through the bus stop corner and up towards Midgets for the final time in this heat. 10 laps completed so far, as the fight for third looks as strong as it once was, but we'll keep an eye on this lead as Alfie Flipson started 5th, now first, and takes the win for Heat 2 of the Rotax Inter class. Elijah West in 2nd place, started 9th, up 7, still an extremely strong result. Hockridge 3rd, Fisher 4th, and Lilly in 5th. To complete the 11 laps of that race, we've got no novices in this field, so we don't look at the best novice, but we can have a look at some of the other big movers. Like I say, the biggest mover was West, 7 places up into 2nd place. Unfortunately, tough race with Harry Reid, down 12, so not sure what happened there. And overall, Flipson best lap and best sector 3. West just behind best sector 2, so strong showing from the two drivers out in front. They are won by just shy of 6 seconds actually to 3rd place. So quite a strong performance there for the two leaders. The next race up is the Supercart class, who, as we said before, do the full circuit without the bus stop. They'll be on track in just a couple of moments.
I just had some positive feedback saying I've got about 150 views at the moment and looked really, really good. Yeah, don't worry, I'm about to fix it.
Here we go then for Heat 2 of the Supercart race. Of course, they do the full formation lap and then cut through for their standing start. So they'll go around, get some heat into their tyres, see how much the circuit's dried out. Of course, we had quite a tight fight between 2nd and 3rd in the last race, but some of the fighting stopped by the damp patches on circuit. They've all now dried up as far as I can see. So hopefully we'll have another strong fight in this Supercart race. As we head to the midpoint of the day, it's just gone at 12 o'clock here at Forest Edge. Head down the hill and near enough halfway through this final race meeting of the year at Forest Edge Kart Club. Round 9, and as I mentioned a few times, championship decider, so we'll keep an eye on that as we get towards the finals of the day to see who's going to take home the trophy. But for now, the Supercarts line up as they round the last corner. They'll do their practice start. See the number 11, Nathan Caddick, taking pole position, and the number 13 just behind, Joel Hersey. Lines up, there we go, on the grid nicely. And they will now have their eyes pinned on the start lights as they get ready to start Heat 2. We got a thumbs up from the marshal at the back of the grid. The revs rise and lights out. Off we go, and the 13, good start there for Joel Hersey. Takes the lead, a bit of a lock up into the first corner, but he continues with the lead. Number 11, Jason Caddick behind in second. And down the hill they go for the first time in this race. It's the 42 of Daniel Buckland in third. And of course now fly through the hill, don't worry about the bus stop, and up towards the top corner of Midgets. So can Caddick retake the lead of this race? It was a good start there from Hersey off the line. Of course, standing starts my favourite personally type. I much prefer it to a rolling, and I think the number 13 of Hersey will have the same opinion at the moment after the start he's had. As they come round past the grandstand, mechanics keep an eye on things as they plough back down the hill. And Caddick only just shy of 3/10 behind him as they plough up the hill. And Daniel Buckland in third, not that far behind either. Chris Morris and Fraser Everett round out the top 5. We come back down the hill into the final corner, and it all looks quite under control for the 13 of Hersey at the minute. And it crosses the line with a 39.9. Caddick behind 40.2. The fastest lap actually goes to Chris Morris down in 4th, 39.7 on this occasion. So he's not far behind at all. It's quite a tight fight for the top 4 at the moment. Just 2.5 seconds separate them all. As we look down at third place, Buckland and Morris as they charge up the hill. And Morris looks to close the gap a little bit more on Buckland. Of course, fastest time that time round went to him, 4/10 a lap quicker than Buckland, as they actually also get even closer to second place. So the leader seems to have a bit of an advantage at this stage. You would say he's actually got a very healthy advantage as second in the lead, which is great for him at this stage. And we keep an eye on this battle here for third as they come back through past the grandstand down the hill. The 41 and the 42. Morris and Buckland charge up the hill, trying to keep as much speed as possible as they fly up this long straight, the longest straight at the circuit for them, and into the top corner. As the 41 Morris keeps an eye now on the back of the 11 of Caddick, the Birrell car. He's closing in on him rapidly all the time as they cross the line for the 4th time, and the fastest lap again still with Morris at this stage. And he takes that place and moves into second place nicely through sector 1, and then charges back up the hill into Midget's corner as he flies up there. And now he needs to try and close a 1.6 second lead to the race leader, Joel Hersey, who we haven't seen much of recently. He's that far in front. But Chris Morris, the number 41, makes his way up from last on the grid, now into second place as he crosses the line with the fastest lap of the race, 39.0, and 2.2 seconds behind, but on that lap 2/10 quicker. So a lot of work to do in the last minute and a half of this Supercar heat. Can he make any impression at all on that? Hersey still set in purple sectors in the race lead in sector 3, so despite being a couple of tenths slow on the overall lap, he is still the fastest in sector 3, which is going to make Chris Morris's life more difficult to take the heat win. Go around the final corner. On your screen is Chris Morris, the 41. As you see, Cadet and Buckland also come through, but there's Morris as he goes round the Haynes loop. Past the grandstand and back down the hill. He's now 2.4 seconds behind. After Hersey sets another fastest lap of a 38.9, so he actually extends his advantage. And we've got 37 seconds left on the race clock. They round the top corner. 2.4 seconds in the lead. 1.2 back to Cadet and 1.2 back again to Buckland. Fraser Everett rounds out the grid in 5th place at the moment. 2 laps to go then for this race. And you'd have to say that Hersey has got this all under control. The number 13, good launch off the line, started second, took the lead immediately off the line on the standing start, and continues now to plough up the back straight into the midgets corner. Chris Morris looking strong as well behind, but won't have any answers in this last lap and a half. 13 comes down the hill, doesn't want to make any mistakes, any lock-ups, any false gear shifts as he heads for this last lap. Just needs to keep it nice and tidy. 1.2 seconds now the lead. Did lose a couple of tenths that time to Chris Morris, but 2 tenths is absolutely fine when you've got a lead of 1.2. And they head down to the bottom corner and up the hill for the final time at this race. Plough up this great big long back straight on this 1.1 1,100 metre circuit. They come back down the hill, through climb it for the final time and into the last corner. The checker flag will be waiting for him, and a nice lights flag victory for Joel Hersey. He crosses the line and takes the race win from Chris Morris in second. Nathan Cadet comes home in third. Daniel Buckland finishes 4th, and Fraser Everett in 5th place. You can see Fraser Everett just ploughing up the back straight. So the marshals now, as you can see on your screen, put the bus stop chicane back in for our next race of Junior Rotax Heat 4. And while that happens, they all get ready on the grid. The mechanics get a board to tell them to leave the carts a few seconds before the green flag goes up, and then the action begins. So for some of these drivers, they might have already completed their heats. There's 3 heats per driver, and we're on 5 in total. We only compete in 3 of them, so some of them might have been in 1, 2 and 3, and we'll now set out 4 and 5, and we'll wait until the final this afternoon. Some of them, of course, could be their second race if they're 3, 4, 5, for example. So there will be a little slight mix in tyre, especially with it being wet in Heat 1 as well this morning. Some drivers might have got lucky and had a wet Heat 1, and then maybe not been in Heat 2 or 3, and then they could even potentially be on a new tyre now if that was the case. So we'll see as the Junior Rotax head out onto the circuit shortly. There's no track recovery going on, so it shouldn't be too long before they head out onto the circuit. The Junior Max Heat 4, it's George Cole, the 98 plate, as you can see on your screen there in the Project 1 livery car, starting on pole position, with Leo Basterfield, the SC plate, starting second, Luca Cook, 72, third, Max Lovell is 4th, Ethan Griffiths is 5th. Keep an eye on those guys as they head out now onto the circuit. Start building some heat into their tyres before the race start in a few seconds' time. Here we go then, as we follow our pole position man around this formation lap. And you see the grid all nice and spread out while they weave around, get some temperature into the engine and tyres. They start to form up down at the bottom end of the circuit. George Cole, pole position, Basterfield alongside in second. Let's see what they can do as the Drivers all head round Whingers and back up the hill nice and slowly for their formation lap. 4 novices in this race, so we'll keep an eye on their progression as well as they head round. But now, heading down the start line, eyes on the lights. Will we go racing? Yes, we do. It's lights out, off we go, and Basterfield immediately takes the lead of the race, and you can see the pole sitter there, unfortunately losing a couple of places back to 4th. But it's there's a bit of chaos actually up turn 1, but no such problems for Leo Basterfield. He leads nice and early on. Down to the bottom corner. And he heads up to the bus stop chicane with Max Level, I believe that is, behind there's a bit of chaos behind at the bus stop, but we focus on the fight for the lead. Leo Basterfield currently leads. The Nib Sport Kart there trying to get through and makes the move into second place. As they cross the line now, Basterfield leads. Ethan Griffiths and Max Level second and third, but not far behind. Luca Cook in 4th place. Basterfield leads by 2/10 at the moment as they head back down the straight. He looks over his shoulder to see Ethan Griffiths behind, the number 90 in the Nib Sport colours. Basterfield signals to him behind. Let's work together. Let's try and push away from Max Level in 3rd, which at the moment they are doing nicely. They head up towards the hill into Midget's Corner. And obviously not far behind is Luca Cook in 4th place. So here we go then, let's see what the gap is as they cross the line now. As Basterfield crosses the line in the lead, it's 1/10 of a second as he looks straight down the inside, and Ethan Griffiths takes the lead of this race, but Basterfield immediately comes back in him with the wheel bang as they go through past the grandstand, back down the hill. This could be an opportunity as well for Max Level as Basterfield goes to the inside to try and defend the race lead. And then up towards the bus stop corner, he looks across. Oh, they're so close as they go into the bus stop. Basterfield on the inside line, but look at this for second and third. Unfortunately, didn't quite work at that time for Max Level. He loses a place to Luca Cook. And Basterfield gives himself just a little bit of breathing room as we head down the hill, still with Ethan Griffiths in second. As they come round the final corner to cross the line for the 3rd time, Griffiths fastest in sector 3, so he's not long before he's going to mount another attack on Leo Basterfield here. Comes past the grandstand with the mechanics signalling at the drivers, try and give them all the information they can. So they go down the hill, and he's so close to him once again, Ethan Griffiths. So let's see as we go up towards the bus stop. Basterfield says think about what you're about to do. Griffiths in second, and will there be any potential move at the top corner? There's not on this particular occasion as they now come back down the hill. There's a potential overtaking shot at Climate, the next corner, but not on this time. So Basterfield leads with 4 minutes to go, and here we go side by side across the line. Basterfield keeps the kart on the inside for turn 2, 72 as well of Cook trying to sneak up the inside but wasn't able to. Unfortunately had to take a bit of curve there. There's the 97 and Max Level as well, not that far behind. You can just see him in the corner of your screen as Basterfield still leads down into the bottom corner. It's Ethan Griffiths in 2nd place and Luca Cook in 3rd. Looks over his shoulder to just see a couple of tenths behind Max Level. He's still got a little bit of breathing room. He can afford to take his time here, but Basterfield can't afford to take any time at all. He's got Griffiths right on the back of him, and Cook ready to pounce as well as they come back down the hill through Climate Corner into the final corner, and they'll look up to see 3.5 minutes on the clock. And they bump through the final corner, cross the line. Basterfield still straight down to the inside. Griffiths as well staying behind him as he manages to get out the inside of Basterfield through the Haynes loop. Kenny manages to get in front, fantastic, as he goes back down towards the Whingers dip, and now Basterfield has to keep an eye on the 72 behind of Luca Cook. Oh no, as Luca Cook hits the curve around the back of Basterfield and spins round. So that means the battle for second's over. It's now just the battle for the lead we'll keep an eye on, as Basterfield will have a strong gap over, I would have thought, Max Level behind, now that Luca is out of the equation. So it is Max Level now. He moves up into 3rd place. So Griffiths leads, Basterfield 2nd, Max Level's 3rd. He is 1.1 behind the lead, Max Level. So not out of the question yet. They could, if these two start fighting, we've still got 2.5 minutes to go in this race. So if these two start fighting, it could bring Level back into this. Fast lap of the race so far, Jesse Whitmore in the 11th at the moment, at 41.49, as we look now at the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th as they head up towards the hill. And they come back down the hill and around the final corner to complete lap 7. A new fastest lap of the race by our race leader, a 41.3. Basterfield just behind, a 41.4. So a tenth or so to find. A third, the battle for third still super close. It's Max Level currently leading that at 41.6. Behind 41.6, 41.5, 41.4. So super close. All the drivers still setting in the top 7 at least, still setting personal best lap times, showing up the as green on the timing screen. Of course, you can find your timing screen if you would like to see what's going on live at the circuit at Alpha Timing. As they head down the hill in this fight for third, you can see, and the fight for the lead is as it was. Another fastest lap for our race leader, a 41.3, so he's continuing to extend his advantage. And keep an eye on this fight here. That's Kartik Kometa, you can see there, the blue car leading this little pack in 5th. It's followed closely by Jacob Fenton in 6th, and Tyler Rackham in 7th. As you go up the hill now, you can see there Tyler Rackham and Nathan Rond in 7th and 8th through the bus stop corner. They head up towards midgets. We're going to see a move here, fantastic. Down the inside, 67. That's Nathan Rond, moves up into 7th place as he comes back down the hill at Climate. And into the final corner as they complete lap 9 of this race. We're still getting several personal bests and purple sectors popping up on the timing screen, so everybody's still improving throughout this race with 30 seconds to go. The two leaders 4 tenths apart from each other, back from Max Level in 3rd. As we look at this fight here, the 67 is going to go in on Jacob Fenton for 6th up at the top corner. It's Jacob Fenton now in 7th, and Nathan Rond moves himself up as they come back down the hill, and not that far behind now. They have to keep an eye on Tyler Rackham, 63, down the inside. There you go, at the final corner as we head back to the leaders on the last lap of this race. It's Ethan Griffiths who leads from half a second in front of Leo Basterfield in 2nd. Another tenth of a second quicker that lap round, so Griffiths continues to extend his advantage over Basterfield. Max Level still hanging on in 3rd place. They go up the hill for the final time in this Junior Rotax Heat 4. Round the top corner and back down the hill as Griffiths really has got everything under control. Now just one corner to go. He rounds the final corner and the checker flag waits for him. He wins Heat 4 of the Junior Rotax. Basterfield 7 tenths behind in the end. I think backed off a little bit on the last lap. No need to take any risks. He finishes 2nd with Max Level in 3rd. 2.4 seconds behind the lead. Let's have a look on who would some big movers in that race. Jesse Whitmore finished 7th, started 21st. A fantastic race there. Up 12 places, Luke Richards, our top novice in that race, finished 13th. And keep an eye on how Luke does in the rest of the day. Jack Bromham, also another novice, up 9 places to finish 17th, and Harry Harvey finished 25th, our 3rd and final novice in that race. So then, for now, that is everything. We are going to stop now for a short lunch break for 30 minutes or so. We'll be back around 1 o'clock for the Heat 3 for the 177 Max and Masters. Senior Rotax, Junior Honda, Rotax Cadet, Inter and Supercart all still have a heat to go. So join us in half an hour when we resume racing for the final few heats of the day. Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of the Forest Edge Kart Club 2025 Championship. We've still got 6 heats left to go today, and then 8 finals this afternoon. Next up are the senior Rotaxes, who are lined up on the grid and ready to go, and will be underway shortly. Of course, as I mentioned, final round of the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship and Championship decider. Most of the championships still yet to be decided, so we'll keep a close eye on that in the final 2 races for these classes today, as we head down to the grid. As you can see just behind the graphic there, all the karts lined up and ready to go out, and green flag from the grid marshal as they head out onto the grid for their for their 3rd heat of the day. So once again, after a short break, everyone's had a bite to eat, and they go back down, get some temperature into the karts and tyres as they head down the hill, ready for their heat. They complete the first formation lap and start to form up, ready for the final heat. Of course, all the heats that we've done this morning and the few to come this afternoon, all the drivers score points for them, which then sets the grid for the final this afternoon. Wherever you finish, you score a set amount of points, and the driver with the most amount of points will start the final on pole position, which will be a slightly longer race this afternoon. So then, drivers start to form up towards the bus stop corner as they line around the final corner, head towards the start line, and all lights on the start lights, ready to go racing once again. Here we go, lights out and off we go. It looks like Kieran Gifford's dived straight into the lead. Has a bit over the curb and a bit of contact there in towards the mid of the pack, but Gifford, nice strong lead with the 71 of Aris Scareth in 2nd place now as they head back down the hill for the first time. The 85 as well, Harry Clark, maintaining 3rd as they run up the hill, but a good start there for Gifford across the line, and heads now up towards the top corner for the first time as we see a move there for 3rd place. That's the Coles liveried car coming in front there as we come back down the hill, and we see Charles Green and Jack West there down the inside of Charles Green in the last corner. As a strong morning for Jack, as he is looking like probably the favourite for pole position at the moment, but he's got 4 karts in front of him at the moment as we start this 2nd lap. Down the hill then, Kieran Gifford leads. It's Max Smith who moved into 3rd in the Coles livery car, as 71 there looks behind, Sarkis looks behind at Smith, and just behind him Harry Clark and Jack West. Charles Green not that far behind either, with Taylor England just behind him. Coming around the top corner then, Sarkis looks like he's closing in on Kieran Gifford as they come down through Climate and into the final corner. Gifford leads then onto lap 3. Sarkis not that far behind, and behind Max Smith and Harry Clark, 3rd and 4th. We watch the battle for the lead on lap 3 as they come through past the grandstand. Down the hill, are we going to see a change for the lead, or we're not going to just yet, as we now head back up the hill towards the bus stop corner. And look behind from our race leader. Is there going to be a threat? Not this time. And as we bit of bumping through the bus stop corner, and there we go, the Coles car of Max Smith ready to pounce as well. Look at this fight for the lead. You can see on your screen the top 4, but I feel Jack West and Bobby Rosier just behind, super close with the yellow flags out through Climate, and a change for the lead up the curve. There we go, Sarkis takes the lead. Gifford back to I think 3rd by the looks of it. No, he keeps into 2nd place into turn 2. As we see the 85 of Harry Clark at the inside as well. Oh, side by side, Clark wide. Unfortunately, a spin round there past the grandstand, right in front of everybody watching as well. That is a shame for him, and it allows the leaders to have a little bit more breathing room from Harry Clark. Max Smith now in 3rd with Jack West in 4th. You can see with Bobby Rosier behind, Charles Green and Taylor England are on the front pack. Ethan Lomax and James Watson round up the top 10 as they're all still pretty close. You see Jack West dives back down the inside into 3rd place, ticking them off once again, and a bit of defending from Max Smith now in 4th, trying to keep Rosier at bay as we head down the hill and watch the battle for 4th. Will there be a bit of a change here? No, not yet, but 32 down the inside of England. 32, that's Ethan Lomax down the inside of England. That allows Charles Green and those in front to move away slightly. Whoa, over the bump on the exit of the bus stop corner, a bit too wide there, and loses both places to Rosier and Green as they go up towards the midgets corner. We come now into the final corner for the 4th time, and West now into second. There we go, you can see Gifford also getting through on the race leaders. West takes the lead through Haynes Loop and back down the hill. So once again, West in the lead. It's Gifford now behind, Sarkis third, and Bobby Rosier in 4th. West already with a healthy lead. Sarkis looks like he could go back in on Gifford. Will there be anything happen at the top corner? There looks like there could be as they go will to will. No, Gifford holds on for another corner as they come back down the hill. And he's fended off that challenge and maintains second place. They come into the final corner. Rosier down the inside, nicely done, and that is third place for Rosier. Maxim Smith moves into 4th. Oh, but no, that's not great. There we go, down the inside. Unfortunately, that's Rosier off, bouncing down the grass, and Maxim Smith now up into 3rd. That's unfortunate there for Rosier. He'd only just taken that podium position and now dropped right down the order. As we now go up to the top of the circuit, the 71, they're now in 4th with Lomax behind, Charles Green in 6th now, with Taylor England still just behind in 7th. As they cross the line now for the 7th time, Jack West leads with a new fastest lap of 40.1, 40.7 behind. He's got a very healthy advantage over Gifford in 2nd. Leads by 1.3 seconds with Maxim Smith still 3rd. Sarkis in 4th, Lomax 5th, as we watch the battle for 2nd. Gifford, Smith, Niz. Smith great in the slipstream there, catches right up to the back of Gifford. Can he do anything with that extra speed as we go into the top corner? Not this time round. There's still 1 minute 40 on the clock. There's plenty of time as they come back down the hill. Gifford continues in 2nd. Not that far behind is Sarkis still, and there we go, down the inside of the final corner on lap 8 as Maxim Smith takes 2nd place from Gifford, and straight away Gifford loses out to Lomax, that is, as well now, with Charles Green next on the list. Of course, teammates there for the 32 and the 73. Owner-driver Kieran Gifford, for Kieran Gifford Racing. And now Lomax up the inside and looks to be catching Maxim Smith. So his 2nd place could be short-lived here if Lomax gets his way. He goes defensive through midgets, and that allows Gifford and Green to catch back up. But here we go. We're not going to try around the outside through there, and probably not through here either. But he definitely has got the pace as we see Green go down the inside of Gifford. And they all charge down into 2. Are we going to get a switchback here? Fantastic move there from Lomax as he takes 2nd place in this race. Maxim Smith now under pressure from Charles Green. Can he get a good run up the hill? It looks like he can. Charles Green moves up into the podium positions into 3rd place. So West continues to lead by 3.5 seconds. Back to Lomax, back to Charles Green in 3rd. Maxim Smith now 4th. Gifford 5th. England 6th. They come round the final corner. 2 laps to go. Jack West now leads 3.6 seconds. Back to Lomax in 2nd. Charles Green, Maxim Smith, Gifford, England, Hume, Burke, Sarkis and Rosier down in 10th. We continue to keep an eye on this 2nd, 3rd and 4th battle. They go up the hill towards the bus stop. 2 laps to go. And plough up towards the top corner of midgets. Gifford looks under pressure from England just behind as well. They come back down the hill through the penultimate corner as West crosses the line to start the last lap of the race. Here he is, that's your race leader on the DHR livery, Jack West. Fastest lap also of the race. Keeping it nice and under control. He's 3.5 seconds in the lead. No need to make any mistakes or anything. Keep it nice and simple now right to the end. Has a quick check behind, can't see anybody there. Continues as he goes up towards the bus stop. Nicely done through there and up towards the top corner. Nothing else behind. The karts are reasonably spaced out now behind that. So not seeing any major changes to the rest of the order as Jack West rounds the final corner. The checker flag waits for him, and he wins Heat 3 for the senior Rotaxes, with Ethan Lomax second, Charles Green third, Maxim Smith is fourth, and Kieran Gifford holds on to finish fifth. As the rest of the drivers come through to cross the line, we see Josh Hall there, the top novice in that race, finished 26th overall, up 4 places, so a good race there for Josh. And Jack West once again taking a win, up 11 places from his grid of 12. So that's the end of the senior Rotax mixed grids. The next time you see them, they will be in an order which has been formed from the results of the heats so far today. Ethan Lomax in that race up 5 places, Charles Green up 6. George Hume, the SC plate, he's up 8. We had up 10 places from Charlie Hume. 13 places up for Kieran Ives, up into 13th. So strong showings from several of the drivers out there. There is just a recovery going on track for one of the senior Rotaxes who didn't unfortunately make it to the end of that race. So just be a moment while that kart's picked up. And then next up will be the junior Rotax heat. So junior Rotax provided us with a lot of entertainment throughout the day so far. So as we head into the second part of the day, we've got heats left for all of the classes so far. Like I said earlier, all heats are scheduled to be 7 minutes, with the supercarts only doing 5. And then we'll head into the slightly longer finals this afternoon, starting with the 177s, before the junior Rotax B final. For the drivers that aren't classified in the top 24, they'll go into the B final with a chance to progress into the A. And then we'll see the junior Rotax A towards the end of the race. But of course the grid's still to be decided. After this next heat we'll have a better idea of how that will look. And of course we will keep an eye on the championship standings throughout the day. The championship decided this weekend. We'll find out who will take the trophy home at the end of today, and will be awarded the Forest Edge Kart Club champion at the end of the start of next year, the Championship Awards evening on the 31st of January, with tickets now available on the Forest Edge Kart Club website. Be great to see as many of you there as possible. We all award the champions and a night of various entertainment. So the 177s, by the looks of it, are ready on the grid and are ready to go head out onto the track. So the 177 drivers head out. It's Alfie Pennington on pole position, with Neil Hemming starting second and Dan Hammett third. Matt Jones is fourth, with Brian Sly Hewitt in fifth. Scott Collins, Colin Davis, Rob Simpson, Luke Oliver, Rhys Talbot and Bruno van Dijk round out the grid. Luke Oliver, of course, winner of the last race, starting down in 9th this time, so we'll keep an eye to see how he comes through, to see if he can have a similar result is what he'll be looking for. As I see the front group cross the line now on their formation lap. Of course, in this you have the 177 Rotax and the Masters, 2 classes that run under one umbrella, so we'll keep an eye on who's leading each one of those classes as well throughout the race. There's a driver who's just a little bit slow getting started on the grid, so he's a little bit further behind. He's just coming around the top corner now, but hopefully we'll get away at the first time of asking. Drivers come up the back straight with that on, with the start lights in their mind. There's Alfie Pennington on pole position, Neil Hemming and Dan Hammett second and third. Matt Jones is fourth as they look to the start lights. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. It's lights out and a bit of bumping across the line straight away, but I think it is going to be the 83 of Neil Hemming who lead. No, it's Matt Jones. Matt Jones gets the lead through turn 2, and off he goes. The 83 of Neil Hemming will have to settle for second place, but he is the lead master, so all's not lost at this stage. I think it's Dan Hammett in 3rd place, just a little bit further behind, but quite spread out straight away for the first half a lap. So a good start there for Jones, and he manages to get up the road and wants to make as much progress as he can, while the likes of Luke Oliver and Alfred Pennington are stuck in the pack. He needs to make as much progress as he can before they catch up. As they come round the final corner now, as you can see on your screens, and they come to cross the line for the first time in this Heat 3, and we see there that Matt Jones takes the lead down the fastest lap with Neil Hemming and Dan Hammett 2nd and 3rd. Rob Simpson is 4th, and Alfred Pennington from pole goes down to 5th place. And we see Luke Oliver there on the screen trying to get past Colin Davis as they go into the bottom corner. Not this time. Luke Oliver up to 7th, so up 2 on the first lap. A reasonable start, but wants to make as much progress as he can possible with only 5.5 minutes left on the race clock. As we go up towards the top corner, Luke Oliver, there we go, down the inside through midgets, and a nice simple move as he continues on his way, and now has Alfie Pennington, a fellow 177 in his class, in front of him as he starts to hunt Pennington down. Matt Jones continues to lead by 1.5 seconds from Hemming, Hammett, Simpson, Luke Oliver now 5th, Colin Davis 6th. As they head back down the hill through Winger's Dip, and then back up the straight towards the bus stop. You can see there Colin Davis on your screen, who's currently 3rd in the Masters race and 6th overall. And a new fastest sector 2 just come through from Luke Oliver, so he's trying to close in on them. You're watching the battle for 2nd here between the 2 JP Racing karts of Neil Hemming and Dan Hammett. And just behind them, you've got Rob Simpson and Luke Oliver now closing in. As you can see, that bright yellow helmet just behind, closing in on this lot. So, 1st and 2nd in the Masters race on your screens there. The green helmet of Hemming and the red helmet of Hammett, both the JP Racing, as they go there, both in the Masters race, 1st and 2nd, but 2nd and 3rd overall in the race, of course, with Matt Jones leading as they head up to the top. And green flags now, or yellow flag showing down the hill, so no overtaking through this next part. As it flies through your screen, you see the yellow flag coming into the final corner. They're nowhere near close enough anyway. Matt Jones crosses the line and completes 4 laps of this heat. This is getting nice and close for 2nd, as we see Simpson and Luke Oliver closing in, and that's the battle for the 177 2nd and 3rd. We go down into the bottom corner. Will we see the 2 teammates go wheel to wheel later on in this lap as he looks behind? They're super close now. There could be a move lined up for the top corner here at midgets. Will he go in? Not this time. Oh, he does. It's a late move up down the inside. Nicely done. And that also, no, it doesn't allow. I thought it might allow Simpson to get through, but it doesn't this time. So Hammett takes 2nd and the race lead for the Masters. Hemming just behind. Simpson and Luke Oliver still holding in. Matt Jones, meanwhile, has checked out, 3.3 seconds in the lead now, as Hammett tries to extend his advantage over his teammate behind, and Luke Oliver wants to get on terms with Rob Simpson and to take that 2nd place in the overall 177 Rotax heat. As they go up the hill, there's an opportunity. Here we go down the inside. No, he doesn't do it. Looks to do it. Doesn't quite get the move done. There's still a long time. There's still just shy of 3 minutes left of this race, so there's plenty of time to get this done. This just start lap 6 now. Our leader starts, and he sets a new fastest lap at a 42.11. So great pace from our race leader. Compare that to Rob Simpson, the next 177, at 42.5. So he's got a healthy advantage still as he maintains the lead. But really, you'd want to see Simpson at this stage getting through Hemming, who's not in his race, but with that threat from Luke Oliver behind, it would be nice for him to put a car in between them to try and give himself a bit of a safety, a bit of wriggle room in there. He goes through the bus stop and up through towards midgets. No, can't do anything this time, although it does look like Oliver might have dropped off the back of him a little bit. You can see Colin Davis starting to come back a little bit more. He was 3/10 a lap quicker than Oliver on that last lap, so we'll have to see if he can do it as we go down the inside of the final corner. Simpson on. Oh, but Luke Oliver gets through as well, so that safety buffer that he was hoping for hasn't quite worked out, because Oliver's managed to sneak through, and what that's done is move Neil Hemming right next to Colin Davis in the fight for 3rd in the Masters race. So Colin Davis there in the pink and purple suit, you can see at the back of that pack on your screen. That's third in the Masters race. The car in front is second, so they're in their own individual race as they come up the hill. And there is your second place 177 driver as Luke Oliver down the inside at the top corner and takes second place in the 177 race, third on the road. Down the hill, through the penultimate corner. Is there going to be a fight back from Simpson? No. Oliver defends it nicely. But is there cut back? No, not quite. Not on these Maxxis tyres as they go into the Haynes loop. And Oliver now will extend his advantage and attempt to close in on Daniel Hammett, the lead Masters driver at the moment. Matt Jones still with a healthy advantage, 4 seconds in the lead as we look back at the battle for Luke Oliver third, Rob Simpson fourth, and then we look at Hemming and Collins in overall fifth and sixth, but of course that's second and third in the Masters race. Oliver a little bit wide there on the exit of the top corner, loses the rear a little bit on the exit curve, but not a problem. Still got a nice bit of a buffer to Simpson. They come through the final corner and into the Haynes loop once again with 30 seconds left on the clock. It's Hammett in second, Oliver third, and Rob Simpson in third. Go into the bottom corner. Simpson might be looking here to try and challenge on the last couple of laps of this race. There's nothing to lose from behind. The two carts behind are the two Masters, but in front there is a place to be gained. Around the top corner, Hammett still holding Oliver at bay. On the last lap, Oliver actually set the fastest lap of the race. So as Matt Jones now sorts that out and goes fastest with a 42 flat as they go. Here we go, there's our race leader, fastest man on the circuit, 42 flat, the closest kart behind, 42.2, and then 42.05 for Luke Oliver. So Oliver's got great pace, he's just too far behind the race lead to do anything about it at 4.7 seconds. That fantastic start for Matt Jones that allowed him to take the lead nice and early on, and he hasn't looked back since. Yeah, he's had Dan Hammett, one of the Masters, behind him. As we look at our race leader come down the hill for the final time, through the penultimate corner, into the final corner, and across the line. The checker flag waits for him, and he wins Heat 3 of the 177 race, and wheel to wheel across the line, Hammett and Oliver. Hammett wins the Masters race, Oliver second in 177, Rob Simpson third, and Colin Davis managed to snatch second from Neil Hemming in the Masters race at the end. So overall, Jones, Hammett, Oliver, Simpson, Davis, Hemming is your top 6. So as the 177s head back into the pit lane, we get ready now for the junior Rotax karts to come out on the circuit for their heat. Green flags up around the circuit. I don't believe we need any recovery, and there's no there is one abandoned kart actually, so we might get some recovery as they come back down the hill towards Climate. There's one kart, so it might just be a little break for a moment. But the junior Rotax nevertheless are on the grid, ready to go racing. So as they get ready to complete their final heat today, gain as many final points as they can to try and help their grid. Of course, drivers that are close to the edge, this could be the difference between them having to do a B final and not. And there always comes more jeopardy when you're in the B final, even if you are super fast and have just had a horrible day. There's no guarantee you'll make it through to the A. You still need to finish in the top 4 of that race, so it's really important for these drivers to gain as many points as possible to not only give themselves a good grid for the final, but also to try and avoid that B final later on this afternoon. So then, as they start to build the temperature in these Mojo tyres, these junior Rotax karts come down the grid, and it's Barnaby Grubb who leads the way at the moment with Jesse Whitmore just behind. We'll wait for them to form up, ready to start this grid. You can see them weaving around. There's an incident actually on the start line, which is a peculiar one. Two karts coming together. I think they've all got going again, so hopefully they can get back to their grid positions and start this race without any issue. Yep, they all continued on okay, so that's okay. As we see then, the 15 and the 33 of Barnaby Grubb and Jensen Hookie on the front row. 54 of Jaden Shearing just behind, and the 50 of Jesse Whitmore alongside as they round the final corner, look up to the start lights, and lights out, we're racing, and the 15 keeps his lead. That's Barnaby Grubb, leads into turn 1. As we see it, nice. Oh, there's a bit of contact towards the back of the field, but nothing, no problems at the front. As we see a few moves there, through past the grandstand and down to the bottom corner. It's Grubb who leads then from Jesse Whitmore, and Hookie on the way up to the bus stop corner. Grubb trying to keep an eye on those behind. There's a little bit of contact through the bus stop corner behind, but we'll focus on the leaders as they come back down the hill. It's Grubb leading, and Whitmore trying to put pace to that as he wants to take the lead of this race. You can see him, but there we go. Look at that, a move for 4th place. Who was that coming through into 4th place? That was Ethan Griffiths, who's had a great start up from 10th place. It's Grubb that still leads from Whitmore and Hookie, and now Griffiths in 4th, not that far behind at all. They come down the hill into Winges, yellow flag, so no overtaking through this next section. You can see a car off there in the barrier as we go up the hill, willing his kart on Grubb through the bus stop corner and then up towards Midgets. If I assume, yeah, green flag, so we can get back racing up here. And Hookie goes for a move down the inside and into 2nd place. Nice move, gives Grubb a little bit of breathing room, and I think also it looks like Griffiths might be sneaking through, and he does. So opportunistic there. And the top 5 cross the line, super close. And that move back on, whoa, and push onto the grass. That's unfortunate there for Griffiths, who's had a great race so far, but he's now got to go and do all that hard work all over again. But Hookie's looking very strong here and is caught up to the back of Grubb. Let's see what he can do with that. He's in the perfect tow. There's still 5 minutes to go, so plenty of time as he looks to dive to the inside, but a bit of defensive driving from Grubb doesn't allow him past. They come down the hill. Unlikely to be anything through here. There could be a potential lunge, but no, it's nicely covered off as he comes through to cross the line and completes lap 3 of this heat. Dives to the inside, doesn't want to give Hookie any opportunity to get through, but that does allow the 50 of Whitmore to close up a little bit closer to behind, and of course Jaden Shearing as well isn't that far behind. Hookie's got to be thinking about where the best place is to get through. Is it the top corner, or can he surprise him somewhere else? The top corner is a favourite overtaking place, but of course everybody knows that, including Grubb, and can defend it nicely, which he goes to do, and there's no way through there as they come down the hill, and you can see the top 5 super close now to each other. Now down the inside off the final corner, can he make that work? He does, and also Grubb loses 2 places, so ideal that for Hookie, because he's now got Whitmore behind, who he's managed to keep at bay for the last couple of laps, and Grubb loses another place, so can't fight back. So ideal that for Hookie. Hookie takes the lead, Whitmore 2nd, Grubb now 3rd, Shearing still 4th. We still have just under 4 minutes of this race to go, so there's plenty of time for these drivers to fight back, and if Grubb can maybe Grubb will up the pace a little bit more. You know, he's got a tow from the carts behind it. He's not the lead cart. He might still be able to come back yet. Hookie looks comfortable in the lead right now with Whitmore just behind. They come down the hill into the final corner. It's Hookie that continues to lead. Let's see what his pace was this time round now that he's had a clean lap. He's done a 41.7, a personal best, fastest of the front pack. So he's nice and comfortable out there in the lead of this race. Well, we've got Whitmore just behind a 41.8, so a tenth of the pace of the race leader at the moment, but that's okay at this stage. He's still got Grubb, though, who's looking strong, and he certainly is nice and quick at this stage of the race, at the roughly halfway point, as we're on lap 6 of this Junior Rotax Heat 5. Up towards the hill, Whitmore trying to close back in on Hookie and sets a personal, a best sector 2 of anybody, a tenth quicker than Hookie in front. So as he comes back down the hill and into the final corner, keep chipping away at that lead, and then with a few laps to go, try and take the race win. Round the Haynes loop now, starting to space out a little bit more between them. There's 2 tenths between first and second now, and then a couple of tenths further back from Whitmore and Grubb, second and third. We're on keeping an eye on these top 5 drivers, all fighting over this heat win. As we zoom in now, we've got the head down for Whitmore, trying to push on to Hooky. He's not far behind at all, is he? A good bus stop, a nice good exit out of here. And will we see a move into Midgets? He's along the inside, on the brake, and nice cleanly done before the corner. And takes the lead of Junior Rotax Heat 5. But I think Hookie's immediately going to fight back. Runs a little bit wide on the exit, and that's going to allow Grubb back up the inside. So unfortunately, his challenge for the lead has resulted in him actually losing a place for Whitmore there. And Shearing also pretty close behind as well, he needs to be aware of. Hookie continues to lead with Grubb now second, our early race leader. Can he go back in on Hookie? Will he want to? There's still just over under 2 minutes left on the clock. Or will he rather sit in second and maybe just wait till the race plays out a bit more? He has to be aware of Whitmore behind, who's clearly quick enough to lead this race. He has tried on a couple of occasions. Hookie now really parking it down the inside line, doesn't want to give Grubb any opportunity in the same way that Grubb was with him at the start of the race. As they come into the final corner, a minute and a half on the clock, Hookie continues to lead. Grubb and Whitmore second and third, defend into the Haynes loop. Whitmore right there, and just behind them now, James Finlay. So they can't afford any mistakes or tripping up over each other, because Finlay will be in there, and of course the 54th Jaden Shearing is just behind them as well. And we plough up the straight, heads down by the drivers, through the bus stop, and into Midget's corner. Will there be a move from Grubb? No, I think Hookie has got this well covered at this stage. Down the hill and into the final corner, and are we going to see? No, a little look at least from Whitmore to Grubb, but that's left him very vulnerable, unfortunately, to who's that behind? Shearing behind? No, sorry, McVeigh. I didn't see them come through, so yeah, that left him vulnerable through the last corner, that little look, and that's given Grubb a little bit more breathing room. He's got a little bit more time now to think about how he's going to take this race lead. There's 2 laps to go, so he can't spend too long thinking about it. And he has also got a gap of 3/10 to try and close up. Less than a second separates the top 6 in this Junior Rotax Heat 5. As Hookie continues to lead, Grubb third, and McVeigh in third. Last lap ball goes out then for Jensen Hookie as he crosses the line. Grubb just behind. But if anything, Hookie has now extended his advantage a little bit, and I think we'll probably see the result like this, unless we're going to see any battle for third and fourth. McVeigh and Whitmore looking like the closer one of the battles, but I don't think that will come to too much. I think Hookie has got all this wrapped up as he rounds the final half a lap. Grubb in second, early race leader, but hasn't been able to quite come back at Hookie. 2 corners to go into the final. Checker flag waits for him, and Hookie wins Heat 5 of Junior Rotax with Barnaby Grubb second, McVeigh third, Whitmore fourth, Shearing in fifth, and Ethan Griffiths in sixth. Also fastest lap for Ethan Griffiths there on the last lap of 41.29, so great lap there, and fastest in every sector as well, according to my timing page here. So great result there for Griffiths, up 4 places in that race. McVeigh popped out of nowhere into podium position of third, up 9 places, having started third. And Noah McNicholas there, big mover, 9 places up. 8 places up for Jack Bromham, the top novice, 19th. So the drivers enter into the pit lane, and we can see the Honda cadets and the Rotax cadets lined up on the grid, ready for the for their next heat.
You're chilling.
The cloud's coming out.
So as the marshalling team prepare the circuit ready for the next race, we look back at some of the results from earlier on. So Arthur Kaiser won the last heat with Johnny Butterfield in second. In this one, they'll be starting, Kaiser starts towards the back of his group in 9th, and Butterfield is 5th. So we'll keep an eye on those to see if those 2 drivers can come through once again. But for this race, it'll be Oliver Daniels on pole position, with Munro Wilcox starting second and Wilfred Tomlinson third. Kieran Rangers fourth and Johnny Butterfield fifth, with Junior Wright sixth. And then we'll keep an eye a bit further down on the Honda cadets. It's Charlie Dickinson 13th overall, but pole for the Hondas. Oliver Spence second, Kobe Wood, Alex Roach, Logan Hart and Oakley Poulter for the Honda cadets, and Felix Sheldon Hayward, the novice, the only novice in the Honda cadet class. He lines up towards the back of the grid. So the circuit looks like it's almost clear. As our cadet drivers, the youngest drivers here at Forest Edge today, prepare ready for their final heat of the day, and as I mentioned earlier, trying to score as many points as possible in order to set the grid for the final later on today.
I always say that I want to be mysterious, but...
So as you can see there, our youngest drivers on the grid with their mechanics, some of them talking to them just before they're about to go out and prepare them for the race. The grid's all been set by the marshalling team. Everyone's in the correct order, and I believe the circuit is now... Oh no, there's just one more recovery going on down at the bottom end of the circuit, so we just wait for that car to be picked up before we can go racing.
Layman in your face. Layman present. I don't know either. I also really enjoy the people who like spin out in their carts. They put them on the back of a lorry, but they're sat in their cart on the back of a lorry truck thing, like the truck thing. Rob, get the truck thing in the cart. They're in the little cart. They're sitting in their carts, just on the back of like a flatbed. I don't know. I didn't watch that far. Look, to my camera. It's an interesting way to do it. Active.
Here we go then as the Rotax cadets head out onto the circuit. And a slight issue there by the looks of it, maybe for the 23. Can he get going? It looks like he has. Hopefully he can carry on without issue, and the Honda cadets will just hold back a little bit so they don't get in tangle up in each other's races. So the Rotax cadets go around for their formation lap, and the Honda cadets will come out just a few moments behind. So the Hondas go out on track as well now. As the Rotax cadets start to form up down into the bottom corner, and the Honda cadets come over the line. So there you can see the 24th Oliver Daniels lining up in pole position in the TT Motorsport cart, the Hunter Motorsport cart from Munro Wilcox alongside in second place. 25 is Johnny Butterfield with the Birrell Art livery, and then the Kieran Gifford car alongside in fourth. We watched the start lights, and lights out, we are racing the first time of asking, and it looks like a good start straight away from the 28 of Wilcox, but down the inside is the TT Motorsport car. Oliver Daniels with that inside line maintains the lead as they come round the first couple of corners. So it's Daniels, Wilcox and the 82 of Ranger in third place, 25 of Butterfield in fourth. As they now charge up towards the bus stop corner, all still jockeying for position on this first lap, as it looks like the battle for fourth and also the battle for second, nice and close. That's the 28 of Wilcox and Ranger as they come down the hill. And here we go then, around the last corner to complete the first lap of this Rotax and Honda Cadet Heat 3. There's a spin! Oh no, that was one of the, I think the Kieran Gifford liveried kart, so what a shame. He's off into the barrier and unfortunately out the kart as he tries to push it again to get going. What a shame. As we look at the lead, Oliver Daniels and Wilcox first and second now. That's the TT Motorsport and Hunter Motorsport karts going for the win of this Rotax Cadet Heat 3. What a shame for Ranger to end his race after what was leading up to be a potential strong result, as we see a move there now for third, but not going to quite complete it, unfortunately. We look back at the race lead here, which is holding up with the 28 of Monroe Wilcox, looking quick at this stage. Comes around the final corner, slightly different line through there as they head now into 2. No signs of a move just yet. We look at the battle for third, fourth and fifth here. That's the 25 of Johnny Butterfield, Arthur Kaiser and Junior Wright. And also on the back of that, Max Tomset is joined the party there. So first and second have broken away. This is the fight for third. You see the two Birrell Arch chassis going wheel to wheel, and they can't make a move into the bus stop corner. But he can. No, he can't make a move into midgets. I thought he might have a little look there, but not going to move then on the other Birrell karts. But the Nib Sport kart quite close behind that. Number 11, Junior Wright, is there to pick up the pieces if these two have an issue. You see it nice and close as well with the lead of this race. Look at this, the 24 still fending off from the 28, Daniels and Wilcox. As we pick up third place, coming down the hill. 6 karts leading your race on your screen, all separated by 1.6 seconds. This is the battle for third you're watching here. The two Birrell karts, Butterfield and Kaiser, as they go through the bus stop and head up towards Midget's corner. Here we go then. Are we going to see a move for third? We're not going to this time. He thought about it, but thought better of it. Still 3 minutes 50 left on the clock, so plenty of time for the driver to work out what's best and what's the best place to get past. And through the final corner and to cross the line to complete lap 4. And they have now also caught up to the leaders. We see a little bit of bumping over the curve there for the 28. Seems to have lost touch with Daniels through that corner and is now under pressure as we go through. Oh, wow, that was super close. That was Butterfield on Wilcox. As we look a little bit further back now at the fight down into the bottom corner. That's the 19 of Kaiser, Wright, Thompson. As they come up the hill and look at the momentum up the hill with the two Nibs karts. Fantastic. Got past Kaiser, loses Wright to Wright and Thompson. Come round the top corner, and that is third place there. The Johnny Butterfield, the number 25 on your screen, the red and white kart there, third place at the minute, fending off Junior Wright. But for how much longer? Wright looks fast in this race. We'll see if he can launch any kind of attack at some other point during this lap. 2 minutes 40 on the clock, so plenty of laps to go. Fastest lap of the race so far is our Honda Cadet Oliver Spence, 48.2. Keep check on the Honda Cadet. Alex Roach is currently leading that, the number 36. Spence second. Poulter is third. The novice of Felix Sheldon Hayward is actually third. So good showing from Felix. We see a move. No, not a move. Around the top corner. The TT Motorsport car of Oliver Daniels still continues to lead with good pace of 48.73 on that last lap. His personal best of the race, but it's super close behind as the top 6 all cross the line, 0.8 of a second, and the fastest man on track is the person in 6th, as we see a lovely little move there from Johnny Butterfield into second place. He takes the second place on the road and now hunts down the leader, Oliver Daniels, with the two Nibs karts pushing him on behind of Junior Wright and Max Tomset as they head up to the top corner. So the fight for second really on. I do feel at this stage that Oliver Daniels has broken away a little bit, but the gap of those few tenths is easy to lose with one false move. as he crosses the line for the 7th time in this race. Oliver Daniels continues to lead. It's Johnny Butterfield in 2nd, Max Thompson in 3rd, and Junior Wright in 4th. Arthur Kayser's now 5th, and Monroe Wilcox is 6th. We've got 1 minute left of this race. As we see the carts come down now the hill into the bottom corner. A change there as Thompson gets through. And now the 2 Nibs carts still going wheel to wheel up towards the bus stop, and the number 11 of Wright gets back in front and now mounts his charge on 2nd place. They come down the hill, you'd have to say that 3rd place is looking strong, as there you go, a change for the lead, and Butterfield gets through on Daniels, who's looked comfortable all race, and then with 25 seconds left on the clock as they cross the line, loses this race lead. He's into 2nd, and Butterfield looks happy in the lead at this stage as they come round, and the Nibs cart now gets through as well, so that's Wright getting through on Daniels. Daniels needs to do everything he can to try and save as many positions as he can. He's currently 3rd, he won't want to lose any more than that, having led all of this race so far. So through the bus stop, will there now be a challenge for the lead? He's looking super fast at this stage. The number 11 cart of Wright doing everything he can to get past. Down the hill, we've got into the final corner, and the last lap board is waiting for these drivers. They cross the line. It's Butterfield, Wright, Daniels. That's your top 3. You'd have to say the top 2 have managed to get away from Oliver Daniels, having led the race for so long. So with just a few corners to go now, can Wright do anything about it to try and win this heat? He needs to have a good run up this hill, a nice clean bus stop chicane, if he wants any chance of getting through at the top corner. Through the bus stop. It's a good run. Is he going to do it? He's down the inside. He's going to move into the midgets corner. They contact. Oh no! The leader, Butterfield, spins off as Wright looks behind. And Butterfield, unfortunately, he has got going again, but he's lost several places. And unfortunately for him, will not take the win. It's going to be Wright who wins across the line. We'll have to see what the cameras and the stewards make of that move. I think it was all a bit last minute up there, but we'll have to see what the stewards decide. I'm sure they'll review it, but at the minute on the road, Junior Wright wins. It's Oliver Daniels 2nd and Max Thompson in 3rd. Top Honda Cadet, Oliver Spence once again with the fastest lap, and Alex Roach in 2nd. That Felix Sheldon Hayward, the novice in Honda Cadet, managed to come home in 3rd, so a fantastic showing for a novice. As the drivers head into the pits, and the Inters get ready to come out onto the track. Final few drivers just finishing off their race. They cross the line. All 19 of them safely across the line now, so we head down to the grid for the Rotax Inters. Here we go then, so an exciting battle so far today in the Rotax Inter class. Also, hopefully this provides us with a similar race. We've just got a couple more heats to go before we start the finals. You can see the last few checks from some of the mechanics. They talk to their drivers on the grid before their race. So it's Ethan Coupland who lines up on pole position, with Elijah West starting a 2nd. Of course, West had a fantastic morning so far, and we'll be hoping for more of the same to take pole position for the final this afternoon. As they now head out onto the track, here we go. So the Inters head round for their formation lap. Coupland will start this race from pole position, with West in 2nd. So they all start to form up down the bottom end of the circuit. Here we go then, weaving, building some temperature in those tyres. They'll look to the start lights and hope for a first time getaway. As they come around the final corner, the marshals with the yellow flag, keeping them all under control. They head down the start line, revs build, lights out, we race, and I think West has immediately got the start. So a fantastic start there for West around the first corner, and everyone's got through cleanly. Fantastic start there. So as we plough down now towards Winger's corner, up towards bus stop, West getting his head down, wants to build that early advantage. The So there we go then, the 99 leads the way. Uses the exit curbs that come off the final corner down the hill, but the fight for second is well and truly on. That we can see there the Coles Racing Kart trying to get past the all black livery 78 of Hockridge as they come through the first couple of corners here. And then not that far behind, the 39 car of Tyler Banks, Ethan Coupland and Marley Fisher round out the top 6. We go down the hill. See the 39 fending off at the moment with his head down, Coupland and Fisher, as they go up the hill towards the bus stop chicane and towards Midget's corner. Will we see any potential challenge here for fourth? I don't think so. As Coupland looks though to, there we go, are we going to see he's pulled out? No, doesn't quite make that stick on Banks as they come into the final corner, but you do feel like the pace he's got, it is just a matter of time. Through past the grandstand, past where the mechanics and friends and family will be watching as they come down the hill, and the number 81, a fantastic move there for Fisher up the inside of his Coles Racing teammate, and they plough up the hill as he now sets his sights on Coupland in, Banks in front. Around the top corner, as you see the Sodi Vitesse kart and the 3 Coles karts behind. Down the inside then, the number 81, that's Fisher down the inside and nicely up into 4th place from Tyler Banks behind. As we now look at the battle for 2nd place, which is as close as it was before. It's Hockridge and here we go, and there we go, back through the bus stop chicane as they head back up through the hill. Looks over his shoulder. Is there going to be a move here? No, he thinks better of it on this occasion. There's still 4 minutes to go this race, so plenty of time as they come back down the hill. He looks behind. There's a reasonable sized gap behind. The gap behind of just shy of a second. So there we go, a little look down the inside there on the 2 Coles karts, the 2 teammates, but thinks better of it. Would be an awkward awning if anything happened there. As they come around the Haynes loop. And we see there, diving to the inside there, the 39 of Banks doesn't want to lose any more positions as the 2 Coles kart charge up the hill, the 46 of Duvex and Fisher just behind on the run up to Midget's corner. And down the hill, meanwhile, Elijah West, not mentioned much in this race, but continues to extend the advantage. Just sets another fastest lap as well, and now leads by just under 3 seconds. So, very strong showing today from West. With, most of the drivers as well still setting green lap times at this point, their personal bests. So still getting everything up to temperature, and the tyre pressure's coming in nicely midway through this race. Still got 3 minutes to go. The 2 Coles drivers here on your screen, the 46 and the 81. Will Fisher be able to move up into the top 3? He's close to his teammate as he comes down the hill, all over the back of him, looks to try and Can he cut him back anywhere? Can he just carry that little bit more speed through the corner? Round the second corner here, the Haynes loop. Needs to stay on the back of him, all through here, all through past the grandstand, down the hill. This is a good overtaking opportunity. Can he go in here? Oh, think about it, but not this time. Seems to be more interested in working with his teammate to try and catch Hockridge in second. Well, here we go then, down the inside, up the straight. Nice momentum out the bottom corner, and that's Fisher up into third. Now it'll be important not to fight too much over third place, because second place is up for grabs. It's not that far away, it's only about half a second down the road, just outside our picture. As you'll see, there you go, the black cart flash through your screen. That's second place, that's now what they both need to aim for. Not worry about fighting with each other, just focus on second place. West's gone. West leads by nearly 4 seconds now, but they can still close down the gap to Hockridge in second if they work together. Fisher has pulled away a little bit, has good pace at this stage of the race. 7 tenths behind Hockridge, but with 1.5 minutes to go. Meanwhile, the leader, West, still comfortably in the lead, setting purple sectors and laps all the time. Another fastest lap on that last lap, as they come around to cross the line to complete lap 8. And here we go then, the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. As you can just see, a little move there up the inside of Banks. I think that was White going up the inside of Banks, so good move there through the last corner. As we continue with the battle for second place. And he is closing in, he certainly is closing. He's a few tenths quicker than him that last lap round. Now only 4 tenths behind, so the battle for second, I did wonder if it would be a little bit too big of a gap to close in the time we had. But if he keeps this pace up, it won't be long before he's on the back of Hockridge. So Fisher needs to keep focused, keep his head down and just keep doing what he's doing. And he might have a chance towards the end of this, maybe on the last lap of this race, to try something, because they come into the last corner now. 20 seconds are on the clock. The gap between the two drivers, 3 tenths, another tenth of a lap faster. Hockridge just set his personal best of the race, but that is still a tenth off of Fisher in third. So let's keep an eye on this as we go down into the bottom corner. That sort of pace should be on him before the end of the lap, and with 2 laps to go, it could make for an exciting last lap. We go into the bus stop chicane, out towards the first corner. Nice run there from the 81 of Fisher. And they go through the top corner. Can't afford to lose any time at all now. The clock is against him as we go on to the last lap. West's on his last lap. These two are about to be as they come around the last corner. A little slide there from Fisher in third as they go into the second corner. We pick up the leader now as he comes round the first sector. No problems for him in this race, from second to first across the line, and has quite happily maintained the lead ever since. He leads by 5.2 seconds, looks behind him, nice and relaxed, comes into the bus stop chicane, up towards midgets for the final time in the final heat for these intercarts. Comes down the hill into the final corner, and the checker flag will be waiting for him as he wins again. Heat 3 for the Inter class, and I think behind the battle has heated up, and I think we are going to see a change across the line. We are. Fisher takes second with Hockridge in third. Flipson, the fastest lap of the race, in fourth, so fantastic there. Really good race that from Fisher to come second, up 4 places from his grid. Also a good race there for Archie Cannon. He moved up 6 places from starting last on the grid, so strong race there for him. As we look now to our supercarts, you can see one of them sat there on the grid ready to go. It's their final heat of the day, and then we'll get underway with the finals very, very shortly. So then, supercarts, the next race onto the track, as they get ready for their heats to decide the grid for the final. On pole position is Daniel Buckland, the number 42, you can see there on your screen, with Nathan Caddick in second, Chris Morris is third, Joel Hursley fourth, and Fraser Everett is fifth. We go from the cadets and the inters to the fastest carts on the grid. Of course, it takes just a minute to remove the barriers at the chicane, because the supercarts do not use the chicane, they go straight through up to the top corner, from the bottom to the top, up the hill. And here we go then, green flags on the grid, the carts go out onto the circuit, and Daniel Buckland leaves Nathan Caddick away from Morris, Hursley and Everett. There's your 5 supercarts, one of the few circuits in the country that run the supercarts, so fantastic to still see them going around. You see them blast up the main straight, warming everything up for their formation lap before they start their first half a lap, and then of course a standing start for the supercart carts. Make sure everything's working as we see Buckland round the final corner and start his half lap. Caddick just behind him, so fascinating race, I'm sure. We're about to come, hopefully some wheel-to-wheel action with these gearbox carts. All very experienced racers. And the marshals on the grid get ready to greet Buckland as he comes around the final corner to line up on pole position for this heat. All about the start now, so tricky with these standing starts. You've got to watch the light, who's going to be the first to react to the lights. There you are, lines up on pole position there. You see the number 11 of Caddick lining up in second, the 41 of Morris in third. We get a thumbs up from the back of the grid from the marshal, the revs rise and lights out, off we go. Fantastic start there from the 42 of Buckland. Continues with the lead, and Caddick in the number 11 second. Everything stays as was, Morris still third. As we head down the hill for the first time, I think the 55 actually got a bit of a jump on Hursley at the start and moves up into fourth. As you see there, the battle for second as we charge up the hill for the first time. Oh, it's super close as we go into Midget's corner. But Buckland holds on. A bit of a slap there from Caddick on the exit. He manages to collect the cart nicely as he comes down the hill. Are we going to see a bit of a move from 42? I think he thought about it. 41. He thought about a move but wasn't quite there as they go wheel to wheel into the first corner. Ooh, up the curb, but manages to actually squeeze through. And Caddick loses a couple of places with Morris now into second place. And comes down the hill, and Everett having a much better race in this heat 3. Up into third and hoping to challenge Chris Morris. They fly at the back straight with Buckland still leading at the moment. A nice lead of 7/10 as they come back down the hill, but Caddick is closing in fast. You can see visually on the 10th that's no longer a 7/10 gap, and he dives down the inside on this second lap to take the lead of the race. Fantastic move there for Morris. He takes the lead. Buckland now into second, and Everett, our pole man from the first race this morning, looks like he won't be long before he's into second place as he closes in on the back of Buckland into the bottom corner. Now a big long run up the straight, super important to get this corner right, because you'll pay the price all the way up this straight if you don't. And there we go, we're going to see Everett fly past Buckland on the brakes into the top corner, and another move ticked off the list. So great start for Fraser Everett in this race. Started last, now into second. And now he wants to try and close the gap in on Chris Morris in the lead, who just sets the fastest lap at 39.3 as we have 3 minutes left of this race. Morris leads by 1.5 seconds. And here you see the battle for second and third. That's Everett and Buckland as they come around the bottom corner and up the back straight. Everett, of course, had a few issues this morning. I think retired from the first heat and multiple lockups, and I don't know if he had some sort of issue with the cart, but obviously has got that fixed now because it looks very comfortable out there in second from the final row of the grid. Comes round the final corner, crosses the line, and continues with his race. Every driver on the track that time round set their personal best lap time, so obviously the tyres coming in nicely and the track as they want it at this stage in the race with 2 minutes to go. Chris Morris continues to set the fastest lap of the race, a 39.29. Fraser just behind the 55 car, a 39.7, so a little bit off as Morris continues to extend his lead. Other than that, quite close behind. Buckland, 40.1. Hersey just behind him, 40.08. So very, very close in terms of times between those two as they cross the line once again to complete lap 5. 3 seconds now Morris's lead. As we see the 13 dive up the inside of Buckland and score another position. So the 13 started 4th, now 3rd. The grid certainly has been mixed up compared to how it started in this race as they charge up the back straight. Buckland now, you can see, following the 13 in 3rd. They come back down the straight, across the line. The leader crosses the line with 1 minute on the clock and completes lap 6. He's still setting really, really good pace at this stage. He's only a couple of hundreds off his personal fastest lap, which is the fastest lap of the race. As they come through sector 1. Down the hill, there's the 13 you can see there of Joel Hersey up into 3rd. He's just set his personal best lap of the race. That there is Fraser Everett, who's currently in 2nd place and has just set his personal best of lap time of the race as well, which was a 39.31. He comes down the hill, and with 22 seconds on the clock, our race leader crosses the line with a 39 dead lap time. So, 3rd place, Hersey, Everett in 2nd. The gap is closing between those two. You can see there the 13 closing in a 10.5 faster that time round. The gap was a 2nd as they crossed the line last time, and with 2 laps to go, it will be tricky to close that gap down as the 55 squirrels into the braking zone of the top corner. Back down the hill. Comes round the final corner, and I would say that looking at this, it looks a lot closer than a second's gap like it was last time. So is the 13 going to mount some sort of attack here on the last lap? There's your race leader though, 41, Chris Morris, still leads by 4.3 seconds. Nice comfortable lead at this stage as he goes down the back into the bottom corner and up the hill for the final time for the heats. He's had a very nice simple race, starting 3rd and up to the lead nice and early. I can tell you that at the minute Everett has fended off any attack from Hersey as they come down the grid, but around the final corner the checkered flag waits. Chris Morris takes the checkered flag to win Heat 3 of the Supercart race, and across the line Fraser Everett from last on the grid takes 2nd. Joel Hersey started 4th, finished 3rd. Buckland's in 4th and Nathan Cadet crosses the line in 5th. So then, that is the end of the heats for today. You can see there on the grid is the 177 Rotax drivers and the Masters ready for their final. 11 minutes the final, whereas the heats only 7, so quite a bit longer. As we get to 7 minutes past 2 in the afternoon here at Forest Edge, and the finals of the year for these drivers. Round 9 of the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship. This championship season-long battle starting in March is about to come to a close. In about 15 minutes time we'll know not only race winner but also champion for this season. So then, after the points from today's race, Matt Jones lines up on pole position with Rob Simpson in 2nd. Luke Oliver is 3rd. Now, its lowest points takes pole position after today. And I can tell you that Matt Jones scored 4 points, Rob Simpson scored 7, and Luke Oliver scored 9. Colin Davis is on pole for the Masters race. He's 4th overall. He's number 71. He scored 14 points, whereas Dan Hammett 15, and Neil Hemming also 15. So it went down to a tie-break, which Dan Hammett won overall. So that's the top 3 for your 177s and your Masters in this race. Quite handily 1, 2, 3, and then at 4, 5, 6 on the road. It's nice and easy for us to keep an eye on what's going on there. Matt Jones had mega pace in the last one, looked very, very comfortable in the lead, but then Luke Oliver has also looked very, very comfortable out front at various points during today. So this will be fascinating to see which one of these two can get a good start. And of course Rob Simpson's in between them as well on second place, but of course that does mean he's on the outside going into the first corner, so he will be hoping he can get across on Oliver, or maybe even jump Matt Jones off the line. So we'll see what happens here as they come round the bus stop corner. Eyes on the start lights, ready for the start of this race. The starter's ready, and it's lights out. We race for the first time. Jones, fantastic start. Oliver straight into second, as we thought might happen. Simpson goes into third, and I think it's Hammett up the inside of Davis for the Masters final. Yeah, he does. He gets through there. So, fantastic. We go down into Winger's corner. Jones leads from Oliver for the 177 race, and Simpson just far behind. Look how close Oliver is onto the back of Matt Jones. Will he immediately go for the move, or will he wait a bit longer to see if Simpson can get through? And I'm just being told that it is raining at points on the circuit, so this will be fascinating to see how the drivers cope with this as the few slippery surface flags start to come out. Matt Jones, oh, look at this, into the last corner. Luke Oliver right on the back of him, but look at that, sliding through the Masters race. It's Hammett and Davis, and Hemming now in there. The rain starts to come down here at Forest Edge. Matt Jones still holding on from Luke Oliver and Simpson. Simpson catches right back up to the top three in this race. Are super close to each other and are separated by just a couple of tenths of a second. They come up towards the bus stop corner, through there, a little bit of curb, and head up towards the top corner. The yellow flag's at the top. I thought Oliver might be looking for a potential move there, but not such, thanks to the yellow flag. They come back down the hill. Matt Jones continues to lead and looks more comfortable at this stage. Oliver's close though, and could pounce at any second. He doesn't go in here at the first corner. Simpson obviously ready to pick up the pieces should anything go wrong. Jones leads. They're all setting pretty much exactly the same lap times at this stage. Rounds the bottom corner, up the hill, trying to get that run. Oliver all over the back of Jones, but still 9 minutes to go. There's no point of rushing anything. But Oliver down the inside takes the lead of the final. And Matt Jones immediately comes back at him as they go wheel to wheel down towards Climate. Matt Jones continues in the lead then. Oliver had a look. He's taken his first move, and now that's noted by both drivers. Jones holds on though, and actually Colin Davis is catching up in the Masters race. He's leading that at the moment. He's fourth, but he's certainly closing in on these leaders, especially after that little scrap for the lead as they head back down the hill now. Oliver needs to think again. Does he wait a bit longer, or does he go straight back in? He's tried the top corner, was unsuccessful. Does he try again? They head into the bus stop chicane and back up towards the top corner as they down the inside. Will he make it stick this time? Looks like he might. Jones might try and come back. He's not going to. He's slotted in behind. And Oliver takes the lead of this 177 Max final. With Simpson down the inside of Jones now. So that's gone wrong for Jones quite quickly as he jumps out the seat to try and release the cart. Davis now at the inside, the lead master. And not far behind him is Daniel Hammett. So something's gone wrong for Jones quite quickly there as he's gone from first to fourth in a matter of corners. But Luke Oliver now comfortably leads, 4 tenths in the lead from Rob Simpson. And Colin Davis leads the Masters race, third on the road overall, through the chicane as we watch Jones versus Davis. Jones back through there on Davis. Still third for the 177 race, and Davis still leads the Masters race. But for position on track, Davis has now got a reference point, especially with the conditions starting to change here at the circuit. It's so tricky to adapt as it rains and stops and starts again. At what point to dry, where can you push, where can't you push? That's what these drivers need to do, and obviously Luke Oliver adapting to the changing conditions very, very well as he now leads by 7 tenths per second, sets a new fastest lap of the race at 42.58 and is comfortably in the lead heading up towards the top corner. Rob Simpson continues there in second place, and Matt Jones now in third. As you're watching the Masters fight on screen, that's Davis versus Hammett. He comes round the final corner, and will Hammett launch an attack on Davis? There's still 6.5 minutes left of this race, so pretty much what we've been doing all day for the heats is still to go. As they come round sector 1 and back down the hill, we look at Matt Jones there in third place for the main 177 race, with the two Masters just behind there, look, with the pink suit and the bright helmet of Dan Hammett just behind him. Hammett's looking closer behind Davis. Probably the closest I'd say he's been is Jones looks to close back in on Simpson as well, having fallen back in the middle of the race, had some sort of issue in the middle of the race, but has now fought back and is definitely closing in as they cross the line. Let's have a time update. So yeah, a little bit faster than Simpson that lap, and if he carries on with that before the end of the race, he can certainly catch him. There's still 6 minutes to go in this race, but the 177 Masters race also rapidly hotting up as Hammett looks to close in on Davis and is now just 3/10 behind him as they cross the line through the bus stop chicane. Can he go in potentially here at the top corner? No yellow flags out on the circuit, so we're free to go racing wherever, as Matt Jones seems to have fallen off the back of Simpson again a little bit and into the clutches of Davis. That could change the race for Davis and Hammett. Davis a little bit tighter there through the last corner than Jones, as the rain is coming down once again. You can see on the window here, so sliding around a bit more. It is coming down probably more than it had done originally now, so as they go down the bottom corner they need to be a little bit cautious, because the circuit is rapidly changing here at Forest Edge. Luke Oliver continues to lead then, Rob Simpson in second. There's Matt Jones in third, and there you see Hammett and Davis. This is for the lead of this Masters race, the 177 Masters. And fantastic there on the cutback of the top corner. Brilliant line, and managed to carry the speed to get past Davis and adapting to the changing conditions. A lot better than Davis then to take the lead of the Masters race. And you can just see the drivers looking for the grip and taking all different lines, just desperately trying to find the grip. But just because of the gap is what it is now, with conditions changing like this, that does not mean that that is going to be your finishing order. There's still 4 minutes of this race to go. Luke Oliver continues to lead, but he is he's not, he's a long way off the pace actually. He's 2.5 seconds off what he was doing earlier on before the rain, so long way off the pace compared to what we've seen at the start of the race. But Luke Oliver continues to look strong out front. 1.7, oh no, we see a spin at the top corner for Rob Simpson. That was out of second place for the 177 race. Oh, awful, out of the top corner. Just a really lazy spin around and goes from second down to, I think, fourth in the 177 race. So awful for him to lose a podium like that in these changing conditions. The rain really is starting to come down now, and you start to see some of the other classes ready for their final, starting to make the last minute tyre call. They need to start thinking about moving on to the dummy grid, because nobody wants to, because we don't know what tyres they should be on. We focus on now on Luke Oliver with 3 minutes to go of this race. 3.2 seconds in the lead now. Of course, Matt Jones is the one in second. Dan Hammett still leads the Masters race with Colin Davis in fourth. Let's just watch Luke Oliver now, see how he adapts to this changing conditions. Look, there we go, a much wider line than normal through there, desperately trying to find any kind of grip he can. And again, a lot wider round the last corner than traditional. He skids through here, goes wide again at the Haynes Loop. Comes past the dummy grid where there's a lot of frantically working mechanics for the next race, and goes back down the hill towards Winger's Dip. So for reference at the moment, Luke's last lap a 50.4, Matt done a 50.5, Dan Hammett 51.3 and Colin Davis 51.6. So they're in pace order for where they are on track at the moment, as the rain might have eased off a little bit more. Just trying to look out the window, I think it might have eased off a little bit more, which of course makes life tricky as well, because now they can potentially start to push a little bit harder again. But how hard do you push? And also, is the cart behind pushing harder than you? Matt Jones 3 seconds behind, but if Luke Oliver is being cautious and Jones isn't, those 3 seconds can disappear quite quick over the next 2 minutes of racing. You can see the raindrops on our camera. We continue with Luke Oliver as he goes down the hill. Leads by 3.8 seconds. Looks behind him. Realises he's got a bit of a buffer. No need to push too hard at this stage when you have that sort of lead and the conditions are what they are. It's so easy to make a mistake or hit a damp patch and skid off the circuit. There's no point in risking anything. Dan Hammett, meanwhile, looking really strong again. Closed in a lot on Matt Jones on that last lap. Of course, he is still leading the Masters race anyway, but would still be nice to get second on the road if possible. They cross the line to complete lap 13 of this final. So Luke Oliver, Matt Jones are 1-2. Then you've got Alfie Pennington is third for the main 177. And then the main Masters race is Dan Hammett, Colin Davis and Scott Collins is in third. As we look at Matt Jones there, second overall. Last time round in a 46.2 as he takes plenty of curb on the entry to the bus stop corner and ploughs up towards the top midgets corner. And back down the hill. To see 30 seconds on the clock for Luke Oliver as he crosses the line. 2 laps to go. He just needs to keep it nice and tidy. I think the rain has eased off again. It's a bit stop-start, the weather here today. It wasn't forecast rain, but the clouds have come over a bit darker. There's Jones, you can see there, second overall in the race, has picked up the pace quite a lot on that last lap, actually a 44.8 compared to Oliver's 45.2 and Hammett's 45.3, so definitely pushing a bit harder is now Jones, but unfortunately for him, 3.6 seconds behind the lead with a lap and a half to go. He's not going to be able to do much about that despite starting on pole position. The last lap ball then waits for Luke Oliver as he crosses the line and completes lap 15, a 43.8 and a 43.6 for Jones. So the circuit really has improved an awful lot. I just wonder what the drivers on the dummy grid for the Junior Rotax B Final have decided for their tyre choice, because you would have probably lent more towards an intermediate midway through this race, but the times are now coming back. They're only a second off what they were doing in the full dry, so slick tyre probably, I would personally favour that at this stage, but we'll see what they've decided when they come out. For now though, let's keep an eye on Luke Oliver, our race leader. Started third in the lead of this race, comfortable lead of 3.5 seconds. He rounds the final corner, sees the checkered flag, celebrates across the line and wins the final race of the year for the 177s, as we also now wait for Dan Hammett to cross the line and win the 177 Masters race. He crosses the line, and fantastic end of the season for those drivers. So Luke Oliver, Matt Jones and Alfie Pennington are your podium for the 177 race. The Masters is Dan Hammett, Colin Davis and Scott Collins. They head into scrutineering then for their end of season checks. So 22 finishes off his race, and number 11 of Reece Talbot is also just about to come past the checkered flag now. The next race is the Junior Rotax B Final. As we mentioned, we have got a lot of juniors here, 48 entries for Junior Rotax here, and we're not allowed them all on circuit at one point. So we split them up, and the top 24 automatically progress to the final, and the rest of them go into the B Final. The top 4 from this race will then progress into the A Final, and we'll get a shot at the main final win this afternoon. The rest of them, unfortunately, will go home early. So just waiting for a couple of karts to be recovered who had an issue during that race. So what we'll do, we'll get the grid up for the Junior B Final. So the 21 of Alexander Stevanov is on pole position. Joannis Janukas is number 65, starts second, with Jack Price in third, Elijah Dutch in fourth, Spencer Trehorn is in fifth. So that's the top 5. Really close to the points in this. The top 5, 45 points, 46, 48, 49 and 49. So close in the points throughout the day. It could have easily been another 1 or 2 places in a heat. Could have easily put them into the final, but unfortunately for these guys, they haven't quite made it, and they now need to do everything they can to finish in the top 4. You can see the cart is now on the back of the recovery truck at the top of the grid, and we can see a little change around on the grid, so I'm assuming that somebody hasn't arrived or has had an issue. It hasn't been able to make it to the grid at this stage. So they'll reorder the grid in the correct order down there. The grid marshal's sorting that out. And while we've got this little delay of a kart being recovered, that is of no problem at all. Of course, we've still got the main finals to come after this one. This is the Junior B, but after that we'll have the Senior Rotax A final, the Honda Cadet and Rotax Cadet, followed by the Inter Rotax, the Supercarts, and then the Junior Rotax A final will finish the day. And of course this season at Forest Edge, and then the trophy presentation later on this evening. So that kart for the 177 race has been recovered and has disappeared down the back of the forest on the access road here by the marshalling team, and I expect we'll get going very, very quickly with this Junior Rotax B final. And drama straight away by the looks of it, as the pole man, kart 21, Alexander Stefanov, has not started on the grid. You can see there his mechanic trying to get it going as he does get it going. So good job there to the mechanic for getting that going. Hopefully he can have to now overtake all of the karts on the formation lap to retake pole position. Of course, a more important pole position than normal because, of course, as I mentioned, the top 4 go through to the main final, and that obviously is the best seat in the house to progress into the main final. So he needs to get through these karts as quickly as he can on this formation lap while everybody's slowing down and preparing the kart. He needs to be absolutely full chat until the last moment to try and retake pole position. We'll keep an eye on the 21 and see if he does manage to make it. And so the drivers now come round the final corner, and it is lights out. We're off at racing at the first time back in the 65. Whoa, there's a bit of a spin from one of the cars behind, but the 65 takes an early lead. Oh, there's a bit of chaos in the back of the pack. Oh yeah, there's quite a few off through turn 2, but no such problems for the 65, who started second, now takes the lead. The 71 there, Jack Price down the inside, and that looks like Spencer Trahorn to me in 3rd place as they charge up the hill. Whoa, someone's gone straight through the bus stop, unfortunately for them, but now we look to the lead, and it's still Jonas who leads with Spencer in 2nd and the 71 of Jack Price in 3rd. It's all getting quite close as well in the battle behind. It's all getting close behind as well in the battle for 4th. That's a massively tight battle with 2, 4, 5 karts all fighting over 4th. Of course, the final place that will progress into the main final later on today, as we see more fighting going on there as Trahorn takes the lead of this race. So Spencer Trahorn leads with the number 71 Jack Price just behind. Jackanus number 65 drops down to 3rd place as they come around the final corner to cross the line. Jaden Shearing in 4th place at the minute, the final kart to get through, as Trahorn looks very happy in the lead and starts to pull away. He currently leads by 0.4 of a second, but with the fastest lap of the race continues to have enough pace to pull away and will want to put some distance between him and Jack Price. He doesn't want to get into a fight and bring those behind into this race. You see now the fight for 2nd. There's a go there, they come back down the hill. Trahorn extends his advantage, comes around the final corner. Let's see how big the lead is now from Jack Price. It's for half a second, but Trahorn continues to set purple sector, 41.8 and a 41.9 for Price just behind. And we see, unfortunately, a retirement in the back of shot there. One of the Sodi drivers retires into the pit lane. There's the top 3. Let's keep an eye on the battle for 4th as well. It's Jaden Shearing currently in 4th. Luca Cook's just moved up to 5th, so he's going to try and get through into the main final as well. Really, these top 3 have broken away, so the eyes are on that sole 4th place of who's going to complete the last row of the main final later on this afternoon. Treyon crosses the line once again. Another fastest lap, extends his lead with Jack Price behind, but Luca Cook now sets the fastest lap of 41.6. He's currently in 5th place and is right on the fringes of getting through or not getting through. We'll keep an eye on that battle with him, Jaden Shearing, and of course Bonning just behind as well, not that far behind, and setting some reasonable pace at this stage. So they're all still within a shout with 2.5 minutes to go as we focus on here with the 39 there of Jack Bromham, the novice, our top novice driver at this stage, and the 76 of Bonning, all trying to get through into the main final. It's still all to play for as we see a mechanical flag come out for the car in 3rd place. The 65 car, that is awful for them as they'll have to retire into the pits. I believe it's a lack of chain guard that's flew off down the circuit, unfortunately for them, so chain guard wasn't tight. It's flown off, you can see it on the exit of turn 1, and unfortunately for Jonas, that is the end of their race. They'll have to come into the pits and retire out of what would have been quite a comfortable 3rd place to get through to the main final. So absolutely gutting way to end the season with a mechanical flag. But of course that does promote Shearing and Cook into 3rd and 4th and brings them, so while they're fighting super close for what they think is the final place on the grid, it isn't. They're both through already. As we see... Nope, doesn't peel off into the pits just yet, but does need to. That's what the mechanical flag means. So these two drivers will hopefully see that and realise that it's the 65 in front of them who's had 2 mechanical flags already. They don't need to fight between them, they're both through, but hopefully they have realised what's going on and don't give themselves any drama, because you know straight away that Bonning and Bromham, just not that far behind, are waiting for their opportunity to get in to the main final. Bromham only spent a couple of days in a kart before this weekend. I believe this is his 4th day ever in a kart and 1st race weekend, so fantastic showing for Bromham in this race as they cross the line once again to complete lap 7 of this Junior Rotax B final. And Treyon still comfortably leads now by 7/10 as across the grass there. Whoa! As they come down the line, that's the 54 of Shearing now takes over, and the 72 of Cook still in 5th. The 65 with the mechanical flag still hasn't come in, so we're still showing up on your timing screen, but the black flag now being issued will have to come in this lap. So Treyon rounds the final corner, continues to lead comfortably with Price in 2nd. The gap now almost a second. 65 puts his hand up to come into the pits, and of course that's going to promote Shearing and Cook up to 3rd and 4th, but Bonning and Bromham also really close behind. So this fight for 4th place isn't over yet, because there's 4 drivers all trying to finish 3rd, 4th. There's Treyon on your screen there as we have 2 laps to go. Treyon leads by just shy of a second at this stage from Jack Price in 2nd place. So he comes round the final corner to see the last lap board, so he should, barring any issues after the race, should quite comfortably get through to the main final. But the fight for 4th place continues really, as the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are still nice and close to each other. But we'll keep an eye on Treyon, who's leading this B final. Comes up the hill on the origin coloured kart, closes the rad flap, through the bus stop chicane and up to the top of the hill, through the midgets corner for the final time in this race. Comes down the hill and will take this lead and will progress into the main final this afternoon. Celebrates across the line and wins the Junior Rotax B final by just over a second, and it goes wheel to wheel across the line. There we could see what was the gap across the line, 1/100th of a second there across the line between Luca Cook and Jaden Shearing, 3rd and 4th, 0.01 across the line. Fantastic. And obviously if any of the top 4 drivers were to have any kind of issue in scrutineering, it would be Bonning and Bromham who would make the most of that situation. But for now, the drivers progressing into the main final this afternoon is Treyon, Price, Shearing and Cook. We'll keep an eye on the grid this afternoon when we see who's where. But strong showing there from Spencer Treyon to take the win.
that agency, bet he didn't wash his hands.
The way they were talking, it's like all of a sudden everyone was like, get in, get in, get in! Ow, 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 ow! I was like, oh god!
I love him so much.
Hey guys. I'm pretty certain you probably saw it.
Near Southampton.
Near Southampton?
Here we are.
Near Southampton?
If I know where we are in the world.
We're on the south coast?
Yeah.
Are we? Didn't travel that far.
Are you joking?
No.
Look on Google Maps.
Yeah.
Where we are in the world. Where are we in the
Oh.
world? Cart's on track.
Here we go then, the senior Rotax carts come out onto the grid for their final race of the season, and on pole position is Jack West. He with 3 points today. He's had, remember, lowest points to take pole position for this final. Ben Blue on 17 points, so quite a jump back to second place. And Charles Green, also 17 points, went down to tie-break in the end, starts third place, but probably more favourable on the inside line than the second place outside line around the first corner, the loop that we have here at Forest Edge. Second place can quite often lose out to third place with the outside line, but we'll see how this race plays out. You can see Jack West there in the lead of the race. Pole position, nice and easy for him to control the pace down towards the bottom corner, weaving around. Behind them, Ethan Lomax, George Hume, the SC plate, our Southern Champion winner that's ran here at Forest Edge in the middle of every year. The event that everybody enjoys for a couple of days over the weekend, the Southern Championships. As you can see, the grandstands all filling up for this final Senior Rotax race of the year. Always good fun, the Senior Rotax race, and a lot of action as Jack West comes down onto the start line. Are we going to get going? No, we're not. False start flags are out. A little bit too eager there for Jack. Across the line, and the race director would like us to go around and have another go at that. So, drivers get a little mock go at the first. You can see the 303 road in the background there. You can see the trucks. Look like they're racing the carts, but I can assure you there's a big forest in between us. Jack West take it on pole position. Plenty of movement in that car, with Blue in second, and Charles Green in third. Oh, there's Ethan Lomax in fourth, and Hume, Burke. And have they all got a chance in the top 6 of winning this race? There could be drama at the first corner, so we'll keep an eye on what's to come as they come round. It's quite a fast start once again, but it's lights out and we race, and West immediately leads but goes wheel to wheel with Blue, and Blue manages to sneak into second with Charles Green maintaining third, and I think Lomax in fourth. But straight away Blue looks strong against West. West hasn't been challenged too much throughout today, so can he get away quickly, or will Blue try and stick his nose in as early as possible as they go into the bus stop for the first time and up towards the top corner? Green flags are out, lap 1. So West gets round Midget's corner. Blue looks nice and close at this stage. It would be good to see a challenge, because Jack West has had a nice straightforward day so far. Comes round the final corner to lead lap 1. It's West, Blue and Green at your top 3 at the moment. Lomax and Gifford up a few places. Gifford up 3 places. Had a wonderful start into 5th place, as I think Charles Green just lost out there to Lomax. We go down to the bottom corner. It's West continues to lead with his head down. Ben Blue is not that far behind, 2 tenths behind him. And they go through and gets a nice run out the bus stop, goes into the top corner. He is going to have to try and surprise Jack West, because he's not going to be given too many opportunities. If he wants to do it, he needs to get on with it. But the 2 Kieran Gifford carts just behind West here. One of them a strong showing from the Kieran Gifford team at this stage. But the DHR car of Jack West comes round the Haynes Loop, past the grandstand where everybody's watching, and is followed closely. 0.19 seconds now with Ben Blue just behind. Ethan Lomax closing in as well behind him, just at the fastest lap of the race, a 40.9, and Charles Green in 4th. Hume still 5th, 1.7 seconds behind the lead as we look at there at Lomax and Green as they go through the top corner. Just in front of them, Blue and West. West looks to have maybe pulled out a small advantage on this lap as he crosses the line, and the gap now, yep, it's now 0.4 seconds, so he has managed to extend his gap by a couple of tenths, and that's what he'll be looking to do over the next couple of laps, just extend that lead as much as possible. Still a long way to go, just shy of 9 minutes left of this race, so still anything can happen. And of course what we see in the 177 race, and we are seeing it, it's raining. You see rain on the commentary box window, so who is going to adapt to these conditions the best? It's starting to come down. I wouldn't say it's heavy at the moment as 177 race, but it is still coming down. So West leads, but as the race leader, he's the first one to find out what the circuit's like. The three behind him can all watch him and see what's going on. A couple of cars off in the bus stop corner. At the minute, West still looks quite comfortable, but Green definitely closing in on the back of Lomax for third. Green does enjoy these conditions and is very good in the wet, so maybe these changing conditions will suit him a little more. The car stopped on the exit of the bus stop, so the yellow flags are out through there, but Green again for the top corner. As we keep an eye on the fight for third, it's Lomax versus Green at this stage. On the last lap, Green a tenth faster than Lomax as they come back down the hill through Climate and into Tully's. So the gap staying roughly as they were on the last go round. Definitely the tightest battle so far is Lomax Green, as you can see on your screen. And we've got a red flag being shown on the circuit. Not sure at the moment why that is, but we've got a red flag being shown. So the race will be suspended at the moment. Well, whatever it is that needs to be sorted out is sorted. The drivers all slow down, and you can see there, I think the drivers will likely stop on the start line, but we'll see as they come round. So still 7 minutes, well, nearly 8 minutes left of this race, 7:55 on the clock, so we've still got a long way to go, well over a heat's distance of what we had this morning. And the drivers come round the final corner nice and slowly and will stop on the grid. And will stop on the main start line while they deal with any issue, and of course the clerks of the course will deal with the issue. So the drivers are going to be brought into the pit lane during this red flag, while the one of the drivers seeks some medical attention for an incident that we didn't quite see a little bit further back in the pack. So the drivers are going to come into the pit lane by the looks of things. Yep, they are. And we will hopefully see the rest of that race in a short while. So we will come back to them shortly. So at the minute, Jack West leads, but we will see if that continues later on today. Next up, they've just got to obviously fast track the next grid onto the grid. They thought they still had 7 minutes to go to form the grid. Of course, now they don't. So as soon as the medical team are happy to continue, we will. At the minute, the Rotax cadets and the Honda cadets will form up on the grid for their final. We'll get the grid for that a little bit earlier. So it's Arthur Kayser who's going to start on pole position, with Johnny Butterfield in second. Oliver Daniels will be starting third. And again, super close points between those drivers. 9 points for pole, 10 points, 13 and 15 are the top four. So super close throughout the day for those. And then for the Honda cadets, we've got Alex Roach starting on pole position with 21 points. Oliver Spence and Oakley Poulter are the top three in the Honda Cadet class. That will be going shortly. The recovery team are just going to pick up the abandoned cart on the circuit, and the medical team will deal with the driver who just needs a bit of assistance. So as we said, Forest Edge Kart Club final round of the championship this year, but they'll be back for the 2026 season starting in March. Keep an eye on the website of fec.co.uk for the 2026 calendar, which will be coming out very soon. Obviously, just before then will be the Championship Awards evening on the 31st of January, where you're all welcome to attend if you would like, and then more details can be found of that on the website and the Forest Edge Facebook page, which is the best place to stay to keep up to date with all the latest news and information on the circuit. If you're new to karting or would like to get started in karting, you can of course take your ARCS test at the circuit. So inquire them, email the circuit over the winter, and you can arrange that for next season. You can also practice at Forest Edge without a licence. There is a non-licensed session, so if you have got a car and would like to have a go around the circuit, you can do that. And then obviously if you would like to make the move to pass your licence, you can do so at the circuit and then race on the Sunday. So plenty of opportunities at this 1,100 metre circuit. It's hosted many big events over the years. Obviously more recently the NKC Championship, and of course 2019 the British Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. And would hope to see it back on many calendars soon, because it is a facility that many of the drivers really enjoy, and plenty of overtaking opportunities throughout the track.
We are happy in timekeeping for the second part of that final.
So we will just take a very short break while the driver from the senior Rotax race receives some medical attention. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time with the Rotax Cadet and the Honda Cadet Final.
Mummy and Daddy are having fun, don't they?
So the circuit has been cleared, the medical team are back in position, and the driver has received the attention he needs. The carts have been cleared, and we are going to get racing next with the Rotax Cadet and Honda Cadet Final. So the incident has now been cleared up. We're just waiting for the track to the race director to declare the track safe to go racing, which shouldn't take too long at all, because I can't see any issue why we wouldn't go racing in the next few seconds. Here we go, as the Rotax Cadets head out onto the circuit. Of course, as we mentioned throughout the day, a mixed grid this, so the Honda Cadets go off the back. They are in their own separate race, but we just run them all together as they head round for their formation lap. So as you can see on the screen, Rotax Cadet and Honda Cadet. Rotax Cadet are first on track, Honda Cadet are second on track. So they come around for their formation lap.
If you are, of course, interested in starting with us or attending the circuit will be exhibiting at the Kart Mania show at Silverstone later this year on the 22nd and 23rd of November at the Silverstone circuit at the Kart Mania show. So there's also an exclusive membership package for anybody that signs up at the show, so do come along and speak to some of the officials from the circuit, and they can certainly give you some information about the 2026 Forest Edge Kart Club season. For now though, we're going to get going with the final Rotax Cadet race of the year, and shortly behind them the final Honda Cadet race of the year, as we see the Rotax Cadets come up now towards the final corner. Eyes on the lights, and it's going to be lights out. We're off and racing at the first time. The number 19 takes a nice early lead. That's Kaiser, takes the lead into turn 1 as they all get through the first corner without any drama. The two barrel chassis carts behind, and the TT Motorsport cart just behind them. Look, the number 24, that is, of Oliver Daniels in third place. So good start there, and now the Honda Cadets start their race just shortly behind. We continue with the Rotax Cadets though, as they plough up the grid and head down for our race leader Kaiser, who starts on pole position. The fewest points accumulated throughout the day has put him in that position, and he's making the most of it as he leads the first 11 minutes of this final. They come down the hill with Kaiser, Butterfield and Daniels as they were on the grid, and Tomset in 4th place. They cross the line now for the first time in this final, and it's a 50-second lap exactly for our race leader, who leads by 0.6 of a second back from Johnny Butterfield in 2nd. He's only 4 tenths behind on that last lap. And the Honda Cadets also now complete their first lap. So to update you quickly on the progress of the Hondas, the number 36 of Alex Roach leads as we see the number 16 get past, that's Tomsic, get past Oliver Daniels into a podium position for him from the final race of the year as they blast up the hill. But I'm sure Daniels won't want that for long, and we'll be looking at a way to get back past. As they come down the hill, will Daniels try anything? I don't think he can. I don't think he's got an answer for Tomsic's pace at this early stage of the race, but maybe they've pressured the tyres to come on slightly later, and maybe the Nibsport kart number 16 has wanted the kart to come on a little bit earlier. We will find out as the race progresses. So still at this stage, Kaiser number 19 and Butterfield are 1-2. It's Tomsit and Daniels 3rd and 4th. Wilcox is 5th with Junior Wright in 6th. Kieran Ranger is 7th, and then our top novice Warren Atkins is 8th. Fastest lap of the race from 2nd place, that's Butterfield at 48.88, and he closes the gap to the race lead to just 4 tenths. And also that sets a purple sector 2 on this lap, but only by 1/100th of a second, so super close between these two leaders. As we see Tomset move away a little bit more from Daniels and Wilcox behind. He's starting to put a little bit of an advantage down. Close the lead again, then Butterfield on the leader. Another few hundredths quicker, chipping away at that lead, but still with 8 minutes to go, plenty of time. We look a little bit further down the order on the stream. Tomsit leads Daniels, who leads Wright. Wright getting a good run here on Daniels. I don't know if there'll be a move into the bus stop. It's a bit tricky through here as a single foul, but now he's got an opportunity as he goes up the hill towards midgets. No, but thinks better of it at this stage with 7.5 minutes to go of this race. Comes back down the hill, constantly looking over his shoulder is Daniels. Wright's there, he's thinking about it, he's getting ready for his move, but also a nice little buffer at the moment behind to Monroe Wilcox in 6th place, as we now look at the fight for the lead. Kaiser Butterfield took another 10th out of his lead that time round. If he can keep this up, within a lap or two he'll be right on the back of him. The gap currently 0.27, but exactly 1/10 a lap quicker last time, the fastest lap of the race. Can he continue to close that gap as we go into the final 7 minutes of this race? Into the top corner then once again. He certainly looks closer than he did last time. Whether that is under the 3/10 that he was when he crossed the line, it's difficult to see, but we'll find out when they cross the line in a few seconds time as they come round the final corner to complete lap 5. As they cross the line, the gap now is 1/100th of a second closer. So the gap is still coming down, Junior Wright now in 4th, number 11 Kart. He's just set the fastest lap of the race and is half a tenth quicker than the leaders. So he might be looking to move up to at least 3rd place soon on Tomsit. Definitely coming back strong is Wright. Meanwhile, we continue with the leaders. The leader has a quick look behind, back to Butterfield. He's certainly got the pace on him at the minute as they go through the bus stop and up to the top corner. Let's have a look at the sector times as they go through. Actually, Butterfield a little bit off that time, lost 600ths to him. But all these little margins matter when it comes down to the last race of the year. Come into the final corner. Kaiser crosses the line. Oh, with the fastest lap as well. Fantastic. A purple time of 48.12 and his teammate 48.23 behind. So he has extended the lead. The gap now 0.37 between these two. Is it going to start to build out a little bit more as we head into the final 6 minutes of this race? We've done 6 laps. Those karts behind as well, still nice and close. That's the number 16 of Max Tomsit, Junior Wright, and then just behind them you can see Daniels and Wilcox, the 2 Nibsport karts here fighting over the final podium position. The 2 Birrell karts have checked out in the lead. It's unlikely they'll be able to catch those in the last 5.5 minutes. However, the fight for 3rd is still on as we see this nice and close between Tomsit and Wright. Can Wright do anything about it? He's looked strong in the race so far. Set some great lap times as they come round the Haynes loop once again, and oh, look at that, it's a bit of a different line through that. I think a little bit wide there from Tomsit as they go down into the bottom corner. He needs to keep it as clean as possible because you know his teammate is there waiting to pounce as soon as he can. Up into the bus stop corner. Needs to carry as much speed as he can through here to get the run up the hill towards Midget's corner. He's keeping nicely in his toe. He's still a couple of tenths behind, but that's not a problem. Still 4 minutes 40 on the clock. Plenty of time to make his move. Just needs to keep everything clean. And Tomsit needs to keep everything exactly as it should be. Can't afford to waste any time at all. They come into the Haynes loop. I can tell you the battle out the front has kind of still the same as when we left it. Still 3 tenths between them. This is the closest battle on the circuit, the battle for 3rd. And we go down into the bottom corner. And back up towards the bus stop chicane. He looks like he's had a bit of a better run. He's right this time, but he won't be able to do anything with it this time around. Through the chicane, nicely done. And here we go then. Is he going to get a run down the inside? Nope, thinks better of it. I thought he might have had enough of his kart alongside them, but obviously he felt not. I'm still with 4 minutes on the clock. He feels like he's got enough time to make the move on his teammate. He comes into the final corner as the 16 continues to hold 3rd, a little bit wide through the exit there. Will this give number 11 a chance into the Haynes loop? No, it doesn't. He stays behind. I feel like Wright has got the pace, but just can't quite get through at this stage. They're on a bit of a different line. This might give him a bit of a slingshot down the front straight. No, it doesn't. Through Winger's dip and up towards the bus stop chicane once more. These two cross the line a tenth apart from each other. Here we go. He had a good run out of here last time, but not quite this time. No, not quite close enough for him. But he is still pretty close. I do feel like a move is imminent for these two on the fight for the final place on the podium this season. Come down into the final corner. Again, it's such a different line for these two through there. Into the first corner. It's Tomsit still 3rd with Wright still 4th. Come down into the bottom corner. Back up towards the bus stop once again. The lead out the front still the same, still 3 tenths. Then it's 2.8 back to these two who are fighting like crazy. There's only 2 tenths separating these two across the line. We've got some blue flags out for a back marker who hopefully will swiftly move out the way of our fight for the lead and fight for 3rd. As they come down into the final corner, you'll see the number 92, our novice of Otley Simpson, just about to be lapped there. Here we go then. There's a move. down the inside. So there you go then. Max Tomset has lost that place to Junior Wright, and he moves himself up onto the podium. If he wants to get it back, he's got 1 minute 40 to do it. As in now, Junior Wright takes that position, but is he going to fight back straight away? It's getting close. There's a little bit of defensive driving up there. That's perfectly fine. As they come down the hill, driver behind now in the dirty air opens the rad flap, let the radiator breathe. Comes round the final corner as these two swap positions on the timing screen, and on your timing tower, Junior Wright now into third, Max Tomset in fourth. Kaiser still leads with Butterfield in second. The gap opened up quite a lot on the last couple of laps. Just a quick Honda Cadet update as well. Oliver Spence is 10th overall and is leading the Honda Cadet race with the fastest lap overall of the race of anybody, actually, a 48.02. We've also got Felix Sheldon Hayward, the novice, 33, having a fantastic weekend on the novice plate, so certainly get a signature from the stewards. He's had a really strong day for him and is 1.4 seconds behind the Honda Cadet race lead, so very impressive there for Felix. And Alex Roach, the 36, will round out the podium as it is on track at the moment. We keep an eye now on our race leader. It's Arthur Kaiser. He's 1.5 seconds in the lead and is continuing to put in some great lap times, 1.4 tenths quicker than the kart behind on that last lap, and with 10 seconds on the clock and a lead of 1.5 seconds, you'd have to say the final win of the season is going to go his way as he goes through the bus stop chicane and heads up towards the top corner. 1.5 laps to go at this point as he comes back down the hill into Climate Corner, and the sun starts to set over the circuit and you see the shadows on each car. And come round the final corner and the last lap board waits. Arthur Kaiser, Butterfield, Junior Wright still third with Max Tomset in fourth. So then for the final lap of the Rotax Cadet season, we'll follow Kaiser around. He's 1.7 seconds in the lead, can still pull another 2 tenths out of second place on that last lap. He's still pushing hard and he doesn't need to. He just feels very comfortable out there as he goes through the bus stop, back on the gas, has a quick check behind on the exit of the bus stop to see Butterfield. A nice amount of time behind him. We have a back marker here. Shouldn't change things too much. We go down the... No, we don't go. We keep it nice and simple. And the checkered flag is out. Arthur Kaiser wins the Junior Rotax final race of the year here at Forest Edge. He wins by 1.5 seconds, even with the bit of traffic there on the last lap. It's Butterfield in second, Junior Wright in third, Max Tomset gets fourth, and Oliver Daniels comes fifth. We'll keep an eye on the Honda Cadet race as they cross the line. So Oliver Spence wins the Honda Cadet race with the fastest lap of the race as well. Felix Sheldon Hayward, fantastic weekend for him to come home second in the Hondas, and Alex Roach in third for the Honda Cadet race overall. So brilliant weekend for those drivers. So on the grid now, as you can see, is the Rotax Inter Kart. So we're going out for their final race. I believe it's West on pole position, who has had an absolutely stellar day so far, and will hope to just get the job done. Only scored 2 points all day, with 9 points for Marley Fisher in second place on the grid. So massively strong day for West, and we'll certainly be hoping for more of the same. So as we wait for the... I believe the circuit is clear. I don't think we had any incident during the cadet race. So we look now down to the grid, ready for the Rotax Inters, who are slightly older than the cadets and slightly younger than the junior Rotaxes. Of course, with Rotax you can start with your Micro Max engine or cadet engine, and have it de-restricted to Inter, and then again to junior, and then eventually again to senior and 177. If you would like, you can technically start your career with the engine you finish with after various rebuilds and a few components changed, but that is one of the perks of the Rotax engine. As they come out now onto the grid. And so we've had a bit of a spin on cold tyres. That's always something to look out for here at Forest Edge. The first corner up the grid comes very, very quickly, and you're trying to get as much temperature in as quickly as you can. You're weaving around, but on cold tyres it does leave you susceptible to a whoopsie moment. So the Inter carts come across the grid on their formation lap, their final, hopefully, formation lap of the season, and they start to form up down the back straight. You can see West in pole position. Here we go then, as the nerves start to rise for the Inter drivers. Now keep an eye on those start lights, not wanting to miss anything off the start. The best time to make up as many places as possible when the field's all bunched up together. The drivers in the mid-pack need to make the most of the opportunity while the drivers are all close. They look to the start lights. Will we get going? It's lights out, we're off and going, and West straight away in the lead, no problems at all. And gets round the first corner, as they all do, and already a nice little lead, as you can see on your screens there. West has a reasonable lead from the two Coles carts just behind. I believe Marley Fisher has got in and continued in second place, which is absolutely ideal, and it could well be Jack White in third place. I think might have moved up off the start. We'll keep an eye on them. But West already super strong all day, continues to be super strong, and there's no reason to believe they won't be for the next 10.5 minutes of this race. Come down the back straight into Climate for the first time, into Tollies, and complete lap 1 of this race with a healthy lead over Fisher behind of half a second already. Sorry, it's Alfie Flippenson, who's been a top name up there all day as well, who's moved up into third, having started 5th, so a good start there. Biggest mover on this lap, on the opening lap, was Harry Reid, the number 73, up 3 places on the opening lap. So good start there for Harry, and we'll hope to continue to make more progress throughout this race. But for now, at the front, West leads with the fastest lap of the race. The two Coles teammates, Fisher and Flipson, are nose to bumper as they go through the top corner. They come down the hill, have a little check behind. They actually have a reasonable gap to, again, another Coles driver, one of their other teammates, the 46, just behind them. They have a reasonable gap to them, so no reason to worry, but it's to go wheel to wheel through the second corner. And that is the 12 of Flipson getting in front of Fisher, nice and easily down on this third lap of the race into turn 2. And now can they work together to close this 5/10 gap to West, who's been so dominant all day? Can they be the one to spoil the party when it all matters as they climb up to the top corner? Fisher now just behind, needs to work with his teammate for the next 8 or so minutes if they've got any chance of taking today's victory. Podium at the moment is quite spread. They've got a nice little gap over the podium, back to 4th, 7 seconds back to James, the number 46, in 4th place. As the fastest lap actually goes now to Alfie Flipson, a 44.12. It's West with a 44.16, so they're extremely close, but you're showing he's got good pace and can better West's time. As the gap currently 0.6 of a second as they charge up the hill to Midget's corner and then back down the hill towards Climate corner. Has a little look behind at his teammate. There's no issue there. They're quite nicely spaced out. There's no chance of an attack, and he can just focus on the job at hand in trying to close down this race lead. Has he done it? They've set exactly the same lap time, so the gap stays the same. They've both set a 43.93. The fastest lap goes to West because he set it first, but they both set identical lap times on that lap. And Fisher just behind, 44.04, so only just shy of a 10th off the leaders anyway, so still right in the game for this race win. 7.5 minutes on the clock of this final Inter race of the season, and Philipson definitely looks a lot closer. I don't know if there's been an error for West midway through this lap, but this gap certainly looks a lot closer than 6.5 tenths of what it was at the start of last lap. As they come round across the line now, we'll get a time update, and the gap, yes, now 2 tenths, so 4 tenths they've closed this lap. Is this what Philipson needs to close in on West and to try and challenge a dominant weekend so far as we go down the hill? The Coles driver trying to close down just that little bit more, across the line at 2 tenths. He just needs a little bit more. He's pushing the car on, you can see it head down, willing everything he can out of it as we go into the top corner. Is there a potential move now? No, there's not. Still 6 minutes 45 on the clock, plenty of time left as they come down the hill into the final corner, and we'll get another time update to see what the times were. This time round it's a fastest lap from West, so if Philipson is going to mount an attack, he needs to crack on with it, because West clearly still has a lot of pace in that car and goes nearly a tenth quicker actually than the carts behind. And his teammate as well, Fisher, actually 100th quicker that lap, so clearly some good pace still in the number 81 car in third, and could mount an attack on the two leaders. Yellow flags at the top of the course, as you can see there. Kart on the side of the circuit, but that's no worries, the karts aren't close enough to overtake at this stage anyway. As we come down the hill into the final corner, and West looks up to see 5 minutes 50 on the clock. Hockridge moves up to 4th on that lap, with Archie Cannon also moving up to 5th to keep you up to date. So good result so far for them. That's 5 places up now for Hockridge in this race. Started 9th, so good final for them so far. You can see West getting his head down, doing everything possible to move away from Philipson. As they head up the top, the yellow flag has been withdrawn, so they can get back racing. Come down the hill into the final corner, and we cross the line with 5 minutes to go. It's still very close between these two. It's just 0.18 seconds, so a couple of tenths gained back for Philipson in that lap. If he can do the same again, he's got a chance of taking this final race lead as we go down into the final corner. Let's see if we can mount any kind of attack at the top of the hill. Still super close as they go through the bus stop chicane up towards Midget's corner, but I think West might have pulled out a little bit again. It's a bit of a to and fro in between these two drivers at this stage. 1 minute one looks quicker, the other one looks quicker. Down the hill into the final corner, and West continues to lead by 0.24 seconds. A little bit faster than Philipson on that lap, but also not far behind is Fisher. And only a couple of tenths off of their overall pace as we go back down the hill. Philipson, if anything, looks a little bit closer again than he has done. Let's see as we keep an eye on the sector times as they come through. We go through the bus stop chicane, down the exit curb and up towards the top corner. Are we going to see something potentially here? Oh, down the inside, here we go. Fantastic, Philipson down the inside and takes the race lead of the Rotax Inter final with 3.5 minutes to go. Will West go straight back in? He puts his nose in the final corner, can't quite commit to that move. Done right to back out of that there. Of course, this battling is going to bring the other Coles driver of Marley, Fisher, back into it. They need to be well aware that they don't get too caught up in the race for the lead and end up losing to third place as well. But here we go, West back down the inside on Philipson, down the inside. Can he complete the move? He still hasn't quite done it yet. He might get a better run up the hill, but also, as I mentioned before, look at third place coming through. 81 trying to come through on his teammate, doesn't quite do it, so West retakes the lead. Philipson is now second and Fisher remains third. It's a little bit more spread out while they fought each other through the bus stop, but West certainly wanted to get the job done. Well, didn't want to be in second for too long and had to mount a pretty immediate attack on the race leader, the number 12 of Philipson. Wasn't quite able to hold it, but with 2 minutes 40 on the clock he does still have another chance to get past West. He's done it once, can he do it again? They charge up the back straight through the bus stop chicane towards Midget's corner. Now, teammate Fisher has dropped back a little bit again, so it is down really to these two unless it gets a bit scrappy and can bring him back into it. Philipson still with the fastest lap of the race, needs to use all of that pace possible. He's half the deficit this time round, was 0.3 of a second, now 0.16 as they cross the line. Needs to continue to push on, and actually Philipson sets a new fastest lap of the race at this late stage of the race, so that shows that there is still pace in that Coles Racing kart. He needs to get everything he can out the tyres. They're not doing anything after this race. This is the last race of the year. Get every single 10th of a second you can out of them in these final couple of minutes of the race if you want to win. Round the top corner, West does look to have pulled his advantage out. I think he had a strong lap here. We'll see as they come round the final corner to cross the line, and West does a 43.8, Philipson 44 flat, so a couple of tenths slower that lap, and we are starting to run out of time as the clouds loom over the circuit. And it is getting a little bit darker here now at Forest Edge. It's 3:15 in the afternoon here at Forest Edge, as we keep an eye on the race lead. The gap currently 0.4 of a second and a minute left on the clock, so only a couple of laps to go. Fisher is also there behind, and then quite a way back actually, 4 seconds behind is Hockridge, but of course starting 9th has had a lot of work to do to get even to that stage, so he's doing well. There is the we've just seen briefly on your screen the 4th and 5th place, but we'll go back to the lead. West leads, as he has done most of this race. Philipson keeping him honest though, has closed the gap down to 0.3 again, so they're still to and fro in these positions. He's just taken another 1/10 of a second out of him. A couple more laps, will he try another move? Through the top corner, it's close as always between these two. Down the back straight, into Climate Caller, into Tollies. West looks up at the time, sees last lap on the board. Here we go then, all or nothing, as we go into Haynes Loop for the final time this season, trying to go around the outside. Is that going to work? Philipson trying everything he can on this final lap. He's got one more. He's got another opportunity as he goes down into Winger's Dip. West looks behind, goes to cover the inside. Philipson trying to go around the outside again. Will he get the momentum up the hill? He's certainly ahead at this stage. There's a bit of contact. He goes on the grass, bounces down the grass. Oh, and spins. What a shame. After a fantastic race for the last 11 minutes, it all ends on the grass. What a shame for Philipson. That's, terrible way for him to end his season. But what it does do is give West a healthy lead. I wonder if that will be reviewed at all. And, of course, that would mean Fisher would be in the prize seat. But there we go, across the line. West celebrates to win the final race of the year. Fisher, the 81, comes through. And the 46, actually, manages to get back up on the final lap to take the final podium position. So, great race there for James. Archie Cannon comes home in 4th. Hockridge is 5th. Up 4 places from the starting grid, the highest mover in that race. Ethan Coupland is 6th, as we and unfortunately for Philipson, still unfortunately didn't get going again. I believe after that spin, didn't cross the line. So after a fantastic race, spending most of it in second, taking the lead and trying to battle on the last lap, a gutting way for him to end his season, bouncing backwards down the grass. Unfortunately, a long winter to think about things before he starts the 2026 season. So now what we're going to do is head back down to the grid for the senior Rotax race. Of course, we started the final earlier, but a red flag interruption meant that we will start it once again. They've been re-gridded on the grid, ready to restart their race, and I believe they are doing a full restart for the senior Rotax race. We will keep an eye on that. The timer has been set to 11 minutes, so there is going to be a full restart. So scrap what you've seen earlier. It means nothing. We're going into a full restart for the final senior Rotax race of the season. So just as the final Inter driver is recovered off the circuit from the earlier incident we've seen, the senior Rotaxes get ready for their full restart. So Jack West is once again on pole position, with Ben Blue in second and Charles Green third and Ethan Lomax fourth. If you remember, when we left, the action was in a similar state, with the rain starting to come down. That has now cleared up, so hopefully they'll have a bit more of a straightforward race, but there are some dark clouds coming over, and of course the sun is starting to set here at Forest Edge as we reach to 19 minutes past 3 in the afternoon here. So everything in the senior Rotax race earlier doesn't count for anything now. This is a complete restart, and we get the final. Luckily we get a full length final. So they head out onto the circuit, start to build some temperature in those tyres as like I said, the sun starts to set. All gets a bit cooler here, so the drivers have to work a little bit harder to bring the tyres up to temperature, but that won't be a problem for them. They cross the line, then on the formation lap, weaving around and start to think about how are they going to attack this race. Does Jack West just do exactly as he did before? It was working for him. He had a nice little lead before the red flag come out about halfway through the race. Blue was pretty close behind as well, and was looking like the only person so far this weekend to try and challenge West. And then Lomax and Green were pretty close behind them as well. It was a tight battle before, so hopefully more of the same for this final senior Rotax race of the year. The drivers now look down at the start lights. The revs, oh well, we've got another false start like we did in the first version of the race, so almost a exact copy that of what we've seen in the first race. A little bit too quick, so they go around one more time just to control the speed. And the race director obviously not happy with that. Remember as well, Kieran Gifford starts this race in 8th. He had a really strong start last time, so we'll see if he can replicate that for a second time. He probably would have been one of the more disappointed drivers to see the red flag. We come round the final corner, look up at the start lights, and it's lights out. We're race and Blue. Wow, aggressive off the start, but West maintains the lead. It's Charles Green in 3rd, and Lomax continues in 4th. Round past the grandstand, it's all filled once again from what is everyone's hoping will be a blockbuster race as Jack West leads through the bottom corner. It's Blue in 2nd, Green in 3rd, and Lomax in 4th. Through the bus stop for the first time and up towards the midgets corner as Green has a little look at the inside but thinks better of it and comes back down the hill. And now Lomax gets the switchback on Green as we go through Climate Corner. And we cross the line for the first time in this race. Jack West leads, Ben Blue 2nd, Lomax is 3rd, Charles Green 4th, Doom with the SC plate is 5th. Kieran Gifford Kart certainly looking strong again at this stage as Blue and Lomax both part of that team. 2nd and 3rd as Green goes wheel to wheel there. As you can see, the Guy Cunnington Racing Kart on the SC plate gains another place back, so that's good into 4th, and now needs to hunt down the podium sitters. Gifford there, you can see up the inside as well, so that's another place gained for Kieran Gifford. He now moves up into 5th, but Blue super close to Jack West once again for this race lead. Just 2/10 separate them as they cross the line for the first time. So it's West blue, Lomax green, with 9.5 minutes left of this race. Unfortunately, we've got a mechanical flag out already for Max Sheldon Hayward, which is such a shame for Max, who's been having a really good race as a novice this weekend, has been doing really, really well, but unfortunately the mechanical flag ends his final. So West then continues to lead, has pulled out a nice little advantage on blue in second, as we watch now Kieran Gifford and George Hume, the battle for 5th and 6th. And not far, of course, behind them is Zach Burke and Harry Maynard, so we can't afford to lose too much time here. They'll be fighting hard to keep those at bay. Gifford, like I mentioned, had a good start in the first version of this final. He then had to go back to his original starting grid. Looks behind as George looks down the inside. You're not going to do it through there, but has he got enough momentum that he can carry on up towards Midgets? Gifford looks behind, comes across on him, doesn't want to let him through at this stage. Still 8.5 minutes to go as the TT Motorsport on the Kieran Gifford racing kart. There we go, down the inside. Hume's done it. Takes 5th place. And Kieran Gifford now just behind him. Maynard as well, just behind. So Gifford needs to keep an eye on behind as well as in front of him as they go down into the bottom Whingers corner. Gifford looking around an awful lot at this stage, try and see where everybody is and what his next move is going to be. I think Hume has managed to get away a little bit. We see a move there from Maynard, who gets past Gifford and up into 6th place, and Gifford goes straight back in, wants to take that 6th, little bit of contact from behind, but Gifford gets through and it's nice and tight. Whoa, Lee, through the first corner there, that was super close with Maynard, and I think the 94 of Notre has benefited out of that one and is now on the back of Gifford's bumper. Gifford needs to keep an eye on that one behind, because certainly doesn't quite seem to have the pace of some of the drivers behind, and at the minute is a damage limitation race as he heads up towards Midget's corner, looking behind again. Survives the attack through one of the more favoured overtaking opportunities. I can update you at the front. Jack West continues to lead now by just shy of 6/10 of a second. Ben Blue, Lomax and Charles Green continue 4th. George Hume still 5th with Gifford 6th. Notre 7th. Archie Elliott is up to 8th. If you remember from was at the front of the first heat this morning. Bobby Rosie is 9th and Kieran Ives rounds out the top 10. We go down the hill once more. Gifford still holding on to P6. Back up the hill, pointing behind from the trace. They look forward. We can pull away from these because the threat from behind, as you can see there, a little move from Archie Elliott and Bobby Rosier. They need to make sure they don't lose out in their squabbling between places for 6th and 7th. They could end up losing to 7th and 8th, but down the inside then is Notre at the last corner. Through he goes into 6th place, and Gifford's now left to try and pick up the pieces with this lot behind, who's, it's going to go wrong for Gifford by the looks of it. A couple of places lost. Can he hold it round the outside? On the inside, so yes, damage limitation once again, but there you can see Ives and Zach Burke joining the party as well now, as Ives goes down the inside of Gifford and moves back up the hill. So Gifford actually loses quite a lot more than he would have been wishing for just then. Is now Archie Elliott, you can see at the front of your screen. Kieran Ives there with the bright orange helmet. The 95 just behind there as well. As they come back down the hill through the final corner, let's get a time call at the front. So Jack West, 5/10 in the lead from Ben Blue, Ethan Lomax, Charles Green, George Hume, Notre, Bobby Rosier, Archie Elliott. Ives is up to 9th, Burke, Maynard, Michael Pugh, Gifford down to 13th. So really horrible lap for Gifford to lose 6 places in just one lap. He's got a lot of work to do to try and come back, as we see a bit of a fight here down the 49. Lovely move into the bus stop corner. That's Rosier on Notre, and that moves him up behind Hume into 6th place. And of course Archie Elliott, you can see there with the dark red and black cart just behind them. As we now look back towards the lead, that there you can see Jack West leading with the DHR colours and the 2 Kieran Gifford racing carts. Ben Blue and Ethan Lomax 2nd and 3rd. If they go down towards the bottom of the circuit, you can see West holding on as it goes down the bottom. Now leads by half a second from Ben Blue. Lomax actually has the fastest lap of the race in third of 40.13. Battles up and down the field here as we watch the one for the lead. So then, once again, West continues to lead, 0.46 seconds in the lead of Blue. Blue marginally quicker that time round, but not enough to mount an attack as of yet. There's still 4 minutes on the clock, so if Blue can just find a tenth or two, he can close down that 4.5-tenth gap that West currently holds. Lomax not far behind either, and of course Charles Green is ready there to pick up the pieces in fourth place. Should anything start to kick off between the leaders. Across the line again with 3.5 minutes on the clock to complete lap 11 then, as West continues to look very comfortable out in front. He just needs to keep ticking all the boxes off towards the end of the race, corner by corner. Through the Winger's dip and up towards, has a little check behind to see what's going on. I think he'll be quite happy at this stage. He's got just over half a second's gap back to Ben Blue. There was half a tenth quicker than Blue that time round, so Blue, if he wants to mount an attack, needs to try and find those last couple of tenths, but it doesn't look like anything will change too much at this stage, unless we are catching a couple of back markers, so that can always throw a bit of uncertainty into the race. And the next couple of laps we might well catch them, but we'll keep an eye on that as that progresses. West for now, comfortable out in front. Blue and Lomax behind, that's your podium right now. Charles Green in fourth, and then a bit of a gap back to Hume, the SC plate, the Southern champion in senior Rotax this year. So then West rounds the final corner with 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Getting closer to the number 20 as well, who they'll be lapping soon. The blue flags are being shown down at the bottom end of the circuit. Will he move? He moves out the way nicely, so won't be affecting West's race. Looks behind as well to see second place Blue. Unfortunately, Blue will get held up a bit through the bus stop chicane, so that's a shame for Blue. If he wanted any chance of attacking West, he needed every tenth he could, and he could not afford to lose that time there. As they cross the line, we'll see how much damage that done. It was so here we go then. West with a healthy advantage now, not long to go in this race. It's only 1 minute 16 on the clock in front of us as we watch our race leader in the DHR liveried car fly through the bus stop chicane. Actually lost, Ben Blue unfortunately lost about half a second in that instant there, so that is a shame for Blue and kind of ends any fight we might have had on the last couple of laps for this final senior Rotax race of the season. 50 seconds on the clock, which means only a couple of laps left of this season for senior Rotax. Jack West obviously raced here multiple times in the past, has been off to compete in various British and European championships over this season. They've decided to come back to Forest Edge for their final race of the year, which is great to see him here. On your screens there, the 57 Ben Blue has had a strong day. He's looked like the only person who got close to challenging Jack West at times today, and he's had a little go but just not quite had that final little bit they needed to mount an attack. He's comfortably in second with his teammate Ethan Lomax happily in third, all roughly setting similar lap times as well at this stage, so we don't expect too much to change. And of course Charles Green there, Guy Cunnington racing car, in fourth place, comfortably in front, nearly 5 seconds to the lead of fifth place George Hulme at this stage. So the top four looking very, very comfortable at this stage as we pick up Jack West going through the top corner. We come down into Climate corner, into the final corner. He looks up to see the final lap board. Goes round the Haynes Loop, past the grandstand with everybody watching, and down towards Whingers for the final time today. Up towards the bus stop chicane. He has a quick check behind, but nothing to worry about there. Over the exit curb and up towards Midget's Corner. Back down the hill towards Climate. Again, a little bit of exit curb. Runs through Climate. Nicely done through Tollies, and will celebrate across the line as the checkered flag waits for him. Jack West wins Senior Rotax at Forest Edge round 9. It's Blue in second, Lomax in third, and that's your podium for Senior Rotax this season. So the rest of the drivers come across the line to finish off their races. I can tell you that the top novice in that race, Finn Williams, the number 12, came home in 23rd, so great day for Finn, up 7 places after starting 30th on the grid, so a fantastic job by Finn. But in other news, I can tell you that there is rain falling again on the circuit. It's starting to spit on the window. You can see a few drops coming down, and that will make these supercarts that you can see on the grid a little bit nervous as they head in to their final in just a couple of minutes' time.
How many races are there? Oh, it's the one with like 3 in it. I'm Adam, Rob is Rob. Me, but my comms aren't working. Are my comms working?
So, just sorting out the last few bits of admin here at the circuit before the Supercart Final comes down, and unfortunately the rain is starting to fall. The drops have got a little bit bigger. Nothing too scary just yet. It's not exactly a storm, but it is starting to rain a little bit. There are spots appearing on the commentary box windows which well, obviously the drivers will see on their visors as they sit on the grid. You can start to see it as well on the camera lens there on the stream. You can see a few rain spots coming down as the sun sort of pierces through the clouds that we've got as it sets here over the Forest Edge circuit here in Barton Stacey. If you want to find out more about the racing here at Forest Edge Kart Club, as I mentioned earlier, the circuit will be exhibiting at the Kartmania show at the Silverstone circuit at the end of November this year. Or of course you can contact the club via the website and find out all about the 2026 season. And of course make sure you join the Forest Edge Kart Club official Facebook page, which has all the latest information and updates for the season to come. And of course the Championship Awards evening, which will be hosted at the end of January, where the champions, of course, from today will be awarded their trophies and will officially be crowned champion, which is always a great evening. The green flag goes up now then for the supercarts, and it will be the 41 of Chris Morris who heads out on pole position for the final time today, with the 13 of Joel Hearsay in second. Caddick is third, Buckland fourth, and Everett is fifth as they go around and feel the conditions on the circuit for the first time. I believe the rain has now stopped again, but while they've been sat on the grid waiting for the race to start, there has been a few spots coming down, so they'll get a good feel for the circuit as they blast up the back straight, warming the tyres and checking out the circuit before they come back down the hill to then do half a formation lap and line up on the grid for their standing start. So there we go, there's the first... Oh, a spin actually there for our pole position man. The number 41 spins off onto the grass. So we were saying the conditions were a bit tricky out there. He gets going again. There we go, he's managed to get it going. You can't see on your stream, we can just see out the commentary box that he's managed to get that going. So hopefully he can continue in this race, although he doesn't appear to be going quite slowly through turn 2. But no, he is going again. So hopefully he can reform on the grid. Of course, standing start, so hasn't got to worry too much about... trying to make up too many places on the formation lap. They come through then, they cut through the bus stop chicane to get onto the start grid, and they check over to see where the pole man is. He is coming. There he is. You can see him just in the very back of your shot. The number 11 cart lines up and the number 13, which is correct. We'll see the 41 try and squeeze through, and he does, to take his pole position. So it's 41, 13, cart 11 starts third, cart 42 fourth, and 55 in fifth. We've got another formation lap. They're a little bit out of position, I think due to the confusion of 41 missing there, a little bit of confusion for second and third place. So just going to put the false start flags out. They'll do another half a lap, and then they'll come back round to the dummy grid to start their final. Here we go then, they come back down, a few burnouts to warm up the tyres. The 41 retakes his pole position, nice and angled, look at that, trying to get into the first corner of Parsons ahead of the 13. All about the start here, they're all got anxiously watching the lights as 31 checks behind and gets ready. Here we go, lights on, lights off, we race. Great start there for the 13 cart of Hersay, who immediately takes the lead. And the 41 Morris in second place. Started pole, now second, but it's a good start then for the number 13. Takes a nice early lead, with the 41 not that far behind. And of course, I believe that is the number 11 of Caddick just behind them as they blast up the back straight. Look at this, we're going to get a move early on. No, we're not. He backs out of it at this stage. Of course, the circuit's still a little bit slippy from that rain we had. It has stopped now, but it has been spitting over the last few minutes here as they come down the hill for the first time. Number 13 a little bit wide on the final corner. Is that going to allow the 41? Well, it's super close as they cross the line for the first time. It's super close for these three podium position places, and they navigate the first couple of corners with no drama in the end, despite being so close to each other. These gearbox karts. Number 13 continues to lead. Morris in second, Cadet in third. Everett's moved up to fourth and Buckland down to fifth, unfortunately, but he'll be hoping to fight back in the last few minutes of this race. A bit of a slap there, unfortunately, for Cadet at the top corner as they come back down the hill, but the 13 and the 41 of Hersey and Morris with no problems so far. 5.5 minutes left of this race as they cross the line and continue. And they navigate past the grandstand where the mechanics and friends and family will be watching from. And they'll be cheering Hersey on with the lead and cheering Morris just to close down that half a second gap that we've currently got between these two. Fortunately, Cadet seems to have dropped back a little bit. He was looking strong the first lap of this race, but a couple of laps in has dropped back a little bit. Fastest lap of the race goes to Hersey of 40.77 as they come down, climb it into Tolly's, the final corner, and across the line to lead again. But Morris now is a little bit faster on that lap, has closed the gap down on him, which is all good news for the last 4.5 minutes of this race, because Morris 39.85 against a 39.91 for Hersey. So can Morris continue to close that gap? They blast up the back straight. It's sensationally fast up that back straight into Midget's corner, down the hill into Climate, and they've actually set exactly the same times through sector 2, these two, so very, very close to call them. It's all going to be into sector 3, and yeah, actually Morris a little bit faster than through sector 3, so the gap does close once again. 0.36 now the gap between the two leaders, and with 4 minutes to go, hopefully we will see a fight for the race lead. We've also got a battle on for the podium not that far behind, as Everett's caught Cadet and is now only 3 tenths behind him, so a similar looking gap between first and second to what third and fourth is on the final fight for the podium. Nice and late there on the brakes for Morris as he tries to close the gap down once again on the 13 kart in front of him. They come back down the hill. Morris took another nearly a tenth out of him through the middle sector as they cross the line. We'll see what they've done in sector 3. A little bit off actually in that time, so the gap's opened up to 6 tenths of a second, so a little problem for Morris through sector 3. Unfortunately has lost a little bit of time, but the gap still between Everett and Cadet for third and fourth is still only 0.3. If we pick that up on your screen now, you can see the 11 kart with the rear wing there going down into the bottom corner, but Everett, the number 55, certainly setting some great pace right now as he looks to try and close this gap as they blast down the back straight. Look at this, nice and late on the brake for Everett, going through the Midget's corner and then back down the hill. And I think the 41 of Morris as well in second has caught back up to the race lead as they cross the line. Let's see, yeah, he's gained another tenth, so definitely all still to play for with just shy of 3 minutes to go in this race as we continue to look at Cadet and Everett for the fight for the podium. The final trophy up for grabs on this final race of the year for the Supercarts here at Forest Edge. Number 11 kart there on your screen of Nathan Cadet. Last time round at 42.4, so that is a little bit slow. All the drivers have lost a little bit of pace. I do wonder if we've got a bit of weather coming back once again. So the 13 continues to lead, the gap now down to 3 tenths. So whatever that little mistake or issue was for Morris a couple of laps ago, he has now managed to gain that time back. He lost about 3 tenths and he has gained that back over the last 2 laps. The gap currently 0.33 for the race lead, as you can see on your screen. Hopefully that can continue to decrease and we'll get a nice little fight for the race win at the start of this. It's super fast, look at that up the back straight, and he closes right in to the back of Hersey, who has led this race from the start. He got a great start off the line and is still looking comfortable, but the 41 certainly does have the pace to come back. What will the gap be across the line? A little bit bigger than it was this time round. These two have been around the sort of 3 to 4 tenth mark for most of this race so far. Just trying to just find that little bit, or maybe hoping for a little mistake from the 13 so that the 41 can get that little bit closer, but they are very evenly matched at this stage. The pace has dropped back down to where it should be again. Now every driver in the 40 point somethings lap time. So they did lose a little bit of pace in the mid-race. It could have been a bit of weather, but now everybody back on pace. They come over the line again to complete lap 6, and it's a personal best lap for our race leader. Joel Hersey sets a 39.6 compared to Chris Morris's 39.9, so he has extended his advantage. He's now almost 7 tenths in the lead and is looking at the most comfortable he has all race long. That can change though with the weather we're experiencing today, or one issue, a lock in the brake. We've seen that a couple of times today. I think the 55 had some issues this morning with locking up, and it ended up retiring. So it's very easy to go something to go wrong. There's a lot of things to do on these gearbox karts around this circuit, and you can't afford to make any little mistake. Over the next couple of laps, as the timer strikes 0. We are on the penultimate lap of this race as we go into the bottom corner at Winger's Dip, back up the hill. We blast straight past the bus stop chicane, don't worry about that, and head towards Midget's Corner with our leader, Hersey, who continues to lead. He has lost a couple of hundredths this lap to the kart behind, but with a half a second lead, I think he will be quite safe as he comes around the last corner and sees the last lap board waiting for him. He crosses the line for the final lap of his season, rounds the Haynes loop, comes through the grandstand corner and down the hill into Winger's Dip. He's getting 41. He's a little bit closer again. He closed in. He set actually the fastest lap of the race on that last lap at 39.41. So there's still plenty of pace in that 41 kart. So we go up the back straight. He needs to brake as late as possible into here, and does so. Down the hill, 13, trying to do everything he can to maintain this lead as he rounds the penultimate corner into the final corner and across the line to take the checkered flag, and Hersey wins the final Supercart race of the season. Chris Morris takes fastest lap and second position on the last lap. Super close across the line there for Cadet, Everett and Buckland, all within a couple of tenths of each other. 0.17 the gap between third and fourth, and the same gap, 0.17 between fourth and fifth. So a very, very tight, close finish there between Cadet, Everett and Buckland to round out the Supercart results. They all head now into scrutineering to be weighed and checked by the scrutineering team, and we get ready for the final race of the 2025 Forest Edge season with the Junior Rotaxes coming up in just a couple of moments' time.
For a drink first.
28 junior Rotax drivers head onto the circuit for the final time this year. They are led by Ethan Griffiths on pole position, Barnaby Grubb second, Jensen Hookey in third. 11 points for our pole position, 13 for second and 17. It's been tight all day and expect nothing else at the back. Of course, we're joined by the 4 drivers who progressed from the earlier B final as well to form this grid of 28 drivers. They come round with Ethan Griffiths actually quite a long way out in front on this formation lap, so making the most of his laps to the grid. He had plenty of heat into the tyres as we go down to the Winger's Dip, but hopefully the only formation lap of this race. And we will look to the start lights to hopefully have a nice clean underway for the final race of this season. And of course we'll be back around March next year for the 2026 Forest Edge Kart Club season. But for now we've got one race to go, and let's make the most of this junior Rotax race. The drivers move on to the start line. They look up at the start lights and the false start flag is all ready. So another lap we've got to wait first of all. So false start flags out, one more go around. Race directed obviously not happy with the start there. Top novice in this race, and the only novice in this race who progressed into the main final, is Luke Richards, number 35. So a great day for Luke. He's done really, really well. to be in the middle of a grid like this, at a circuit like this, is fantastic on novice plates, so well done to him. As they come back down the back straight, move into the bus stop chicane. And the number 90 of Ethan Griffiths is hoping for a nice clean getaway. It is lights out. We race for the final time in 2025. A hooky on the grass, unfortunately, so that's going to ruin his race. And it looks like Griffiths did get a good start. Moves round the first couple of corners with a comfortable little lead. The number 15 of Grubb in second place. And the 29 of Warwick Mullum is in 4th for the, I believe, Sodi Vitesse team, from what I can see out the commentary box window. But at the minute, nice and comfortable for Griffiths. We might have a potential fight here for second on the first lap. No, nothing going to go on there. I think everybody got round the first few corners nicely. So then, here we go, round the final corner for the first lap of this race. 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Great fight down into the grid. Whoa, it all gets a bit squirrely under the brake in there into turn 2. And who has come out of that in the best position is one of the Origin karts. We'll keep an eye and see if I can get a number on that. I think it's the number 18 of Noah McNicholas. So from 5th to 2nd in a corner. Fantastic corner for M. As we see Spencer Trahorn, who won the Junior B final earlier, moves 12 places on the first lap. From the back of the grid up to 13th. So we'll keep an eye on Spencer throughout the race to see how many more places he can make up. Ethan Griffiths continues to lead, a very healthy lead, especially with all the chaos at turn 1 on the last lap. 1.4 seconds in the lead, Griffiths. That's a very healthy lead at this stage in the race, but the fight for second really is on. It's McNicholas, Morton and Karthik Kameta has moved up to 4th. He's had a very good race as well. So up 4, up 6, up 4. That's the second, third and fourth drivers. They've had a great couple of laps. We focus on the fight for second. That's McNicholas and Morton on your screen. Karthik Kameta's not that far behind, you can see that, and the 29 as well of Mullum is just behind there. As we see a change at the top, number 19 Morton goes through on second place and drops McNicholas down to 3rd, but the fight for that place certainly is not over yet. These two are very close and they cross the line with 1/10 between them. Round the Haynes loop and back down the hill, using all the exit curve, all the circuit available to go down the hill towards Whingers. At this stage of the race, just about, not wasting any time, trying to build that gap to the karts behind. There's plenty of them there. Just need to, for McNicholas at this stage, just try and stay in touch with Dylan Morton to fend off any fight from behind. Meanwhile, Griffiths really is looking very comfortable in the lead. He now leads as they cross the line. Again, he leads by 1.2 seconds, but the fastest lap goes to Mullum. Oh no, it doesn't. It goes to Spencer Trahorn, now sits fastest lap in 11th. He's continued to make places, and now Travis Rose, the 16, who we've seen earlier on in the heats, right at the front. He's unfortunately down in 20th at the moment, but sets the fastest lap of the race of 41.71. Compare that to our leader at a 42.1. That is a considerable chunk quicker at this stage of the race. So a shame for Travis that he's further down in the pack, because he really does have the pace to be right at the front of this Junior Rotax Final. We see a change back into second. No, we don't, sorry. The 29 of Warwick Mullum and Noah McNicholas again fighting out for the final spot on the podium. As McNicholas at the minute holding on, but for how much longer? As you see, there we go. Mullum, no, he's going to cut down the inside again. Is Mullum going to hold on to it? McNicholas is going to try and go on the outside. He isn't able to do that there. Will he go straight back in at Whingers? He needs to. No, he's not going to on this occasion. And he now has to settle for 4th place at this stage in the race. Of course, the number 50 of Jesse Whitmore is pretty close behind as well, so can't spend too long thinking about that, as he goes straight down the inside at Midget's corner and completes the move. And also somebody else now coming through. Who's that? Laurie McVeigh trying to come through as well, but doesn't quite manage to complete that move, as the 29 takes over the final podium spot then. Your podium at the minute, the number 90 Ethan Griffiths, Dylan Morton in the 19 and Mullum in the 29 are your podium trophy holders at the moment. Is that a few spots on the camera? I'm not sure, I can't see any rain from the commentary box, but it is certainly getting a bit darker over the circuit. We see there Leo Basterfield in 7th place with his head down up the straight, trying to close in on 6th place. As he goes wheel to wheel at the top corner through midgets and completes the move there with the clear visor on as we start to lose the light at Forest Edge Kart Club. Around the final corner and across the line. Now the lead is coming down quite significantly actually. Morton 41.4, whereas the leader 41.5. So the gap now 0.7 of a second. We still have nearly 6 minutes of this race to go, so there's plenty of time for all this to change at the front. We thought that Griffiths had a pretty strong lead, but that is starting to be whittled away by Morton as Karthik Kameda gets a warning flag. And here we go then, a bit of a move into the top corner. That's the 32 trying to fend, that's McVeigh trying to fend off Karthik Kameta, as we mentioned him. Down on the hill and into the final corner to complete lap 8 of this final. Basterfield, who we watched earlier, now 5th, McVeigh now 6th, Kameta 7th, Barnaby Grubb is 8th. Treyon up to 9th, fantastic, from 25th on the grid. That's 16 places up for Treyon. Leo Basterfield sets the fastest lap of the race, a 41.3. As we watch the 32 of McVeigh and 95 of Karthik Kameta just behind. Can Karthik get past? He's certainly close enough to start thinking about something. We'll stick with this for a moment. As they come round to cross the line and complete lap 9. We now look to the 29 of 3rd place, Mullum and Whitmore, who need to be a little bit careful because Basterfield behind with some fast times as well in 5th place. They need to keep an eye on that. They can't afford to fight between this 29 and 50, you can see on your screen, because the Basterfield is close behind as they go up towards midgets. He gets his head down in the number 50 cart, trying everything he can to close in on the Sodi Vitesse. 29 of Mullum behind as they come round the final corner once again. 10 laps completed, a purple sector 3 for our race leader, who is 6/10 in the lead from 2nd place. Dylan Morton in 2nd. They go back down the hill. This is the fight for 3rd you're watching on your screen as we go down the hill. Through Whingers, back up again, trying everything. Look at that, number 50 willing his machine on. That's Whitmore doing everything he can to push the machine on, and you can see the SC plate of Basterfield trying to catch us. The number 50 goes for a move at the top corner and manages to get it completed, I think. Yes, he does. Let's see how this plays out, because Basterfield is now on the back of these lot and straight in on the number 29. Does he make it stick? We'll have to see as he goes into the... Yes, he does. Hold it into the Haynes loop, and now he has his sights set on a podium with 3 minutes to go. You'd have to say it is looking absolutely possible for Basterfield. He was a couple of tenths quicker than Whitmore on that lap. So let's see, can he close in on Whitmore over the next couple? As the sun sets, you can start to see the autumnal colours here over the Forest Edge Kart circuit, and the sun right in the driver's eyes. Basterfield might regret the clear visor he's opted for at this stage. As we see Whitmore come back down the hill. Couple of tenths off Basterfield in the middle sector. Let's see what he is when he crosses the line. The gap now is 0.24 seconds between these two as we go into the Haynes loop once more with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Past the grandstand and down towards the Whingers dip. We pick up the number 90, Ethan Griffiths, who's 5/10 in the lead of this race from Dylan Morton. Morton is marginally quicker, but needs a little bit more than that to close the lead down. Of course, the lead at one point was over a second. Now, just 5/10. Let's see what it is across the line, because they look a little bit closer to me. Exactly the same. They say exactly the same lap time. That time of 41.46 for both of them. Basterfield has now moved up into 3rd, as we thought he might be able to. So, Griffiths still continues to lead. There is the number 19 of the 2nd place, and there is the fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th. You can see that we were watching earlier. Basterfield's managed to get past Whitmore. Here we go then. Can Whitmore do anything about Mullum and try and get back 4th place in his last couple of laps of this race? It's certainly pretty close as we go on to, with 1 minute left on the clock, on to lap 14. Spencer Trail continues to fly through the field as well. Started 25th, up 17 places into 8th, and is showing very strong pace. 100th off the leader's pace on that last lap. So very strong race for Spencer as he moves now in well and truly into the top 10. We continue to watch the fight for 3rd is Mullum and Basterfield, who are setting very, very similar lap times. Mullum a couple of hundredths quicker on the last lap, but extremely close to each other at this stage of the race. The leader is going to come round now to cross the line, and he's going to see 32 seconds on the clock, so it'll be 2 laps to go with the last lap of 41.5. Dylan Morton in second, 41.4, as you can see now on your screen. So a little bit extra pace in Morton. He was just over a tenth quicker on that last lap compared to the race leader, but the gap is still 0.4 of a second, so he needs to find a little bit more than that with only 2 laps to go. As you see him fly through the chicane as the race leader. It's got a reasonable gap, but can't be too cautious just yet. Needs to keep pushing because you can see that Morton is there to take anything he can in the last couple of laps of this race. As he crosses the line for the last lap of this 2025 season at Forest Edge Kart Club, Ethan Griffiths leads by 0.4 to Dylan Morton. Leo Basterfield rounds out the podium, but is very, very closely followed by Warwick Mullum in 4th place. As we go down to Winger's Dip for the final time this year, and up the hill towards the bus stop chicane. Let's check out the sector times as they all come through. Griffiths a couple of hundredths faster than Morton on that lap, so I think the fight for the lead is well and truly over. The fight for 3rd still pretty close, but with only half a lap to go, will anything change? Griffiths rounds the final corner and takes the final checkered flag of the season. He wins the Junior Rotax Final. Dylan Morton in 2nd place. Leo Basterfield did finish in 3rd place. Warwick Mullum, I believe, 4th. Fantastic race that for Dylan Morton. Started 9th on the grid, up 7 places. Basterfield started 22nd as well, but the biggest mover in that race, Spencer Trayon, up 18 places from 25th to finish 7th. So really fantastic race that for Spencer. So as the sun sets over Forest Edge for the final time this season, we say thank you all very much for watching. Thank you for tuning in today and for supporting the club. We hope that we'd like to see you at the circuit soon. Like I said before, we are exhibiting at the Kartmania show at Silverstone in November, so come down and see the officials at the circuit and talk about the next season. Our calendar will be out very soon, and for all the latest information, make sure you like our Facebook page or check out the website effect.co.uk. But other than that, from me, Elliot Cunnington, it's been a pleasure being with you today. I hope you've enjoyed the live stream, and we will look forward to seeing you all in 2026.